Assalamu alaikum. Can everyone hear me? Let me just check sound. If you can hear me, just put a 1 if the sound is fine. The chat. Okay, great. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalam ala rasulillah. Welcome everyone to this post-debate analysis. Going to go over the debate that I had with Sultan. And if you haven't watched the debate, maybe start with that. Take a look at that. And it didn't go that long compared to the debate that I had with other people. It was only about, without Q&A, about 3 hours. So you can watch that. But today is going to be a very comfortable, relaxed discussion. And I'll be looking at your chat. And we'll go through the actual debate. And I want to give commentary, some analysis, add points that I didn't get to in the actual debate. And oh, is there a lot of background noise in this? Sorry. Let me see. Background noise. I wonder if I can reduce that somehow. Hold on. One second. Okay, sorry about that. Hopefully it's better now. I don't want too much sound to block everything I say. Okay, bismillah. This, alhamdulillah, I think was a useful debate. This was a debate that really I wasn't thinking about Haris in terms of his capabilities or lack thereof. The purpose really was to get certain points and certain arguments out. And that's what I prepared for. I prepared for making sure that I'm giving the right arguments against human rights, giving the right arguments against liberalism, and putting Haris in a difficult position where he looks bad and he won't be able to respond. So alhamdulillah, I think that's exactly what happened. He wasn't able to respond to the questions and the points that I gave. And I'll talk more about exactly what those points are, the significance of them. But again, I feel it's important in these kinds of debates, and this is my philosophy, and whoever, other du'at who want to debate, imams, scholars who want to debate, really think about who your opponent is, like what kind of things are they comfortable saying, what kind of things will they not want to admit, and hone in on those, but always think about the larger message that you're giving to the audience, the people who are going to watch you, Muslims, and then also non-Muslims, people who are on the fence, or people that really just have a bad impression about Islam, disagree with Islam, maybe hate Islam. You want to hit all of those audiences in the best way, bi'idhnillah. And if you prepare for that, I think that's the best way to go about it. So as a way of introduction, that was my whole mindset. Get these points against liberalism, human rights out. And as far as Haris's strategy, it was not clear at all what he was trying to do, other than repeat the same talking points. He was really using this tactic of gish galloping, or at least that's how it seemed to me. Like maybe he's just so disorganized that that was not an attempt at gish galloping. He was trying to make specific arguments, and then it went off the rails, and he had to, wing it basically. I think that's what happened after he made his opening statement, which we'll watch again, and it was just all over the place. So I think he prepared. I don't think he was unprepared. I think he was very prepared. I think he got a lot of help from his other Murtad friends, and they kind of brainstormed and teamed up. Like, we can't let the same thing happen that happened to Apus. I think that's really what happened, and they talked about it openly. Like, they were him, Apus, other people in this sad world were talking and streaming for the past 2-3 weeks about, okay, this is our approach, this is what we're going to do, this is what you should hit him on, this is what you should emphasize. So there was a lot of preparation. The problem is that, as I kept saying throughout the debate, it's just a con game. Like, they don't have any substance. They can't really articulate anything other than shock value and these gotcha moments, like, aha, slavery. How are you going to respond to that? So that's over and over again. And they haven't evolved from that, and it's because they can't evolve. They can't think outside and beyond that. And debates like this are meant to show exactly why that is. So I don't want to... This is going to be a long stream. Like I said, it's going to be a comfortable stream. I'm sorry if you don't like long videos. You can not watch the live, rewatch it on 2x speed or whatever on YouTube. But I just want to take my time a little bit and look at everything carefully, inshallah, to provide a kind of elaboration on a lot of these points. But before we get into the actual video, just want to look at some reaction from people who watched the debate. So obviously, alhamdulillah, a lot of Muslims were happy about it. And Haris and other Murtadeen and non-Muslims say that, oh, well, of course Muslims are going to be happy. Well, not necessarily. Like, if there's a poor debate or someone is not able to really make good arguments, then they're not necessarily going to be... Muslims don't necessarily just beat their chests and say, oh, that's a great debate for no reason. Muslims are honest. But alhamdulillah, it seems like a lot of you liked the debate, found it informative and entertaining, alhamdulillah. And but I think the bigger indication of who won the debate or who was most effective in debating are the reactions of non-Muslims, or even people who are on Haris' side. They're ex-Muslim Murtads, or they're anti-Muslim critics. And a lot of those people were saying that Haris lost the debate. Haris was embarrassed. And as we'll see, like as we rewind the tape, we'll see exactly what that was. So let me just share some of these so that we can... Okay. So Arham Gill says, I was warning Haris for weeks to prepare for the debate and don't take Pikachu lightly. Simple enough. But Haris didn't listen. I think he did listen. He did prepare. His problem wasn't lack of preparation. Then on this subreddit of Murtads, you have, I predicted it before they even started. Haris Sultan is a expletive debater, no offense to him. I really want to see someone like Christian Prince. Christian Prince is a really strong debater, but of course Daniel would never agree. And so in response, Christian Prince believes in Christianity, so he wouldn't be able to debate moral issues with Muslims. The Bible is just as bad as Quran and Hadith. I don't understand why Christian Prince believes in Christianity. The guy can see flaws in Islam, but he's blind to his own religion. I literally have not watched a single video from this Christian Prince. The only thing that I know about him, I learned from Fareed. Fareed Responds. And mashallah, Fareed did some really funny videos. Like, all I remember is the guy can't count. he has problems like counting. That's the only thing I remember from this guy. Oh, and also that he thinks that yankihu, like the fi'l, the verb, nikah from nikah, means like the F word basically. And then Farid shows that, okay, if you think that this means the F word, yankihu, in Arabic, it's also in the Bible, in the Arabic translation of the Bible. So Farid just absolutely humiliated the guy, and I didn't pay attention to anything that he's done other than that. Here, another ex-Muslim, Harris Sultan, was beaten hands down. I don't watch debates, but I was interested in this one. That Daniel guy is a great debater, but people need to remember, just because someone is good at justifying something, that doesn't make it right. So I thought ex-Muslims were free thinkers and open-minded. So if you're good at justifying something, you can justify something, but you still won't accept it. What does that mean about how open-minded and free-thinking you are? So these are some memes that the Muslim meme army has put together, mashallah. Progressive countries are below replacement level. Buff Pikachu is saying this. That's funny. The liberal project and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. Nice play on Uncle Ted. In the West, men's sexual inactivity rose from 19% to 31% between 2000 and 2018. Yeah, just like these memes are very effective, I think. And have I ever given a live stream on or a video on the importance of memes? And some people are very snooty about memes, like, oh, memes are just so immature and disgusting and whatever. Like, don't take things so seriously. Memes are a great way through humor, wit, to convey very complex messages and ideas in an easy to digest, entertaining way. And memes can be very, very powerful. They're very effective with youth. So why would you be against memes? I don't understand that. We need to have more people doing memes, getting better at memes. We need to have like this dominant Muslim meme army that is just constantly putting out all of these kinds of memes, attacking liberalism, feminism, human rights ideology. Just do it through memes. Okay, not everyone's going to watch a 3-hour debate or watch, someone like me talking on and on. They just want an image that they get on their phone, right? They're not going to read a long essay or a book, but you can, the brevity is the soul of wit, as they say, and being able to convey a very powerful message in a short amount of words in an image, there's nothing wrong with that. That's actually, if you even look at Islamic history, the use of shi'r, poetry, to convey a message, that was endorsed by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He endorsed Hassan ibn Thabit with his ability to create poetry, to attack the kuffar. That was praised by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So now it's not poetry that people are consuming, they're consuming social media. So Muslims report the highest life satisfaction of any group. It's true. Facts. Super Destroyer says, Harris, respond to slavery, Daniel. Daniel gives an evidence-based cohesive argument. Harris just says, repeat slavery. And that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. I'll talk more about that. This is too small. Here, I'll make it bigger. Harris made, I knew that terrorist lover was going to come up with those arguments, but you were woefully unprepared. Let's be honest with ourselves. You made 0 substantial arguments on the incompatibility of human rights and Islam. Heck, I could do a half-decent job of making at least 3 or 4 substantial arguments on why the human rights paradigm is better than the Islamic one, then leave it to the audience to figure out which argument was better. But all you came up with was petty and reactionary rhetoric full of ad hominem attacks that were frankly embarrassing. It's because of people like you and A puss who do not prepare properly that we hand easy wins to these medieval idiots, making fun or throwing a clever jab at the opponent when you have no substantive argument to make. Does not a good debate make. Do better next time and take this as a learning experience. And apparently, I guess Harris deleted this comment. That's not a good look, Harris. Not a good look at all. Okay. Daniel remains throughout the debate dominant. I don't understand why you remain so defensive. You should ask him questions like, where is good Sharia following community? Where? I think you lack in subjects like blah, 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 global politics, history, and conversation tactics. However, we still love you, Harris. You suck, but we love you. I mean, that's good to have fans who will love you no matter how badly or how little you have to offer. It's scary. Worries me how feminists focus on relatively minor problems in the West when this is happening. Harris, at times you look too happy with yourself. Your argument was lost in my opinion, but maybe that's because I'm uneducated atheist. An uneducated atheist is a dime a dozen, my friend. As a Christian with no dog in this fight, I just have to say, Harris, how did you F this up? Sikh here, and Daniel destroyed this guy. Another guy, you are not ready for this. You should try and better put forward your worldview. However, I'm afraid you were kicked out of the park with this debate. Being an agnostic, Harris makes more sense to me than Daniel, probably because he aligns with my worldview. But frankly speaking, even though I don't align with his cultish logic, I would say Daniel won because he responded and presented his questions in an organized way. So then someone asked on one of these ex-Muslim forums, where is it? Someone basically asked like who won the debate and did Harris do better or worse than Apus? And then this person responded, worse. Haqiqatjou unfortunately destroyed both of them. We need to start putting up decent people for these debates because it's getting embarrassing now. So that's pretty big condemnation or very stark assessment of what these Murtaddin have to offer. Okay, this other ex-Muslim, I predicted it before they even started. Harris Sultan is expletive debater, no offense to him. I really wanted to see someone like Christian Prince. Oh, I just read this, sorry. Oh, here on the bottom. Feels bad for Harris. He got emotional and lost the debate. Maybe they should stop debating intellectual Muslims. That's a good suggestion, actually. Stop debating Muslims who are educated. Stop debating Muslims who are intellectual or know what they're talking about. Just stick to scrubs and stick to people who are easy pickings, basically. That's the only way we can we can do our Murtad, ex-Muslim, anti-Islam dawah. We have to just... It's really stupid. Okay, look, I'm looking at, and there's a lot of super chats here. Let me actually read this. Okay, Magical Universe says, love your work from a Canadian ex-wife of a popular ex-Muslim. Look for my book and channel in the future, inshallah. Okay, looking forward to that, Magical Universe. Fight the Ignorant says, may Allah preserve you and keep you. Ameen ya Rab. Jazakallah khair for your super chat. Okay, now I'm keeping this on so I can make sure that I see. Okay. Oh wait, before I was warning Harris for weeks to prepare. We saw that already. Not a Muslim, roughly an hour in, and the Islamic Pikachu whipped that expletive. Not Harris Sultan's best performance. Knock you out. Not gonna lie, DH's arguments make more sense to me, even though I'm from a Western country. Just look at the expletive show going on in the US, for example, where liberals are forcing things down people's throats. All this cultural civil war is cause of liberals. These liberal countries also invade and steal oil and label it human rights. So Knock You Out knows what's going on. He's informed. Arguvandal. As a Christian, as much as I despise Pikachu's theology and apostate false religion, can't help but think he made more valid points than Harris, especially the part about the flaws of modern day ideology, especially the LGBTQ+++ and equality stuff. Yeah, so alhamdulillah, that's, was the whole goal of the debate is, it's not just to embarrass the opponent, it's to get a lot of information and facts and appeal to what people already know and they see around them in their life. They watch the news, they see what's happening to their families. So you want to appeal to those people and say that, look, all of these problems, they have a cause, and Islam is the solution. Stephen Mulroney says, in the opening, Harris basically rehashes Freud's ethic conflict nonsense. Religion is because you have something wrong with you, like a psychological problem. Yet atheism is tied to developmental disability, social cognition deficits. And so he's referring to studies where people who are on the autism spectrum, especially, they have a much higher rate of atheism and agnosticism. So there's this kind of correlation between cognitive, especially social cognition deficits, and atheism. He also says people wouldn't ever support Sharia because empathy, yet it moves. I guess the Sharia is moving emotionally. Christians also supported much harsher punishments than are performed in Christian lands today, since the state runs on consent. He's clearly wrong. His opening statement was exactly as characterized by Muslim commenters. No justifications given, just an emotional neoliberal, nihilo-libertarian happitalism outburst. I say that being Orthodox, by the way. So even the Orthodox Christians, basically any Christian that takes his religion seriously is not going to be on the side of Harris. Why? Because, as I mentioned in the debate, Harris's points are applicable to every single religion. His attacks are applicable to every single traditional way of life, especially Christianity. So when I see these ex-Muslims hanging out with Christians and having a great time laughing it up against Muslims, laughing about Islam, it's like clearly there's so much dishonesty in that interaction, because the Christian is ignoring that all of this ex-Muslim's arguments against Islam also apply to his Bible, also apply to his Christian history, and the ex-Muslim has to be dishonest because all of those arguments apply to the Christian's religion, and he's not saying so. So they have to put on this facade and laugh. So it's just a spectacle of dishonesty. This is something that Harris tweeted. I'm not on Twitter, so I responded to in my Telegram channel. If you want to follow me on Telegram, I'm very active there. So there's a link in the description. Daniel own goal. Haqiqatjou, Sharia leads to higher birth rates. Meanwhile, in Qatar, birth rates are decreasing. Uh-oh. This is an own goal from Daniel. So we'll talk about exactly Harris's misunderstanding of this argument. And then Harris says, I have 3 Islamic scholars message me saying this Haqiqatjou is making their job harder and bringing Islam into disrepute. I told all of them to effing do it publicly instead of telling me privately. And Apus, who I don't know why he's still on Twitter, because he was permanently banned as well, but he's going around the Twitter rules, says, I don't know why Muslims privately message me and throw other Muslim apologists under the bus while publicly acting like they are all a team. So who's privately messaging you guys? That's my question. Which scholars? This is just talk, and you guys are not honest. Even Harris in our debate said, I'm not always honest. You just admitted it. So why should we trust this nonsense? Who are these scholars? Yeah, I'm sure there are deviants, zanadiqa. There are these liberal Muslim scholars that they'll wear their costumes and grow their beards and they'll say we're Islamic scholars, but really all they do is support feminism and liberalism. They just try to Islamify it and cite some hadith wherever convenient for their own narrative, while ignoring the majority of the Sharia, ignoring the majority of the Islamic message. Yeah, I'm sure there are scholars like that. Some of them are very popular, and they don't like what we have to say when we share the truth of Islam. So Tariq al-Hashim, thank you for your super chat. Jazakallah khair. He says he has 3 munafiqs messaging him. Yeah, I agree. Seems like that. Or he's just making it up. This person says, I wish you took the debate more seriously. Harris actually addressed, this is addressed to Harris. I wish you took it more seriously and actually addressed his main points properly, done less personal attacks. I'm a fan of yours, Harris, but I don't think you did well. So these are the honest assessments, as close to objectivity, quote unquote, as you can get when it's someone who's a fan of Harris Sultan but says you didn't do that well. This was hilarious. So this is on Twitter. Harris says, sorry to disappoint the Haqiqatjou fanboys. Daniel would never want to debate a cool-minded ex-Muslim atheist ever again. My inbox is open to tell me how you have left Islam after Haqiqatjou's abysmal performance. And then this guy, his name seems like it's a Hindu name. I too left Islam long ago, thanks to Harris Bai. Full support, sir. And Shawarma says, how many imams in the Quran? He's asking this guy who claims to be an ex-Muslim, and he says, oh, Shia 12 imams in the Quran. Sunni has 4 imams in the Quran. He says, name the 4 imams in the Quran. What does he say? He says, name 4 imams. Oh, Imam Abu Hanifa, Imam Ahmad, Imam Malik, Imam Shafi in the Quran. Yeah, so these are Harris's ex-Muslim fans who are constantly telling him how they left Islam. And then the next thing was priceless. It was like, thanks, thumbs up. And then he says, only idiots can ask questions which can be Googled. So that was pretty good. I got a good laugh out of that. Okay, so there are other things I want to share, images, but I'll wait for later in the live stream. Okay, yeah, I'll share it at the end. Okay. Let's go through this. Let's go through the debate so I can share other points.
Challenges out. I have both. I have like a Twitch modern day debate chat that I monitor, and then the YouTube one, and then doing your guys' on top of it would be 4. So like it's a little bit hard for me to monitor all those for questions, but I can try my best.
No, like you'll get the questions in your chat.
We're in. Thanks for your patience. Here I go in 3, 2, 1. Ready, set, go. Hey everybody, this morning we are debating Sharia law versus human rights, and we are starting right now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Modern Day Debate. Thrilled to have you here, and we are going to start with Harris's opening statement. Thanks for being with us, Harris. The floor is all yours.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to start by saying that every other conversation I've had with my adversaries, I've had it with the intention of trying to find a common ground, try to find the best outcome, try to understand each other's positions. But pardon me for my skepticism, but I'm certain that this debate is not going to go that way, because to say the very least, my opponent is not interested in objectives I just mentioned. He's more interested in scoring points, beating his chest, and basically performing to his audience. Now, this is something I have never taken part in, so it's going to be a good experience for myself as well. I've always had an open mind, and the fact that I no longer believe in a religion or a worldview that I was indoctrinated with is the evidence of my open-mindedness and of people like me. However, some people stay in the same worldview or a frame of mind they were born into. This is not just terribly sad, but it also shows us closed-mindedness of people like Daniel and Haqiqatjou. I'm sorry to say this in advance if this debate gets rough and out of hand, because it's very hard to respect my opponent, as he pretends to be a serious.
Okay, so let me address that. Like, changing your view is evidence that you're open-minded, you're open to evidence. changing your worldview over time. So let's take that statement of Harris. Is that even true? Just because you change your worldview, that somehow indicates intelligence. I don't see how that follows. In fact, I think the opposite. I think people change their views for many reasons, change their entire worldviews for many reasons. Their influence of the environment, influence of media, influence of friends and family. There are many reasons that you can change your worldview. It's not necessarily an indication of being more intelligent or being, more in tune with the truth. So that's a stupid point. And also, let's just concede that, okay, fine, changing your view is somehow indicative of your intelligence or your open-mindedness. Well, in that case, I have changed my view in two big ways over my life. I went from being Shia to being Sunni, so that was a big change, and that was based on my research and certain things I studied, and I talk about it extensively on the Sunnah Discourse channel. I did an interview if you're interested in that. But that's one example in my life. And the second example in my life is that I had all of these kinds of liberal sentiments and this understanding of freedom and equality, unqualified. This is the best way of life, a Western liberal worldview, even a feminist worldview. And I've talked about this in the past. And it was through research, it was through discussion, it was through learning from teachers that I saw how wrong that worldview is. And so I dropped it. I dropped that liberal, secular, feminist worldview, even though the whole time I considered myself Muslim. That's the thing. You can be Muslim and still operate under this broader, liberal, secular paradigm or worldview or whatever you want to call it. And that's bad because you have a lot of Muslims who are liberal Muslims because they accept that worldview, and it leads to a lot of problems. It's the stepping stone to apostasy for many people, unfortunately. And you see it also with Christians who they're Christian by name, they might go to church, they might read the Bible, but all of their understanding of the world, all of their understanding of what is right and wrong is coming from liberal dominant modernity. So this is something that is the dominant worldview, the secular liberal worldview. The question is, has Harris changed his worldview? Or was he in Pakistan? I think he's from Pakistan, right? I'm not sure if he's from Pakistan or India or somewhere else, but he's living in Australia right now. That's what I know. But was he just a liberal, like one of these liberal Muslims, and then he couldn't reconcile his liberalism with Islam? He read about concubines. He read about the ghazawat, the conquests, and that conflicted with his liberal worldview, so he dropped Islam. It's not like he was in a fully Islamic worldview and then he converted to a liberal worldview by leaving Islam. No, he was always liberal. He was always liberal, and then he just realized that liberalism conflicts with his Islam, so he chose what he already believed. That is a better assessment of change in worldview than what he proposed, right? So I don't know actually his history. I don't know how he became a non-Muslim. I genuinely don't. But so I'm not going to presume that that's the case, but I would just point that out. Don't let these atheists and these murtads pretend like they're just so much more open-minded and so much more brilliant. They're operating in a dominant system. The dominant system in the world globally is this atheistic, secular, liberal human rights system. That's the dogma, and that's the orthodoxy. And Muslims who question that, who critique that, we are the heretics. We are the defectors from that system, and we're punished for it. We're constantly punished for it, and we face a lot of bad consequences in our daily lives. consequences in terms of our livelihood, in terms of our family, our ability to get married, our ability to travel, our ability to live lives without being constantly harassed by security agencies, by governments, and not just in the West, in the Muslim world, everywhere, the whole globe, because you have this dominant control grid. So we are the ones who are actually going against the tide, not these atheists, but they have to constantly prop themselves up and pretend like they're these, brilliant minds.
Minded objectivist, but his antics show the exact opposite. Now, let me use this opportunity to welcome any serious Islamic apologist, and I will give you full respect, as I've done it in the past with people like Mufti Uthman Farooq, Uthman Badr, Mufti Abu Layth, and people like massive superstars like Hamza Ali Abbasi, ex-Pakistani movie star, now has become a full-on Dai. As I said, it's very difficult to respect someone like Haqiqatjou, not because of his outrageous beliefs, because more or less most of these guys share some of these views anyway, or because of his open incitement to murder and torture and enslavement of people, but because of his antics, even outside of this discourse, such as making fun of people's mental health, resorting to little childish antics as though it's a pre-boxing show or something, being more.
When did I make fun of anyone's mental health? I was very confused when he said this. I assume that he's referring to my comments on APUS after my debate with APUS. And he literally had an anxiety attack on his live stream when he was doing his post-debate analysis. So is that what he's referring to? Because I was trying to be supportive. I was trying to say, look, APUS, take care of your mental health. Don't engage in these debates. You have to be careful. This is not a joke. Like, your health is very important. Is that making fun of someone's mental health? And also, just to be very serious about it, in that stream, like we had with APUS, again, I hate to harp on it, but just go watch that debate that I had with him. And APUS, right after, comes out with a live stream saying that Daniel is a liar, Daniel misrepresented what he was going to do in this debate. Daniel, he just started trashing me, unprovoked. The whole debate happened because he made a video making fun of me and calling me names and saying I'm dangerous, using all of this CVE, counter extremism type tropes, and that he was the one who initiated that. APUS was. And then so I respond with this, saying, okay, you think you're so smart on these issues, let's have a conversation and argue exactly who's right on this. And he agreed to that. And then afterwards, after he got humiliated by facts, then he goes and has this cry session, and he has an anxiety attack. So I'm not the one who's instigating. Like, that's not in my nature. I don't try to go pick fights with innocent people. These are very bad people. These are con men. These are just disgusting types of attitudes that these people have. And I critique them, especially if they're going to specifically come and try to incite something with me and criticize what I'm trying to argue for. So it's not like I go around making fun of people's mental health as Harris wants to portray it as. Another super chat, mashallah, by this brother. Brother Daniel, have you considered you might be wrong about Aisha's age of marriage? Have you looked at other hadith? We'll talk about that. From Tariq, they take their beliefs for granted and act as if it's objective truth, which is ironic. Consider that they criticize us for this. Exactly right. Yusuf says, guys, check out X Tomato on Reddit. Also, subreddit Caliphate Restoration. There was another super chat that I missed. That someone was saying that they became Muslim. Let me find it. Yeah, here. Brother Ativ Sharma says, I became Muslim after watching your content, among others, on YouTube. May Allah reward you for each salah I make, each translation of the Quran I distribute, letting you know to keep you steadfast. Barakallahu feek, brother. I mean, subhanAllah, I'm speechless. Alhamdulillah, this is amazing. May Allah bless you and Allah reward you. It's like reading such a thing on a super chat is SubhanAllah. Maz says, please try to debate some Indian Hindu next time to expose their fraud religion, because it will have greater reach all over and humiliate them. Yeah, inshallah. So MuslimSkeptic.com, we have a lot of critiques on Hinduism, on Christianity, on Judaism, and just go check it out. Muslim Skeptic, we have a lot of content, and we're going to be producing more videos coming, inshallah. So we will have it. And I'm just blown away by this brother, Atif. So, subhanAllah. May Allah bless you, brother, and wherever you are in the world. And I'm so happy to hear that you're a Muslim. It's just such a, every time you hear about something like that, it sends shivers down the spine, subhanAllah.
More interested in claiming victory rather than having a meaningful discussion. Haqiqatjou openly says he doesn't need validation from Westerners or non-Muslims to respect the Islamic values or practices. Then the question arises, what is he doing here? If we assume that his statement is true and honest, then he is obviously here to reaffirm the belief of young Muslims who are losing their faith. Why? Because these young Muslims are fast becoming ex-Muslims. People like Haqiqatjou are the last hope of these confused young Muslims who are struggling to make sense out of the barbaric and outdated teachings of Islam. Sharia being one of the most troublesome, which has clearly no place in the 21st century. As progress hits the Muslim countries, the birth rates go down, and as a result, the growth of Islam is likely to slow down by 2060. Pew survey shows Muslims produce 2.9 children per woman. At the moment, however, it is likely to reduce as, let me quote Pew, the declining growth rate is due primarily to falling fertility rates in many Muslim majority countries. It said, noting the birth rate is falling as more Muslim women are educated, living standards rise, and rural people move to cities. I will put this opening statement up on my website, and the link will be given for your reference. I, on the other hand, have a totally different take. I want to reach out to Muslim youth. I do care what Muslims think of us. My whole activism doesn't rely on helping young secularists and atheists to hold on to the rope of atheistic faith. No, because once you become an atheist, you become a freethinker. You don't need Dawkins or Hitchens or me.
So he just admitted that it's an atheistic faith, right? So how is that? He just misspoke? I'm not trying to keep secularists holding on to an atheistic faith. So it is a faith, and it doesn't make sense that you're claiming you're not trying to help people hold on to it. That's what the whole debate is about. You're trying to defend that worldview. You're trying to defend those presuppositions. So this is just like a word salad, and I was hoping that he's going to get to the argument and become more coherent and more organized in what he's saying, but it just got worse from here.
You can think for yourself. And this is why I reach out to these young Muslims. I'm trying to educate them about the dangers of Sharia, the barbarity, and at the same time making them realize the value of human rights. Because Sharia is a totalitarian ideology, much like Chinese Communist Party or Kim Jong-un's Democratic Republic of North Korea. Acknowledging and respecting human rights will end up respecting you, your life, and that of your loved ones. It is by long shot the best deal you can have. Now, after this debate...
So he's saying that human rights is the best deal that you can have, and he makes that claim, which, okay, that means he understood what the debate topic was about, but what evidence does he provide for this?
Haqiqatjou and his fanboys are likely to claim victory, as they always do, because if they don't do it, they feel that their faith is irrational, which obviously it is, and that is the reason why they have to claim victory. On the other hand, atheists, people supposedly on my side, will also nitpick some of my arguments and responses. Why? Because atheists are self-critical. That is the beauty of it. So I don't judge the winners or losers by popular opinions of others, because...
So it's basically ensuring that no matter what happens, he wins. He's just declaring that at the beginning of the debate. Because he knows that the most indicative reaction, as I mentioned before, the most telling reaction is if your own side says that you lost. So he's just anticipating that a lot of people on his own side are going to say that he lost. And the thing is that there were, even before the debate, a lot of these ex-Muslims, even some prominent murtads. Like there's this guy named Armin who is heading some of these atheistic ex-Muslim activities, who called it 2 weeks in advance and said that Harris is going to lose. Harris is going to get humiliated. So he anticipated that. And that kind of makes me sad. Like, you don't have enough confidence to go into this debate and think that you're going to have solid points. You're going to beat the other side with argumentation and with evidence. It means that he doesn't respect the concept of debate. He doesn't respect the concept of reason and rationality and bringing evidence to support your points, finding the truth, discovering the truth. These are actually values of faith. These are values of Islam. And it's also found in Christians. It's found in other people who value God. But if you're an atheist, then you're not going to value truth. You're not going to value the beauty of reason and rationality. You're not going to value that. It's all just a show. It's all just how many likes am I getting on social media, and is my hair looking nice in the camera. That's all it's about for these ex-Muslims, these atheists, murtads. They don't have a concept and value for truth. So inherently, they can't really win these debates. If they, all else being equal, they show themselves. They show that they don't have this kind of concern. Here's a comment that I got from Right Reaction on the live chat. God bless the Muslim skeptic. Tons of support from us Christians. May Allah guide you to more victories like this. So I appreciate that from Christian. Thank you for your support and for watching. And Ameen, amen to your statement. Oh, and he also gave a super chat. Thank you so much. Great work on the debate. God bless from all of your Christian supporters. Okay, so this is another example. These are Christians. They don't necessarily support Muslims, but Christians can see that atheism is such a deadly, evil force in the world. This liberal, human rights, secular vision is going to destroy the human race. And so they're happy whenever they see even Muslims arguing against their worldview. And honestly, this is something that I have said a lot in the past. I have said that whenever, because I was born and raised in the US, born and raised in America, and as the country has gotten more secular, it's become worse. As the country has left Christianity, become less Christian, with Christian family values, all the values of Christianity in terms of modesty, in terms of marriage, community, as that has left and these Christians have, many of them have become secularized, liberalized, the country has declined. And I live in a very conservative part of the country. I live in Texas. I live in, which is a red state, and I have surrounded by Christians. But over the years, those Christians have become weaker and weaker in their faith. Some have left Christianity. And that has made, tangibly, noticeably, America has gotten worse. So I would much prefer to live in a strong, as a Muslim, as a conservative, Orthodox Muslim. I much prefer, given that we can't have, and we'll talk about this, we can't have a country in the world that practices Sharia completely because the West is going to bomb it and sanction it and starve it to death. Given that, what is the next best alternative that we have in the world is living in strong Christian countries. But those are also dying out. Those are also dying out, unfortunately. So this is also why or part of the reason why I was supporting Donald Trump. I hate the man. I hate Donald Trump because he is not a true Christian for sure. But at least he was representing, at least speaking to some of these kinds of important values. He was also trying to export LGBT to the Muslim world at the same time, so those kinds of hypocrisies are part of the American empire. But he was a much better alternative for Muslims than Hillary Clinton back in 2016, and I think I was right on all of that. I think if Hillary Clinton had been president, this slide into this atheistic morass, this atheistic nihilism, secularism, liberalization, this LGBT whatever, it would have come much stronger, much harder. So anyway, I don't want to get too off topic. Thank you so much, Right Reaction, for your super chat.
Because in these cases, everyone vouches for their own guy, except atheists, of course. And I don't want them to change. The winner is determined by how many people are convinced by whose worldview. If tomorrow I start seeing comments that I was an atheist.
So how many people are convinced by whose worldview? That's the winner. But doesn't that put me at a disadvantage right off the bat? Because in the dominant worldview is this liberal modernist worldview. That's what most people unfortunately believe. So that means he wins by default, because that's what most people in the world in its entirety believe. So, and even unfortunately some Muslims. So these are all stupid attempts to poison the well, trying to frame it as if he's going to win this.
And Haqiqatjou gave some mind-boggling answers in defense of amputations, sex slavery, stoning, torture, beheading, etc. And in light of these amazing arguments from Haqiqatjou, I have now decided to leave my debauchery-riddled atheism aside and become a Muslim. Now that I've said it, I certainly expect some fake atheists claiming just that, but we all know that's never going to happen. On the other hand, I still get comments from people who watched my debate with Uthman Badr nearly 3 years ago in a Sydney university, or with Hamza Ali Abbasi, or with Uthman Farooq quite recently. And people send me messages and say they were Muslims and now they've left Islam. I expect more messages like those for many more years to come. Not necessarily because of me, but because of being exposed to these conversations that they were deprived of. But it was the start of a journey. They looked it up, they listened to other people, they investigated their own faith, and they flipped. Because the only thing that keeps people in the circle of faith is childhood indoctrination and the consequent ignorance, which we can both say is not the case with Haqiqatjou, or some sort of an emotional trauma, which is most likely the case with Haqiqatjou. I wasn't aware of Haqiqatjou.
So again, the same point that I already addressed. Most people just stick to their faith. They have no good reason to believe what they believe. This applies, if it applies to Muslims, it applies 1,000 times more to these liberals. It applies 1,000,000 times more to these secular, liberal human rights activists, whether they're atheists or whether they're liberal, deviant Muslims. It applies to them because that's the dominant worldview.
Haqiqatjou's actual story, which I was made aware of a couple of days ago, and I know we should talk about it out of respect for a fellow human being who was wronged by a society she was living in. But I have always believed people who are so dogmatic about their worldview, least to say as obviously false as Islam, there must be some sort of an emotional trauma. I assume it would be the case of experiencing racism in white America, as a lot of children of immigrants suffer from in their schools. As a result, they develop identity crisis, and that's what I assumed would be the case with Haqiqatjou. But after learning about his story...
Yeah, that's not true. Like, I didn't have an identity crisis growing up. My name was Daniel, and I look pretty white. I'm Persian, but I look pretty white. I didn't have any problems, alhamdulillah, growing up. Even though I'm in a very conservative part of the United States. And I'm not saying that all Muslims have as much ease growing up as I did in that term, in terms of like animosity towards an immigrant. Because I know a lot of immigrants, Muslim, non-Muslim, they face a lot of anti-immigrant sentiment, racism. But I personally did not experience that, alhamdulillah. And I'm not trying to minimize the experience of any other immigrants. But he's wrong when he's trying to attribute that to me.
I had this sudden feeling of sadness and that heart-sinking feeling. But at the same time, it made me wonder, how could someone who would have gone through so much, whose family would have gone through so much, yet he becomes sadistic, almost, loses all human compassion in the process, and wishes the same kind of injury upon others, like wishing death for apostates, homosexuals, adulterers. Someone who would have gone through a personal tragedy, who would have seen his family members cry for a countless amount of hours, who would have experienced depression, sadness, anxiety, yet he makes fun of other people's anxiety, or their depression, or their suffering. What could turn a man's heart into a stone?
Again, this whole thing is about APUS? Where am I making fun of people's anxiety and depression? Just go back and watch that debate and with APUS. And I published all of my correspondence with APUS because he claimed I was a liar. I put all those tweets up. He called me a liar. He called me all kinds of ugly names. So after being supposedly a nice guy before the whole debate, and then he made fun of me. So I published to show all of our DMs. This is what we said. Where did I lie, APUS? So these people are so dishonest. It's mind-boggling.
This reminds me of a story when Stalin's first wife, Kato Swanidze, died. At her funeral, Stalin said, "This creature softened my heart of stone. She died, and with her died my last warm feelings for humanity. So sometimes a personal tragedy can create monsters, and they become source of immense suffering for all those unfortunate enough to be living.
What immense suffering? What immense suffering have I caused that's comparable to Stalin? Like, this is, yeah, the guy has no self-awareness.
The reason why other Muslim scholars don't openly adhere or preach the very values that Haqiqatjou so proudly and boastfully propagates is because they might be Muslims. They might revere Prophet Muhammad, but they are not sadists or psychopaths who are totally devoid of compassion and mercy. But that is not the case with Haqiqatjou. He had to turn off his compassion switch in order to accept Sharia in its entirety. No sane person can advocate and propagate Sharia. We have seen videos of ISIS, even seen videos of ISIS soldiers throwing homosexuals off the rooftops, which Haqiqatjou promotes, crying because they probably hadn't turned off their compassion switch as their leader Baghdadi had. But just imagine for a moment, you find out tomorrow that I've been captured by the Taliban and they've executed me. A lot of Muslims, upon hearing this news, not even the sadist ones, the normal ones, might say, he was a dick anyway, he deserved it. But now imagine they filmed it. I can guarantee some Muslims will be troubled by that, and they'll start making excuses like, maybe he should have been given a chance to repent, or maybe we should leave these matters to Allah, or they would try to make some other types of excuses. Why? Because they haven't turned off their compassion switch.
So basically liberal Muslims who don't believe in the applicability of the Sharia. Those are the people you're talking about. But any Muslim that takes Islam seriously, that takes the Prophet ﷺ seriously, takes the revelation of God, of Allah, the creator of human beings, seriously, they're going to understand that we hear and we obey. Sami'na wa ata'na. We hear what Allah says and what His Messenger ﷺ commands, and we obey. And doing that actually is in concordance with compassion. That is what is compassionate, to implement the rules of Allah in our daily lives, in our public lives, in our social lives, on the governmental level. All of these things are in perfect compatibility with compassion, in abandoning the rules of God, abandoning the wisdom of God. That is what leads to horror. That is what leads to oppression and malice and evil and hate. And I'll show you exactly that when we talk about it. But here's a super chat from Angelic Honey. Jazakallah khair. Who would be your person to debate in the future? Akyol, Mustafa Akyol, Cosmic Skeptic. These Mortads are just below average, to be honest. I agree they're below average. I'm going to issue a debate challenge in this live stream. At the end of the live stream, I'm going to issue a debate challenge to the next person. And I think you'll like that, who I'm going to challenge. But I challenged Mustafa Akyol. He blocked me on Twitter. I challenged Cosmic Skeptic. He didn't respond. He didn't respond to my challenge. So those are still on the table. If Akyol, you want to talk about your book, you want to debate your stupid book about liberal Islam, let's do that. Let's you can educate me and you can teach me a lesson, really humiliate me in my lack of knowledge compared to your genius, brilliant insights about Islam. And same thing with Cosmic Skeptic. I think that Cosmic Skeptic, he is definitely going to be at a higher level than Harris Sultan. Cosmic Skeptic, he's graduated from Oxford, I believe. So I think that we could have a very good debate. And he has these videos against Islam, which are pretty subpar in terms of intellectual level. But I think he's just been influenced by Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris and these kind of low-level new atheists. So he's kind of parroting that, but maybe he's going to grow out of that. He's still pretty young. He's going to grow out of that kind of new atheism, which is very, kindergarten level. But we'll see. I challenged them, these two guys. We'll see if they accept. This is another person, Alasna al Haq, who's using our logo. This is copyright infringement. No, I'm just joking, brother. So he says, big love from your fans in the Middle East. Jazakallah khair wa iyyakum. Masroor Ahmed says, brother, the microphone is rubbing against your shirt and creating noise. Sorry. Thank you for telling. Just let me know if this is happening again. Atheism doesn't even guarantee democracy. Look at the CCP. Atheism, yeah. So he's such an ignorant. He needs a puss to defend him. Thank you so much, Daniel. Inshallah, we meet in Jannah. Inshallah. I mean, this is from Kevin Saadi. Yeah. I mean, atheism is a broader rejection of God is a broader phenomenon than liberalism, because you can have different strains of atheism, but the dominant atheistic philosophy today is liberalism. Chinese communism / Confucian tradition, it definitely is a different strain of atheism, different from liberalism, but there are other critiques that can be made about that ideology and the horrors it unleashes on the world as well.
As Haqiqatjou has. Now imagine they actually film torturing me and then slicing my throat while I'm trembling as the blood slowly gushes out of my throat like a slaughtered cow. I still like to believe majority of Muslims will not be happy. This is not wishful thinking on my part. In fact, it is the only reason why ISIS could not get popularity amongst Muslims, amongst the very Muslims who say we want Sharia, like most followers of Haqiqatjou. But why? Because most humans haven't or can't turn off their compassion switch as Haqiqatjou has. Once we see suffering, we have this natural reaction of disgust and outpouring of compassion. Now, in all the three mentioned scenarios, I could expect a tweet from, actually, he lost his Twitter account for propagating the same brutal and sadistic punishment. But anyway, he'd find a way, maybe on Facebook, to express his happiness by saying something like, Murtad has finally met his well-deserved end, laughing emojis, ha ha ha. Why? Because he has become a sadist and there's no compassion left in him. I want to ask the Muslims who are watching this, is this the kind of society you want to live in? That is brutal?
I mean, we'll talk about Harris Sultan's sadism. He's accusing me of being a sadist who is just has no empathy for people who die or whatever nonsense he's saying. But then when I bring up the facts of people being nuked, genocide, brutal occupation, rape, serial rape in Afghanistan, child molestation, look at his response to all of those things and tell me who's the real sadist and who's really, has no empathy. Look at his reaction when we get to that part.
Not only to the obvious murderers or rapists, we can put that aside for a moment, but those considered by Sharia as criminals who have no victims, like homosexuals, apostates, or adulterers. Is this who you want to be? If the answer is yes, then it is a sad case for you. If the answer is no, or you try to listen to people like Haqiqatjou to rationalize this barbarity for you by saying things like, oh, for the collective good, we have to punish apostates and homosexuals or whatever, then it means something is bothering you. It means you still have your human.
So what is the point here? If there is this collective good argument, isn't Harris a materialist? Isn't he a utilitarian? Doesn't he think, he says multiple times, as we'll see, that maximizing pleasure is what's important. So collective good arguments should make sense to him. Like he should concede or he should accept appeals to the overall good and the overall benefit of society. So, but this is his inconsistency. He's saying that no, if there is something that contradicts compassion, whatever it is that I define as compassion, then the public good doesn't matter. Okay, this is a violation of your own philosophy of maximizing pleasure for the most number of people.
Humanity, compassion, altruism intact. In fact, I was told recently Muhammad Hijab went out of his way to find a no execution way out for apostates. He even made up an explanation for it. Why? Because I realized maybe even he has some compassion left in him. Unfortunately, same can't be said about people like Haqiqatjou or Ali Dawa, who's proud of executing apostates. This is why Sharia should be condemned. Sharia, in its literal application, demands you to turn off your compassion, altruism, and humanity. This brutal system is not just against you or me or some sort of an ideological standpoint, but it is anti-nature. Nature, in the form of evolution, has put feelings like altruism and compassion in us, and Sharia can be.
Yeah, evolution has put feelings like altruism and compassion in us. Granted, evolution, according to your own understanding of evolution, I don't accept evolution. I reject this atheistic delusion con game of Darwinian evolution, and I've talked about it and written about it in the past. But on your acceptance of evolution, and this is what evolutionary psychologists will say, and neurobiologists, and all of these studies show that human beings are also patriarchal. Human beings, women are also hypergamous. That women naturally don't want equality. Women don't naturally want to be on the same level as their spouse. They want to be dependent on a stronger male. Okay, evolutionary biology tells us that humans organize themselves into these hierarchical relationships on a communal level based on kinship and family. These are all things that evolutionary biology, which you're appealing to now, tell us. It's not just altruism. It's not just compassion. Even things like respect for authority. Okay, this is what is called a moral foundation by Jonathan Haidt and others who are in moral psychology. Jonathan Haidt, read his book, The Righteous Mind, and he lays out the 5 moral foundations that he proposes. Others propose other moral foundations. But he says that, okay, altruism, compassion, these are just 2 out of 5 or more moral foundations. There's also respect for authority. There's also in-group tribalism. That's also something that is inbuilt in us evolutionarily, according to Haidt, who's an atheist, by the way. And then also purity, concern for purity and cleanliness, what is sacred, disgust with what is taboo, disgust with what is filthy. This is a very important moral foundation. Islam acknowledges these moral foundations, the entire spectrum of moral foundations. Belief in God, forgot the most important thing. Belief in God, in one supreme creator, belief in the afterlife. These are all natural. These are all evolutionarily based according to the atheist evolutionists. But we can say as Muslims that this is how God has created us, with these kinds of instincts and intuitions and natural behaviors. Allah has created us with all of this, and that's what humanity is, and it's in totality. And Islam respects, the Sharia respects all of these aspects. But atheism says, no, all we care about is a small sliver of the pie. Only altruism, only compassion. And I refer to this in the debate as the balance question, because the atheist human rights obsession with what they call compassion, it's not really compassion, it's a bastardization of compassion and altruism. But even if it is compassion, real compassion and altruism, and we can see that, it's still a small sliver of the entire moral pie, the moral psychology that all humans from an early age are born with. And if you're interested in learning more about moral psychology, look at my video that we did on Muslim Skeptic called The Genius of Islam. Genius of Islam, episode 2 goes into all of this in moral psychology. It cites Jonathan Haidt and others, and it's a critique of atheism on that basis, on that level. So check that out.
Anything but compassionate or altruistic. I feel sad about the terrible story of the young woman, and my last couple of days were actually spent wondering how much should I talk about this? Should I bring it up without hurting anyone? And I want to say my heart goes out to Haqiqatjou's family, and I don't blame them for being bitter with this so-called Western justice system. I have often said that I am against capital punishment, but if something like this had happened to me or my loved one, I would be going for the torturous execution of the perpetrator. But I also understand that this position would be a position of a grieving family member. It would be based on emotions and not rationality. We know Hitler and Stalin were both beaten up by their respective fathers. They were both victims, but their personal tragedy cannot be ignored or not brought under scrutiny if we want to avoid the crimes those psychopaths committed. Personal tragedy is no excuse to turn the lives of other people into tragedies. This is where I see Daniel Haqiqatjou.
Whose life have I turned into a tragedy? How are you comparing me with Hitler and Stalin? Like, this is just unhinged. And people have already pointed out, like, everyone's turned off by this kind of argumentation. Like, you attack my personal life and things that I have suffered, my family have suffered. What were you thinking that this would actually turn out well for you? It's very disgusting, and I'm more offended because I get constantly attacked by these people, and they say they attack my sister, they attack me, they say I'm psychologically disturbed. A lot of these liberal Muslims and compassionate imams have attacked me, and they say Daniel is crazy and he's psychologically damaged because of what happened with his sister and with his personal life. This is a very disgusting thing to say, and it's bad faith argumentation, basically, if you want to know the technical term in philosophy and debate rhetoric. It's a bad faith argument, and atheists will appeal to this because they're unprincipled people in general. But you want to psychoanalyze someone because you can't address the substance of the argument, so you have to change the subject. You have to give a bad faith interpretation of what they say and put it in the worst light with this emotionality. So everyone realizes that this is, low form, low brow.
He's had a terrible experience, and I fear this experience has turned him into a cold-blooded, heartless, compassionless sadist at best, or psychopath at worst. Ideas like Haqiqatjou propagate are dangerous for every...
Also, having tragedy in your life or trauma does not make you into a sadist. Like, he doesn't even have the analysis correct. Everyone suffers from trauma. Everyone suffers from tragedy. That doesn't turn people into psychopaths or sociopaths or sadists. So he's completely off base. Let me read these super chats. Ibr Kha says, are you going to do another episode with T3M, the three Muslims? Inshallah. Would love to do that. All Things Gaming says, it's complicated. Harris 2021. Saw that. Yavuz Ali Raza says, Daniel, don't ever run out of patience. Inshallah, you're amazing. Can you please explain if Islam allows sexual intercourse without consent with slaves? I would think not, since it causes them harm. We'll talk about that. But yeah, it doesn't make sense to have consent with a slave. The slave is someone that you own. So you don't... What does consent mean in that situation if you're a slave? We'll talk more about that. Faizan says, I am really sure of this fact that a group of dedicated team was writing answers for him. It was because when you posed 3 initial questions to him, he was skimming through his screen and never exactly answered your propositions. That's what I think too. Like, he was prepared in the sense that he had a script, he had his talking points, but they weren't really on topic. He wasn't really addressing the human rights issue. They just take it for granted. They think it's so obvious. Yeah, human rights are amazing. No one's going to disagree with that. All we need to do is say slavery over and over and over again.
Everyone sharing the planet with him. How many Mullah Umars or Baghdadis will come out as a direct result of Haqiqatjou's views? We don't want to know the answer. Just...
I think there might be...
from Sharia. Now, on the Sharia handout...
Pardon my interruption. Wait, just the last, maybe 5 seconds at pros. I just want to be sure the audience gets to hear your opening. If you want to repeat, maybe...
I had 20 minutes.
Oh, what I was saying was that your feed froze. So
right.
It wasn't, at least on this side, we couldn't hear the last 10 seconds or so, if you want to repeat it.
Okay, let's just go with it. So I'll start that again. This is where I see Daniel Haqiqatjou. He had a terrible experience. And I fear this experience has turned him into a cold-blooded, heartless, compassionless sadist, or at best, or psychopath at worst. Ideas people like Haqiqatjou propagate are dangerous for everyone sharing the planet with him. How many Mullah Umars, Baghdadis will come out as a direct result of Haqiqatjou's views?
So just note that he's using this kind of CVE, countering violent extremism language. In the UK, you might have known this as PREVENT, but it's the same basic program where you have this extremism, the path or the roadmap to extremism. People who express conservative religious views are going to become terrorists. They're going to become radicals who are going to commit violence. That's why the government is justified on cracking down on conservatives, religious people. So this program started with Muslims. Now they've actually extended it to Christians increasingly, Christian conservatives. In the past, it was just Muslims post 9/11 that were being thrown in Guantanamo Bay, thrown into detention, deported, bank accounts seized, harassed by the FBI, harassed by intelligence agencies. That was just directed at Muslims. But now that they've created this entire security establishment that is designed to crack down on anyone who goes against the overall liberal worldview, now they're expanding it to include these other groups, such as Christian conservatives. But even before, actually, I should be fair, Muslims weren't necessarily the first ones in American history, and I talk about this when we get into the issue of apostasy in the debate, but it was also used against the civil rights movement. Black activists were also cracked down on by the state, by the security state, by the FBI. Look at what the FBI did to Martin Luther King. Look at what the FBI did to Malcolm X. And this is, Harris calls this conspiracy theory. This is a documented fact. You're just ignorant of it, Harris. I don't know, it's because you live in Australia, so maybe you don't know who Martin Luther King was or Malcolm X or any of these civil rights leaders. But this is a known history, well known, not disputed, and it's a control grid, COINTELPRO, counterintelligence program, used by the deep state.
We don't want to know the answers, so stay away from Sharia. Now, on the other hand, what am I proposing? The quest for implementation.
Oh, but I want to say that this kind of language is like a low blow again. It's like a cheap move. You're using security intelligence agency language to attack your opponent, to say he's dangerous, because you want to deplatform me. You want me off the internet. That's the whole point. Even though I've condemned ISIS, I've condemned terrorism, I don't condone violence against any state. I don't condone any illegal activity. I don't condone any of that. I condemn these terror groups, but they still want to put me into that camp. Why? Because they want me off the internet and they want to cause harm to me. So, but they pretend like I have so much compassion. I have my compassion switch. It's nonsense.
Implementing brutal punishments that Sharia hands out comes from either personal grievance, as it is most likely the case with Haqiqatjou, or from a very simplistic worldview that hardcore punishment somehow reduce crime. If your position is that of Haqiqatjou, then I think you would all agree that it is an emotional position and not rational. If you are a Shariaist due to the latter belief, then let me break it to you. Corporal or brutal punishments not necessarily lower the crime. Let me give you some examples. Homicide rates in Saudi Arabia, where you get beheading for murder, is 1.3 per 100,000, whereas in Japan, which is a far bigger country than Saudi Arabia, it's only 0.3 per 100,000, where there is no capital punishment. Finland, Sweden, Norway, all of these countries have less homicide rate than Saudi Arabia. I'm not saying that not giving capital punishment is the reason for lowered murder rate, but I'm saying that giving out death sentences does not lower murder rate. The problem is far more complicated. It depends on various variables, like economic prosperity, for instance, attitudes towards honor culture, alcohol problem, divorce rate, etc. If you defend corporal punishments for this reason, then as I showed you, it's simply not true. So we can deduce that having Sharia is not just useless, because it doesn't serve any purpose, it doesn't lower the crime, at best, but very dangerous at worst, because public executions, totalitarian societies devoid of free speech and personal freedom is not conducive to a healthy lifestyle. On the other hand, legal system built on reason, debates that go through rapid evolution is not only useful, but also beneficial because it brings happiness, prosperity, and overall a better quality of life.
Okay, so he made these claims, but he's just making assertions. Human rights leads to better quality of life, it leads to lower crime. He just asserted it. The only statistic that he cited was the comparative homicide rate between Japan and Saudi Arabia. So this is a very selective presentation. So let me just bring you the link right here. Where is it? Sorry, just looking at. Yeah, Japan, I think, does have the death penalty. Oh, what the heck? The site that I'm trying to use is not working. Okay. I'll just go to Wikipedia. No, you can't see. Okay, do you see this? Okay, this is per 100,000. So you have all these countries. They're in Africa, Eastern Africa, Eastern Africa, Eastern Africa, Middle Africa, Middle Africa, Middle Africa. Oh wait, this is not organized. Sorry. Okay, yeah, this is the list I had seen. El Salvador. Is El Salvador a Muslim country? They have 52 murders, intentional homicide per 100,000. U.S. Virgin Islands, Jamaica, Lesotho, in Sub-Saharan Africa, Honduras, Belize. These are not Muslim countries. Trinidad, Mexico, Puerto Rico. So what's the explanation? This is, as we'll talk about, the Botswana question, because you want to make this claim about a correlation between human rights, respecting human rights, and metrics like poverty, metrics like homicide rate. But that's not borne out because all of these countries are human rights abiders. They are democracies. And even within countries, as we'll talk about, the murder rate varies in different parts of the U.S. Different cities have much higher murder rates, homicide rates, even though the whole country has the same federal law. So what's the explanation for that? But I don't want to jump the gun. We'll get into this, but I just wanted to show. Really, there's just a correlation between GDP per capita and crime rate. So the higher GDP countries, like in North America and Western Europe, they're going to have higher, or lower rather, murder and homicide rate. It's going to be lower, but it's just based on, it's highly correlated to GDP. So yeah, that's an explanation, but you still have to explain why their GDPs are so much higher than all these other countries that have human rights, democracies. That's the fundamental question. So you haven't really addressed that by referring to the homicide rate. Also, I didn't get to say this on the stream, but there's an important book called How Are Muslims Unique? Let me actually pull it up. Oh, Are Muslims Distinctive? Sorry, I mistitled it. Are Muslims Distinctive? A Look at the Evidence. And this is by Stephen Fish. This book assesses how Muslims and non-Muslims differ and do not differ in the contemporary world. Okay, so let me actually put this on the screen so you can see it too. Okay. The text reveals that in some areas, Muslims and non-Muslims differ less than is commonly imagined. Muslims are not inclined to favor the fusion of religious and political authority, or especially prone to mass political violence. Yet there are differences. These include gender inequality is more severe among Muslims. Muslims are averse to homosexuality and other controversial behaviors, and democracy is rare in the Muslim world. Okay, so that's basically what we know. Other areas of divergence bear the marks of a Muslim advantage. Homicide rates and class-based inequalities are less severe amongst Muslims than non-Muslims. Okay, that's the statistic. So you can read, you can go to this book by Stephen Fish and see the numbers, and it's a stark difference. The homicide rates in Muslim countries, and I made this distinction in the debate because someone might say, oh, but in our Western country, the Muslims are committing more crime. Okay, that's a separate phenomenon because these are Muslims who have been stripped from a religious environment. They've been stripped from a wholesome Muslim country, society that has large family, that has family values, has, all of these important things, and they're moving for economic reasons purely, not because of some amazing values that the West has, but purely for economic reasons. They're migrating to the West, and then they're going to likely fall into more crime, you could argue, because they are, living in such a toxic environment, because they're living in such a valueless, secular, atheistic, consumerist world in the West. And that can drive people crazy when you go from one important, solid, stable environment into this kind of clown show. Then it can drive people, unfortunately, to higher crime rates. Now, again, I'm not going to present a full argument just casually off the top of my head in this live stream, but this is the argument that I'm inclined to think. I'm not racist. I don't say that, Muslims that are coming into the West are just inherently violent and inherently prone to rape and all of this kind of nonsense that nationalists and these conservative, right-wing, alt-right people, they want to denigrate Muslims, and a lot of racist bile is coming from them when they're attacking Muslims. And look, I can concede that you have these kinds of statistics on crime, but it's actually an indictment of the secular liberal system. It's an indictment of the structural inequality that has been created between the West and the rest, the global South, this perpetual inequality and dominance of one people over the whole world with this brutal liberal human rights system. That's the problem. That's what's causing these issues with immigration and so forth. So why don't you address that? Like, if you really want to address immigration, I mean, there's a lot of, gotcha kind of one-liners that you can give, but you can say that, okay, well, let's address immigration. Like, you're tired of people from Mali in Africa, Muslims from Mali, or Muslims from Libya, Muslims from Algeria coming to France, coming to Italy. You don't want that. Coming to the UK, you don't want that. Okay, well, return all of the money that you stole, all of the resources that you extracted while killing millions. Just give them the money back. Give them the money back. Give them the resources that you usurped, and then you will create less of an inequality between the two countries. And then these migrants won't be desperate where they're risking their lives of their children to come to basically live a better life. Like, that's the motivation, and it's been created. It's been created because of the actions of the West, because of the actions of this liberal monster, this system. So take responsibility. Don't say, Muslims are just backwards, barbaric. No, our societies have lower homicide rates. Look at what Stephen Fish says. Our societies have lower homicide rates, lower levels of violence. And if there is violence, it's usually because of agitation by the West, occupation by the West, brutality by the West, dictators being propped up by the West. Give me another explanation. How can you blame it on Islam when all of these non-Muslim countries that we saw, El Salvador, Jamaica, Haiti, they're suffering from a lot of violence, and they're not Muslim?
You got it. Thank you very much for that opening statement. And want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you are from, whether you be atheist, Muslim, Christian, you name it. We are glad you're here, as we are a nonpartisan or neutral channel, and we want everybody to feel welcome. So what we are going to do is kick it over to Daniel for his opening statement. Thrilled to have you here, Daniel. The floor is all yours.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, assalatu wassalam ala rasulillah. Thank you to Modern Day Debates for hosting, and thank you to everyone watching. Oh, before I play that, I added a moderator. So Brother Faizan, thank you for telling me this. Try to add a moderator because the chat is getting toxic. Okay, so I added you, Faizan. Who else should I add? My usual moderators are not here. They're busy. I don't expect people to be able to make it. Egyptian Players TV is supposed to be a good moderator. Where is he? Telegram link is not working. I can't do it now. I can't change the Telegram link. I'll do it after. Inshallah. Or just download the Telegram app, and then you can search for it, inshallah. Okay, how about I add Alasna ala al-Haq as a moderator? There we go. Okay, so moderators, I added you, inshallah. Just clean up the chat. These trolls, they have nothing better to do. Let's continue.
The debate today is about Sharia versus human rights. Sharia just means Islamic law. Islamic law is not just corporal punishment. It's a holistic system of life that governs everything from how Muslims pray and worship, how they get married, to criminal punishments and even economic matters. My main point today is simple. Sultan and other ex-Muslims are playing a con game. They're being dishonest with their audience and sometimes outright lying to them. Today I'm going to focus on 3 of their biggest lies. Lie number 1. Promoters of human rights like Harris claim human rights are a beacon of hope. Human rights are the mark of civilization and progress, and everyone should adopt human rights. But is this true? Do human rights bring prosperity and progress? 192 out of 195 countries of the world have officially adopted the UN's Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That's 98% of all countries in the world. Do we see prosperity and progress in these countries? Let's look at the GDP per capita. North America is at $61,000 per capita. Western Europe is at $54,000 per capita. Australia and New Zealand are at about $55,000. These regions are at the top of the heap. It must be because they're so strong in terms of human rights and democracy, right? But let's compare that to Eastern Europe. Just $9,000 GDP per capita. Latin America is less than $7,400 per capita. India, the world's largest democracy, is only at $2,000. Sub-Saharan Africa is at $1,500. For Muslim countries, the average GDP per capita is $7,500. And if you exclude the oil-rich countries, the number is at $4,600. So when people want to say Muslim countries are economically behind because of lack of human rights, the reality is Muslim countries are at the same level as most of these human rights respecting countries. Why do countries like America, UK, Britain, Australia have 10 times, 20 times, 30 times the GDP per capita of countries in Latin America, Eastern Europe, Sub-Saharan Africa? Why this massive inequality? None of the countries in these regions are Muslim, and all of them respect and abide by human rights. Consider Botswana, considered one of the oldest democracies in the Southern Hemisphere, one of the earliest adopters of LGBT rights in Africa, very high female involvement with voting and politics, but it has only 1/10 the GDP per capita of the US. Or consider Haiti. They ratified their secular constitution in 1805, over 200 years ago. They had a female president in 1990. Their GDP per capita is 1/50th the United States, and on and on. On this other side of the coin, you have countries that have openly rejected human rights and democracy, like China, which has a GDP of $10,000, and Singapore, which has a GDP per capita of $65,000. So either way you look at it, there is no correlation between adoption of human rights and democracy with economic prosperity. Harris, you need to explain this. These countries that have nothing to do with Islam, that have adopted human rights and democracy and women's rights and LGBT rights, why are they stuck in abject poverty? Because you want to blame problems of poverty, problems of violence and social dysfunction on Islam. So how do you explain these countries that have nothing to do with Islam, that have these same problems and often worse problems? Why is it that human rights only brings prosperity for North America and Western Europe, and the majority of the rest of the world suffers? Better yet, explain why people living in human rights-abiding democracies in Latin America, in Africa, are literally dying to migrate to America and Western Europe. Why are they risking their lives to escape their human rights hellholes, Harris? Explain that. And we don't have to just limit ourselves to GDP. Look at the life expectancy. Latin America, Eastern Europe, Sub-Saharan Africans have 5 to 15 years lower life expectancy. Those countries also reported far lower happiness levels. According to the UN's 2017 World Happiness Report, according to self-reported happiness, countries of North America and Western Europe have the highest levels of happiness, while Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Eastern Europe have the lowest levels. So why is this, Harris? None of these countries are Muslim countries. They're all democratic countries, secular countries. Some of them even have very high levels of atheism. So why aren't they enjoying progress and prosperity? Let's call this question the Botswana question. If Harris cannot explain these discrepancies, if he cannot answer this Botswana question, then he should admit that democracy and human rights are just a big hoax. Harris wants people to hate Islam by trying to pin the issue of poverty and social dysfunction to Muslim countries, but as we've seen, it's not a strong connection. Lie number 2, Harris wants to pretend like his problem.
Okay. So let me make a few remarks. Maybe some people didn't really understand what the significance of this question, the Botswana question, really is. The whole point of this question is to take out a typical argument that these human rights activists have. Their typical argument is that look at the relative levels of income and poverty and economics between the Muslim world and America, between the Muslim world and Canada, Muslim world and France and UK. Look at the big differences here. This shows that human rights, equality, democracy is a better system. Isn't that clear? Who can deny that more wealth is better, and the system that produces more wealth is a better system? So that argument, which Harris didn't really even give that argument. Because he started with his 16-minute opening, he didn't even attempt to bring stats to justify that on an economic basis. So he didn't even get to the first level of this conversation, like the first step. He couldn't even, make that argument. But it still stands. Like this point that I'm making is still stands. That fine, you want to criticize the Muslim world for not being like the U.S. in terms of wealth, but so are all of these other human rights abiding countries, these democracies. So if you want to criticize Afghanistan, criticize El Salvador. If you want to criticize Afghanistan or Pakistan, also criticize the Ukraine, criticize Lesotho, criticize Botswana, and explain, like, okay, fine, these countries. So like the response that Harris could have made, he didn't really articulate it, but he could have said that no, Botswana has corruption. They're not really implementing human rights. Botswana is not really serious. Haiti, El Salvador, all of these countries that are economically 1/10, 1/20th, 1/30th the GDP of the West, they're not really serious about human rights the same way that America and Britain are serious about human rights. That's what I was anticipating that he would say, and a competent person would have made that kind of response, but he never even made that kind of response. But the response to that would have been to say that, well, why are these other countries basically 75% of the world is not serious about the values that they proclaim? It's only the West, it's only America and Canada, etc., that are serious people. Why? Why are people in Botswana not serious? Why are people in Botswana more corrupt or hypocritical? Why are people in Haiti and El Salvador, why are they advocating democracy and women's rights and LGBT and all of these human rights values? They advocate, but they're corrupt or they're not implementing them. Why? Explain that. You've just deferred the question, basically. If he had made that response, that's what I would have responded with. Like, you've only deferred the question. You haven't given us a real explanation. Unless you want to make like some kind of racial argument. You want to say that people other than in the US, people other than in the UK, people other than in France, they're just not as moral. People in Botswana are more immoral. They're more hypocritical. They, have lower intelligence. You can put the IQ question aside, okay, because that's a separate argument, and we can get into that too. There are plenty of responses to that, because some of these people will also point to IQ discrepancies between the West and the rest. And there are responses to that, but I knew Harris wouldn't give an IQ response. He wasn't going to give an IQ response. Why? Because he's a liberal soy boy type. Those are not the kind of arguments that they give. But there is a response to that kind of argument as well, because you'll say that, well, Muslims, we're not IQ fetishists. We don't think that whoever has higher IQ, which is basically analytic quantitative ability, whoever has higher IQ is going to be superior and is going to be more moral and is going to be more advanced and progressive. You're an IQ fetishist, and I'll argue that actually no, like unhinged quantitativeness, unhinged
mathematical ability, scientific ability leads to atheism. It leads to a rejection of God. It leads to a rejection of many deontological values that are important, family values. And this is actually, many studies, psychological studies show this. And again, I will refer you to Genius of Islam episode 2, where I talk about analytic versus deontological reasoning. Analytic reasoning is correlated with higher IQ. So higher IQ means more analytic reasoning, which means less deontological reasoning, and deontological, not reasoning, but deontological psychology. And that leads to all kinds of problems in terms of family values, in terms of relationships, in terms of society overall. So we're not IQ fetishists, Muslims. Harris wasn't going to bring this kind of argument that the difference between Botswana or the West and the rest is IQ. He wasn't going to bring that. But if he were to bring that, I would just say that, well, you're being a racist, first of all, because you value people on the basis of this kind of discrepancy. And furthermore, I can concede that there are differences. I'm not sure about that. Okay, I'm not sure if there are major discrepancies in IQ between races that will explain 50 times difference in GDP. In fact, I think that doesn't make sense. I don't think that IQ discrepancies can explain that much of the gap. But I could even concede that. I could even concede this kind of IQ is everything analysis of the world, and and still be able to argue that Islam provides a better system that leads to better outcomes. We can make that argument, but that's not what Harris was going to argue, because I would just call him a racist. Also, let's just the other point that I want to make is that the answer that I believe, what is the real reason that I think there is this structural inequality, or this West versus the rest? It's because of colonialism. It's because of these weapons, these trillion-dollar weapons programs. It's because of this terroristic mindset of pure analysis, analytic reasoning above all else, above God, above religion, above truth, this utilitarian, materialistic, liberal ideology. That's the source. And again, Genius of Islam, episode 2. I keep plugging it because that will give you the information that you need in hopefully a digestible way. But that's the reason why we have these kinds of discrepancies, and it's not just Muslims that were affected, it's everyone that's affected. That's what explains the inequality. But Harris, of course, is not going to concede that. He can't concede that. He can't accept that, because then all of his criticisms of Islam are going to be undermined by that.
Problem is with Islam, but in reality his criticisms of Islam apply to every single religion and every traditional form of culture, because all traditional religions and cultures clash with modern human rights. Traditional Christianity, traditional Judaism, Native American culture, Hindu culture, Shinto religion, all of these traditional ways of life clash with modern human rights. This is because human rights is an extremist ideology. Human rights ideology says that the most important thing is individual liberty and equality. Individual liberty and equality have to be prioritized over literally every other human value. This is extremism. Every other traditional religion and life philosophy says, no, individual liberty and equality have limits. Islamic law, for example, agrees with the human rights activists, that, like Harris, that individual liberty and equality are beautiful values. For example, in Islam, you have the right to your wealth, to your property, the right to privacy, and so forth. Also, Islam provides legal equality between all people, men and women, Muslims and non-Muslims, in certain, but not all, areas of the law. But Islam says, yes, individual liberty and equality are beautiful values, but they're just two out of many beautiful values. And sometimes you have to restrict liberty and equality in order to preserve other important values and institutions. A useful analogy here is, imagine offering a child candy or broccoli. If it were up to the child, he would choose the candy every time. Eventually, the child would get diabetes and die. That's what human rights liberalism is like. It's just about giving the candy of individual liberty and saying that's all that matters. Islam says, look, there's nothing wrong with candy. In fact, we love candy. But if you only eat candy, you will die. You also need meat, dairy, vegetables, and carbs.
As a simple example, in Islam, you can't have sex with whomever you want, whenever you want. There are strict restrictions on premarital and extramarital relations, and the obvious benefit of this is that it ensures strong and stable marriages. This is because of human biology and natural human psychology. Islamic law perfectly accounts for human nature, and abiding by the Sharia has these clear benefits for marriage. But human rights says, no, people should have 100% individual liberty and 100% sexual autonomy. You should have the right to sleep with whomever you want, whenever you want, unimpeded. That may sound good to those who have been indoctrinated by this extremist ideology, but we have to ask, what are the consequences of such a policy? Is a society that adopts unfettered sexual autonomy compatible with marriage, with love, with romance? Is it compatible with family? Well, we don't have to speculate. We can look at countries where this so-called human right has spread, and the statistics paint a very bleak, dark picture. And I'll discuss the exact statistics later in the debate, inshallah. Another example is family relations, because just family relations beyond just husband and wife. Science and anthropology say that humans have this deeply rooted biological drive to come together in families. And these families have a natural hierarchy with fathers as the heads of the household, and mothers, and children, and so forth. Again, this human behavior is biologically rooted, and historians and anthropologists point out that the same patriarchal family structure is found in 99% of human societies historically, including Islamic societies. But human rights extremism says, no, this kind of patriarchy with men over women violates the principle of equality. Men and women should all have the same authority, the same roles, and everything has to be exactly equal. This is not only an attack on Islamic law, this is an attack on human biology itself. This is an attack on 99% of world cultures which do have patriarchal family structures. And the result of this human rights extremism that has been forced onto the whole world for the past 200 years is that families are being destroyed. Again, I will share, inshallah, more information to justify all these points. But the main point is that marriage, family, community, and even the human race itself, these are things that have a deep-rooted biological basis. Islamic law preserves and protects these things by setting the proper balance with individual liberties and equality and other important values. Modern human rights, in contrast, destroys marriage, destroys family, destroys community in all traditional cultures, and the human race overall, because it puts individual liberty and equality above all else. The question is, does Harris believe in balance, or is he the extremist? Let's call this the balance question. Ultimately, Harris would be lying if he said that his problem is solely with Islam. He should be honest. The problems he has with Islam violating human rights, he has with all traditional cultures and religions that limit individual liberty for the sake of protecting marriage, family, and community. Harris should be honest. Instead of saying human rights versus Sharia, he should say human...
He's nodding his head. He's like, yeah, I do have this kind of critique. I critique all culture. So he acknowledges that. He basically concedes that my problem with Islam I have with all religions, I have with all cultures. The most important thing is maximizing pleasure. He repeats that over and over. But people care about their cultures. Like, this is what these fools don't understand. Culture is important. Culture is giving the spice of life. Culture is who you are, your heritage, where you come from, your people. Like, these are all important values that everyone acknowledges. Every single culture acknowledges. And Islam acknowledges that as well. And I tried to give evidence for that during the debate, and we'll talk about more about that. But people who are these liberals, left on the left, people who are, atheists like him, they think this is all trash. We just need more capitalism. We need more McDonald's. We need more production. We need more productivity. He actually literally says that. We need more, like, these are the things that are important. More Netflix, more Uber, like these, more big tech. These are the things that are important that we need more of. But culture, like, who cares if it's completely wiped out? Who cares? Like, it's has no value because it actually holds people back from progress, because people are not going to be as productive as they can possibly be. They're not going to be able to maximize their pleasure if they're constantly worried about their cultural traditions, their cultural values, abiding by certain cultural norms. So, and the liberal theorists were explicit about this. They were explicit about, we need to move beyond. We have to constantly be forward-looking, not be chained by our past, but constantly be looking to the future. And this is why they get into transhumanist
evil stuff, evil satanic stuff, is because they're unhinged from the past. But all people recognize that one important source of knowledge and truth is to look at the past, and the past can be a better teacher oftentimes than what you see around you with your five senses, because you can benefit from the experiences of the past and a transmitted tradition. Islam respects all that. Islam says that God, Allah, and His Messenger are sallallahu alaihi wasallam are number one, and then come. If you have other values, as long as they don't conflict with Islam, no problem. As long as there's no conflict with Islam and it's not associated with kufr, it doesn't violate the Sharia, no problem. No problem. Some people like certain kinds of foods. Other people like other kinds of cuisines. It doesn't have to all be one. But with the modern world, with secularization, we see homogenization. Everyone has to be one race. Everyone has to have one way of dress. Everyone has to have one, with superficial variation, of course, because they don't want to make it too obvious. You have superficial variation. But true diversity is not respected by liberal human rights. But Islam, the proof is in the pudding. Look at all of these diverse races united under Allah, the Sharia, united under the Quran and the Sunnah. This is beautiful. This is proof of the truth of Islam, that Islam is the religion of God. Because God is the one who made all of these different races and all these different people and cultures. And Allah says in the Quran that He wants us to know each other with our different tongues, our different languages, our different colors. Allah wants us to know each other. He doesn't say, oh, you all have to be the same color, you all have to speak the same language. Okay, so how do you prevent this homogenization, this global monoculture? You have to limit individual liberty in certain cases. You have to limit equality in certain cases. You have to have certain kinds of regulations which the Sharia has, which Islam has, and it leads to this beautiful result that we see in the Ummah today, and we've seen throughout 1400 years. This is proof of the miraculous nature of Islam, and that is the truth from Allah. The proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the world history, in world history, world geography. We see it. So only the blind aren't able to see what's right in front of their eyes.
And rights versus literally every traditional culture and religion in the world. Lie number 3. What is the difference between Harris Sultan and European colonizers? What is the difference between Harris Sultan and the neocons in Washington who pushed for the murderous invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan 20 years ago and continue to agitate for human rights in the Muslim world today? What is the difference? Let's call this the colonial question. Because all the arguments Harris brings against Muslims in Afghanistan or Pakistan or anywhere else, all of those exact same arguments have been used by European colonizers historically against not only Muslims, but against Native Americans, against Africans, against Aboriginals, against the Chinese. When Harris says Muslims abuse women because they practice polygamy, that exact same argument was used by American settlers in the 18th and 19th century to dehumanize Native Americans and justify genociding them. When Harris says Muslims are barbaric because they use corporal punishments against criminals, that exact same argument was used by the European colonial empire against the African tribes they genocided. The real question is, does Harris think the colonial project was a good thing? After all, colonialism is what brought modern human rights to all these different parts of the world. The West invading and occupying the world to bring freedom and democracy isn't something that just happened in Iraq and Afghanistan. It's something that's been happening for over 200 years. If Harris thinks human rights are so amazing, then does he think it was a good thing that Africa was colonized? Or Latin America? Does he think it was a good thing that India was colonized? Wasn't it colonialism that brought his own Muslim ancestors in the subcontinent to the light of reason and human rights? So Harris, my question is simple. Clearly the world is not going to freely choose human rights. History has definitively proven that, and Afghanistan is only the most recent example. If you really want people to abandon their religions, abandon their ways of life, their cultural heritage, and replace them with human rights, you have to force them. And forcing people inevitably gets very brutal and very bloody. That's the only way. That's why the 19th, 20th, and 21st centuries are soaked with the blood of non-Europeans who were killed in the name of spreading freedom and democracy. So are you going to be honest, Harris, and stand by colonialism? Look, if human rights are so wonderful as you claim, Harris, then 200 years of brutal colonialism and millions of dead must have been worth it. Why don't you own it, Harris? When you advocate human rights, you're like a chef that presents this appetizing sausage to your audience, but you aren't honest about how that sausage is made. Muslims at least are honest. Islam is honest that spreading Islam sometimes requires war. That's acknowledged in the Quran in the example of the Prophet, peace be upon him. And I'm not equating Muslim conquest with European colonialism, by the way, because there are major differences that we can talk about. For one, Euro-American colonialism, past and present, is genocidal, and the death counts make that very clear. But my point is, you human rights activists are not honest. You don't own up to the true horrifying nature of spreading freedom and democracy. So Harris, if human rights are so brilliant and fantastic, then be consistent. Tell us that the millions of deaths and the brutal occupations are worth it. You can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs, right? So just own it. Stop pretending you're something you're not. You're just playing a con game. The only way you can credibly sell human rights to your audience is if you hide all these things or gloss over them. You hide the brutal history of human rights. You hide the fact that human rights destroys marriage, family, community, how it attacks every traditional way of life. You have to hide all these things because otherwise no one would buy it. And actually it would make Islam look pretty good because Islam is fighting against this human rights monster. But you can't be honest, can you, Paris? So just stop with this con game.
So what a lot of people might not realize is the history of colonialism. The colonial project began at the end of the 19th century. Specifically, this kind of enlightenment, spreading civilization. This began at the beginning of the Enlightenment. Obviously, the Enlightenment has roots in the Reformation that happened in the 16th century, the scientific revolution. Those things all kind of step by step led to the Enlightenment of the 1800s, the 1700s and the 1800s. But that's when the kind of idea of the white man's burden, the white man has to civilize these savages. They have to civilize these people to the light of progress and reason and science. And this was a very racist project. Okay, all of these Enlightenment thinkers were white supremacists. They weren't white nationalists. There's a difference between white supremacists and white nationalists. But the Enlightenment thinkers were white supremacists. They believed that the European race had higher IQ, had higher intellectual ability, and therefore was in the best position to do philosophy, natural philosophy, which is what can be called science now. The European mind is able to discover these empirical truths of the world. The European mind is better able to do rational investigation, such as the kind advocated by Descartes and other rationalists. So you had this kind of supremacy, and they wanted to, out of their altruism, they wanted to export this. That was the justification for a lot of the conquering, the occupation, and the brutalization in North Africa, in Egypt, in the subcontinent, in Indonesia, for Muslims, but also in North America, also in South America, also China, all across the world, Central Asia. It was all based on this kind of white supremacy. Now, I'm not saying that white people today also have that same mentality. I'm not saying that at all. In fact, they probably don't have this kind of history. They don't have this understanding of white supremacy by the Enlightenment thinkers. People like David Hume or Jeremy Bentham or Thomas Hobbes, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, John Stuart Mill, who wrote On Liberty, this utilitarian thinker, considered this genius, great mind of libertarian, liberal philosophy. He was an administrator within the British colonial administration over the subcontinent, over India. So, and he was a white supremacist. He also believed in this inherent superiority of the white mind over the savages who need to be civilized and brought into the light of reason. So after World War II, there was a big shift historically in this kind of discourse because of Hitler, basically, and because of the conflict with the Axis powers. The Western liberalism wanted to distinguish itself from the overt racial
social Darwinist philosophy of the Third Reich, of Friedrich Nietzsche. They wanted to kind of distance themselves from that, but they have the same kind of civilizing project, but they don't put it in terms of white man's burden or we need to civilize the savages. They put it in terms of development. We need to develop these poor countries. It's still altruism. It's still the same kind of compassion that Harris advocates, but we need to develop these countries. We need to give them human rights. So this human rights language, the UN Declaration, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, was actually ratified after World War II, as a product of World War II, with the UN. So, but it's still the same mission. It's still, we have these amazing progressive values because we want to advance history. We want to advance people from the dark ages into the modern world. That's the entire philosophy of modernism and progressivism that began with the Enlightenment, that began, or in the modern period, so basically post-Reformation Europe. And it's the same philosophy. And the thing about, and it's actually far worse than any other type of colonialism in terms of how bloody it is, because it's utilitarian. And when you have a utilitarian mindset, utilitarianism means maximize pleasure for the most number of people. Maximize pleasure and happiness, utility for the maximum number of people. So if you have that kind of philosophy, then it makes it much easier to just kill people. Okay? We will kill 1 million people because if we just kill everyone who is not going to accept our values, our liberal values, like let's say there's a population of 10 million people, 9 million of them are backwards, these religious fundamentalists, and 1 million are going to go along with our liberal project. We can kill those 9 million people and just dispense with them, leave the 1 million who are enlightened, and they will have children who are enlightened, and our rule will not be imposed. We can put in these educational programs, we can put in all of these kinds of services, and then that 1 million population will grow exponentially, or whatever the population rate is, and then you'll have a country of 10 million people again within 20, 30, 40 years. So no harm, no foul. The overall benefit of that 10 million people in the future, of enlightened people, that's going to be more utility, more overall happiness and pleasure than if these 9 million people are allowed to just stay around and continue to live, and they're going to hold everyone back and prevent this future, this beautiful, amazing future of progress. So that's the way the utilitarian mind works. That's the thinking process of this kind of atheistic mind, because you don't have any value in, like, there's no inherent value to a human life. The human life is disposable if it will mean something better in the future. But no religion, as far as I can tell, is this extreme. All religions have utilitarian reasoning, even Islam. Like I referred to it in the debate, maslaha and masalih and mafasid. The benefits and the harms. What's going to benefit the community versus what's going to harm the community or an individual. Sometimes in certain situations you have to weigh the pros and cons and figure out what's better. That kind of reasoning is not foreign to Islam. This is something that's natural, actually, and evolutionary biologists, moral psychologists note this. It seems like even certain animals can do utilitarian reasoning, actually. It seems to be a much more general psychological mechanism, and so it's found in Islam. The problem is when you take that mechanism and say, this is the only principle that we're going to follow, this is the only thing that makes sense to implement on a moral level, it's the only rational thing to implement, which is what the Enlightenment thinkers who were driving the theoretical model of colonialism and the moral justification for colonialism, this was their philosophy, a utilitarian philosophy. People like Jeremy Bentham. Jeremy Bentham is a psychopath. Harris wants to know what a real psychopath is. Go read the biography of Jeremy Bentham. He like literally believed that. So his body is still preserved. His head is still preserved. Like you can go see his disfigured head. He wasn't buried. His body wasn't buried. His skeleton, or he was embalmed basically. He was embalmed because he thought in the future scientific progress would lead to a situation where people could be revived after they had died. So this is a complete atheist. His body is embalmed. He wanted himself to be, sitting in a chair, his dead body in a chair, and dressed like in the clothes of his time. And he wanted to be in this kind of glass box. And he wanted actually a holiday to celebrate. He thought that his ideas were so amazing and so brilliant that we should have a holiday to celebrate Jeremy Bentham Day. And he expected that people would want to come see his body and celebrate him. So he wanted to be embalmed and in this kind of glass case. And it's still there in somewhere in some university. I forgot exactly where it's currently being preserved. But this is the kind of people who are the Enlightenment liberals. These are the intellectual might be too big of a word, but these are the forefathers or the antecedents or the intellectual ancestors of Haris Sultan. Okay. Let's see.
Okay.
We will jump into the next section, folks.
So Haris Sultan is like, okay.
Only way you can credibly sell human rights to your audience is if you hide all these things or gloss over them. You hide the brutal history of human rights. You hide the fact that human rights destroys marriage, family, community, how it attacks every traditional way of life. You have to hide all these things because otherwise no one would buy it. And actually it would make Islam look pretty good because Islam is fighting against this human rights monster. But you can't be honest, can you, Haris? So just stop with this con game.
Okay.
We will jump into the next section, folks. I want to let you know, as mentioned, welcome to Modern Day Debate. If it's your first time here, we're a neutral platform. Our guests are linked in the description. So if you're listening, you're like, I want to hear more of Haris or I want to hear more of Daniel, you can hear more by clicking on their links in the description. And that includes on the podcast as we link our guests there as well. Now, for today's format, it's a little bit different. So we're going to have an hour of, well, technically a little bit less than an hour of 5-minute segments from each speaker. So we'll be starting with Haris for 5 minutes, and then we'll go to Daniel for 5 minutes, and we'll keep rotating back and forth.
I reckon you should start with Daniel with the first monologue because I've already lost mine, so that would put me like 2 behind.
Oh, I was going to take yours off the end, but we could do that as well if you'd like.
Yeah, I think that would be better that way because we can stay on top of what Daniel is saying so I can respond to it.
If Daniel is okay with that, I'm open to it. And then also want to let you know, folks, if you happen to have a question, feel free to tag me in the live chat with @ModernDayDebate. Makes it easier for me to see those questions as we'll have the Q&A at the end. But Daniel, if you're okay with it, you can start the 5-minute sections. It's up to you.
Let Haris go first because I can just extend a little bit my last two and just blend them together.
Okay, all right. Okay, see how nice I am, Daniel?
What was that?
I said, see how nice I am. I've actually said yes to everything that you've said so far.
Yeah, I'm a sadist apparently, so you're very nice. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know.
He's so nice. He dragged in my family history. He's called me a terrorist. This is all being nice in the mind of these mortads.
I'm not seeing any questions from you.
Go ahead, Haris.
Which is good. All right, let's get to the next one then. Okay, so the proponents of Sharia base their argument on the claim that it is objective morality because it comes from the creator of the universe. Therefore, whatever he says is true, and by their definition, this is objective morality. We cannot understand why it is like that, but since he's saying it, therefore it is objective and inherently good. But when we scratch the surface and put it under the microscope of reason and logic, it is anything but objective in nature. So let's examine this claim. Objectivity means something that is absolutely true in its claim, regardless of conditions, feelings, or opinions. Basically the opposite of subjectivity, which relies on interpretations, limited understanding, opinions, and is conditional. So I've thought about it for a very long time, and I'd like to see Daniel's view on that as well. If we are to take morality in this case called Sharia from an outside agent, in this case Allah, on the claim that it is objectively good, then there are 4 options. Option 1, Allah is only capable of giving out good commands, consequently he is incapable of giving out evil commands. If we assume this premise is correct, then indeed morality does become objective, I'll give you that, but it violates other claim traits of Allah himself. For example, he is incapable of giving out evil commands, meaning he is not omnipotent. He's just a calculator. Like a calculator can't tell you 2 + 2 = 5, so we can trust him. He doesn't have free will because even if he wanted to give an evil command, then he can't do it.
I really was baffled at
his approach to this debate. Like, why is he talking about objectivity versus subjectivity of Islam, of the Sharia? That is not really the debate topic. If he wants to, like, basically it's, imagine like someone is having a debate on the issue of, healthcare, right? Is privatized healthcare better, or single payer system, or public healthcare? What is the better healthcare system for a nation? Imagine that kind of debate. And then one side of the debate starts talking about, well, what is objective morality? Is health something objective or subjective? Like, it's just way beyond. Like, this is a much more theoretical level. It's a much more abstract level, and it's strange to me why he wanted to go down this path. And he's not even giving a coherent argument. I think he's trying to like make some version of the Euthyphro argument. So I was very confused at this point in the debate. Like, what is this guy talking about?
Do it as he pleases. He can't lead people astray. He can't give them wrong directions, causing them to burn in hellfire, which is against Allah's traits, as per the Quran, chapter 14, verse 27, which also entails that Allah leads people astray as He wills, meaning He can give them wrong directions, which is kind of an evil command, knowing that the person is headed towards an eternal abyss, which also violates in turn Quran chapter 7, verse 28, which says He can't give evil commands. So it is safe to say that this is not the case with Allah, and this premise doesn't fulfill all the characteristics of Allah. Now, option 2, which is more likely, a lot of Muslims take that one. Allah is capable of giving out evil commands, but He chooses not to, as it is against His nature to give evil commands. In this case, His condition of omnipotency is restored. If we assume this premise is correct, then we could expect good directions from Allah, because it is not in His nature to give wrong directions. But that would require faith, which is inherently the opposite of objectivity, because objectivity requires us to be able to test, verify.
No, why is faith the opposite of objectivity? Why? He just asserts this. He says, here, let's see, faith is the opposite of objectivity.
Muslims take that one. Allah is capable of giving out evil commands, but He chooses not to, as it is against His nature to give evil commands. In this case, His condition of omnipotency is restored. If we assume this premise is correct, then we could expect good directions from Allah, because it is not in His nature to give wrong directions. But that would require faith, which is inherently the opposite of objectivity, because objectivity requires us to be able to test, verify, and measure. As per the premise, all the commands.
For objectivity, you have to test and measure. Test what? It's a moral value. How do you test moral values? You look at the results, maybe, like, what does this moral value result in the world? Maybe this is like the categorical imperative. He's giving a Kantian argument. Maybe this is a Kantian categorical imperative type of argument. We have to measure the results of the moral commands that God gives, and that way, and only then, if we have this ability to test the moral value, then it's objective. He needs to better define objectivity and subjectivity, because there's just widespread confusion on this. It's like the bane of my existence and the bane of anyone who has studied philosophy, basically. People talking about objective versus subjective, because people think that objective means something that's real and subjective means something that is like mental or something that you feel. But certain things that you can feel are also real. Like, your feelings are real. The fact that I'm sad, the fact that I am, I think a certain thought, like I'm imagining a red apple right now. Is that an objective fact, or is it subjective? Like, so people don't understand these distinctions. The way that it should be understood is that subjectivity is opinion-based. Like, I prefer chocolate ice cream, you prefer vanilla ice cream. These are preferences. That's subjective. There's no fact of the matter about it. But, is killing wrong? That's just a moral value, and it's objective. It is objective. Whether it is correct or not, that is a separate issue. Like, you can question its objectivity, but that doesn't make it subjective. Do you see what I'm saying here? It's not in the category of subjective truths. This is also a Kantian point, actually.
talking a lot about Immanuel Kant, who is also a white supremacist, by the way, and one of these Enlightenment thinkers. But he's a very influential German philosopher. But with Kant, his critique of pure reason, his critique of judgment, and so forth, he makes these kinds of points, which are good points, that moral claims are not subjective, like your opinion on some art, or your opinion, your preference rather, for certain kinds of foods or certain kinds of art or whatever. Moral claims are not like that. Moral claims are objective. Like when you say that this is wrong, you're making a claim about reality. Now, people can differ and say that, well, your claim is not justified by evidence, or your claim is not rational, but you're just questioning, whether it's real. You're not questioning that it's in this category of things that could possibly be objective. So same with faith in God. Does God exist? People differ on the answer to that. But God existing, that's the objective truth. Or it is an objective truth, but it's in this category of things that can possibly be objective. It's ontological question. So this is like very nuanced and complicated, but Harris is just butchering all of this. And usually a lot of these ex-Muslims that are using these kinds of arguments, they don't understand actually the words that they're using. Like they've just maybe heard someone talk about this, and they're trying to, implement it for their own purposes without understanding. So it just looks stupid.
Commands might actually be all good, because he chooses never to give an evil command, but it can't be called objective. You could argue that in your limited wisdom, Harris, you might not be able to see the bigger picture, and what seems like a wrong direction to you might actually be a good direction, such as the case Allah ordering Abraham to sacrifice his son. Abraham accepted it as Allah's good command because of his faith. He had no way of knowing that Allah had a different plan unless he had faith in him, which he did. So in principle, he required faith, not evidence. And hence, for us to determine a command is objectively true, we need to be able to test it. For example, if you told a blind man that the moon emits white light, it might actually be objectively true, but the blind man, it would require only faith to believe in it. The blind man is confined by his limited vision, as us humans.
But that doesn't make, just because he's blind doesn't mean that the moon emitting light or being made of cheese is suddenly subjective, just because one person doesn't have access to evaluate that. I'm sorry, I'm confused by what he's trying to say. He's just mixing up everything, and it's just a complete mess. Same with any truth, like give me like the fact that there are electrons. Okay, this is an objective truth, right? According to science, there are electrons and protons and neutrons and quarks, and we have the standard model of particle physics. But you and I don't necessarily have the mathematical training or the physics training to actually understand what that means, what an electron means, and what is like the wave function, and what is Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, and Schrodinger's wave equation, and all of this. We don't have the mathematical or the physics training. Well, I mean, I do have the physics training, but maybe we're not at that level to really understand. So, or some people might have just reject and say, no, electrons and protons, I've never seen these things. And the math is, as far as I'm concerned, is just wizardry, is just witchcraft. So I don't accept. So they're blind to these kinds of scientific facts, or these theoretical facts. Does that mean that suddenly the status, like this is no longer in the realm of objectivity? So he's just confused. And about objectivity as well, I make this point a lot. It's important to keep in mind that objectivity as a term and a concept has a specific history in post-scientific revolution Western philosophy. The idea of being objective. And there's a really good book called Objectivity. It's by Peter Gallison. He's a historian of science. He's at Harvard. He was actually my professor for 1 year. And Peter Gallison talks about the historical development of this concept of objectivity. And it's post-Enlightenment, basically. And post-Enlightenment, you had certain inventions, like the camera, or you had an invention. I mean, the camera is the main thing, actually, because it creates an image that is independent of any person, any eye. And this idea of having an image and being able to see something, quote unquote, without actually having an eye, this had major theoretical implications and philosophical implications, cultural implications. And this is where the idea of objectivity, seeing without one perspective, like the nature of things in and of themselves, which is something found throughout Western philosophy, it originates at this point in time, and previous philosophers and thinkers didn't have this notion of objectivity. They had the notion of truth, the notion of reality. They had this notion, and all of that was tied with God, because God is ultimately the main view, the main, source of truth. What is real is tied intimately with God as creator. You can't separate truth and reality from God. But if you create a device like a camera that is not connected to any brain, is not connected to any eye, then it can serve this kind of atheistic project of talking about reality without God. It's a delusion. Okay, you can't have reality. You can't have even the concept of truth without God. And we can talk about this all day. Read John Gray. He's also an atheist, but he makes this point. He says that truth is actually a religious concept, and you can't really have a concept of truth without religion. And he mentions Christianity specifically, but Islam is included in that as well. But yeah, objectivity is a long conversation about that. We can talk about it. I love that subject, but someone like Harris doesn't understand it. He doesn't know the history, so he's using it in a very casual, unsophisticated way that's misleading.
Humans are confined by a limited wisdom. But for us to believe it's objectively true, we'll need to be able to measure it ourselves. Although this is the most agreed upon option, but it also violates Quran 14:27 and Quran 2:7, as Allah has purposefully made people blind and put a seal on their heart, so they can't even see His wisdom, just have faith in Him. But then in other place, Quran says, chapter 15, verse 75, look at the signs I have left for you. It is literally asking a blind man to see. How can I see if you have blinded me? Option 3, God can give any command, and by virtue of it coming from Him.
Yeah, this is not related. He's talking about things like taqdeer. He's talking about, accountability before Allah, the omnipotence of Allah. There's so much that's written about this philosophically by Muslim scholars, by the scholars of kalam, the scholars of aqidah. There's a huge tradition in Islam, intellectual tradition in Islam, dealing with this kind of question, these kinds of issues. Christians also have. Arguably, Christians and Jews were influenced by the Muslim philosophers and mutakallimun and aqidah scholars on this issue. But this is a known topic, and that's not the topic of the debate. We're not having a theological debate. We're having a debate about human rights. So he's just so off topic. I don't know why he would even prepare this, because he's reading a script. So why would you prepare that in advance?
It just becomes good, which basically means that God can turn good into evil and evil into good. This is a logical fallacy, because for good to become evil and vice versa, these two entities have to exist independently. This is like making a four-sided triangle. You can't do that. It's either a triangle or a square. Just like that, objectively, it's either good or evil. Creating evil only to turn it into good defeats the purpose of creating evil in the first place. For example, Allah allowed Adam's children to have sex with each other and produce babies, only to turn it into an evil action later on. If we look at it in absolute terms, then it can't both be good or bad at the same time.
No, this is also non sequitur. He's making the moral rule that Allah would have. Okay, just let's think about this logically. Any kind of moral command is contextual or has shurut, has conditions, right? So, for example, eating pork, eating pig. You would say that Islam has prohibited eating pork, right? And this is an objective rule, very clear rule. Do not eat pork. But that's kind of a caricature of what the rule actually is in Islam. The rule is, do not eat pork, if there's other food available, do not eat pork. If you're in a situation where there is no food, then, and you're starving, you're literally going to starve to death, then it's actually permissible. You are allowed to eat pork as a Muslim. Drink alcohol, same thing. You will literally die if you don't drink the alcohol. Then you can, it becomes halal for you. Okay, so all of these moral commands have conditions, and they are applied in a context. So the rule, do not have relations with blood siblings. Do not have sexual relations with your siblings if you're not the children of Adam, and Allah has not allowed that. So that's the condition. So the rule hasn't changed. It's just that the conditions and the context have changed. The rule is the same. It hasn't gone from being good to evil. You know, if we were in another situation where there were only the existence of the human race that Allah has created depends on blood siblings to have those kinds of relations and have children, then arguably the human race depends on it, then that behavior would be justified, or it would be moral according to Islam, according to any kind of moral system, actually. So again, the moral philosophy is a very important subject. You have to have like some kind of familiarity with these topics.
It's either evil or good. This proposition creates further problems once we admit that God can turn evil into good and good into evil. Then, as I said earlier, it breaks all bases of rationality. Every other rational criticism of any other faith or proposition becomes irrational because anything can happen. I wonder why Muslims make fun of Christians with the concept of God is the Father and the Son. If we assume God can violate basic fundamentals of reality, then he can be the Father and the Son at the same time, and Christian faith becomes perfectly irrational and rational at the same time. But Muslims don't buy that. This proposition also violates the Quran, as Allah himself says in the Quran, chapter 7, verse 28. Allah gives no evil command. So this verse might put him back in the option 1, but we already know that that option doesn't fulfill all the other characteristics. The option 4
10 seconds
is
left.
Allah just gives evil commands and not good commands. I think we can all agree that that's not the case. So if you look at it, honestly, Allah doesn't.
Yeah, I think the answer is that Allah is giving good commands. He could give evil commands if he wanted to, but it's not in his nature. Allah is Al-Barr, he's the source of all good. Allah is Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim. Allah has all the beautiful qualities, all of these sublime qualities of goodness and perfection. And so he's not going to issue, that doesn't contradict his omnipotence. So, like, what is the argument here? And what the point about objectivity, is it objective or not? It's nonsense.
Fit in any of these options. Why? Because it's so contradictory that you can't fit this box in any circle.
Time.
Go in detail.
We'll kick it over to Daniel for his opening state, or his 5-minute rebuttal. Go ahead, Daniel.
Okay, my claim again is that liberal secular human rights regime has been a disaster for the human race. Note that in Harris's response, he didn't address any of my questions, so we're going to see if he's going to answer anything in this debate. I'm going to focus on 4 main examples. Liberal human rights destroys marriage, family, community, and the human race overall. So let's start with marriage. I want to address maybe most of you in the audience directly. Do you know why you are alone? Do you know why you can't get married? Do you know why, if you are married, you are very likely to get divorced? Do you know why there's a very high likelihood that you will die alone? All of this is because the liberal human rights regime is destroying marriage. The fact of the matter is, marriage is deeply rooted in natural human instincts. We crave romantic affection. We want to give and receive love with a long-term committed partner who we have children with. Psychologists and neurobiologists call this pair bonding. Pair bonding is this instinct to bond with the opposite sex in a long-term relationship. Most animal species don't have this pair bonding instinct, but 3% of animals do have pair bonding, like most birds, certain primates, and also human beings. Being in long-term, committed, married relationships is associated with countless benefits in terms of health and happiness. The Washington Post reported that studies prove that married people have happier, healthier relationships than unmarried couples who simply live together. But human rights has destroyed marriage, and it's easy to understand why. If you're constantly prioritizing individual liberty, individual happiness, then that conflicts with the long-term sacrifice and commitment that marriage requires. Stable marriages require you to give up your individual autonomy in many significant ways, and liberalized people are not interested in that, and the stats prove it. Nowadays, most people are not getting married. According to Pew, 65% of millennials between the ages of 23 and 38 were unmarried in 2019. Pew predicts that in a few short years, 75% of millennials will never be married. this will be an all-time low according to Pew. Now you might think maybe people are not getting married, but they're still having long-term unmarried relationships. Not true. According to the Washington Post and the General Social Survey, the share of US adults reporting no sex in the past year reached an all-time high in 2018, underscoring a 3-decade trend. About 1 in 4 adults did not have sex the whole year, and the numbers continue to increase every year in what experts call sex recession. In some countries like Denmark and Spain, governments have to literally beg their population to have sex. Now, if you're in the minority who does get married, then the likelihood that your marriage will end in divorce is very high if you live in liberal democracies. In the US, about 44% of marriages end in divorce. In France, 51%. In the UK, 42%. These stats don't even factor in long-term separation between couples. If we counted that, the rates would be even higher. The likelihood your spouse will cheat on you is also very high in free liberal countries. Some studies have found that the infidelity rate is as high as 26% in some Western countries. Those people who do get married are also going to have lower quality marriages. Studies show that having multiple sex partners prior to marriage reduces marital quality. People are less satisfied with their spouse when they have been around the block a few times, literally. By the time people do get married in the West in their 30s or 40s, they have had so many failed past relationships that they're often emotionally damaged. The person you're marrying comes with all this baggage in addition to your own baggage. So the overall marital quality suffers. But Muslims, because of Islam and Sharia, are on the...
All right, let me just comment on this because I think some people who might not be aware of the statistics, especially Muslims, they could be confused by this. Because we have this notion of the West as being sexually liberated. So that must mean there's so much sex and everyone is just basically getting things on like donkeys, basically, and cats and dogs. That's actually not exactly true. Some people are living like donkeys and engaging in all of this fornication. Some people, but it's the minority. There's actually a lot of evidence that I just cited in this that shows that a lot of people are not actually able to find someone to have these kinds of romantic relationships with, premarital relationships with. People are becoming more and more sexless. Obviously, I'm not advocating for fornication or premarital sex or anything like that, but it's showing that this individualism of liberal human rights, this whole intellectual tradition of individualism and liberal human rights, it makes people individuals by themselves. Because any kind of relationship that you have is going to limit your personal freedom. And non-Muslims who are watching the debate or they're watching this live stream, I think they can reflect and they'll know what I'm talking about. That any kind of relationship that you're in requires you to be considerate of the other person, requires you to help the other person, requires you to put aside what you want some of the time and prioritize what he or she wants some of the time. And this contradicts individualism. This contradicts your personal happiness or maximizing your pleasure in the moment, right? So then it's easier, forget about this relationship. I'm tired. Forget about trying to find a boyfriend, a girlfriend. Forget about dating, what they call fornication, basically. Forget about all of this stuff. Let's just stay at home and self-pleasure ourselves, and that's just easier. It's just easier. Maybe in the future with technology like virtual reality and or sex robots. Yeah, sex robot. And this is again the nature of technology, which I mentioned later, and liberalism is that just have a technology that gives you the pleasure of sexual relations and sexual release, but it doesn't come with any responsibilities or any duties to another person. It doesn't come with these deontological duties and responsibilities and morality. You just do it with a robot. You just do it with like a masturbation machine, with virtual reality. This is progress. This is amazing because you've actually increased people's pleasure without corresponding duties, without corresponding rights that you have to respect. and this is like a deeper philosophical point which we couldn't have gotten into in the debate, but there's always a give and take with rights and responsibilities. Every right that you grant someone comes with corresponding duties. And I teach this in Alesna and my courses on liberalism. But every right has a corresponding duty. But duties are bad. Why? Because duties require you to do something that you don't want to do. Duties are hard. Sometimes they require you to put aside your personal pleasures. So you want to increase people's rights, but you don't want to increase their duties. How do you do that? Well, you create these technologies. You create these amazing new technologies that will... there's no more duties. You can just sit in your pod and relax as an individual, and everything that you need is given to you through drugs, through technology, through virtual reality, through whatever, to get you that dopamine that you need to be happy and to experience pleasure. That is how liberalism and technology work together to create, and this is the future that we're going down, and when we see the path of that. What suffers are these organic relationships. What suffers are these human relationships, because all of these human relationships, like the extended family which has been destroyed, the nuclear family which has been destroyed, marriage which is being destroyed, even unmarried premarital relations, which are also relations, all of these things are being destroyed because they require duties, they require sacrifice. Just create technology to get rid of the hard part, the part that we don't want, and just maximize pleasure. But the problem here, and I refer to this in the debate, is that the technology has its own costs. The technology is destroying the human race. The technology is creating this dystopia. The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. You know, as the philosopher / terrorist Ted Kaczynski wrote in his manifesto. So these are, and other philosophers, it's not just Ted Kaczynski, other French philosophers, German philosophers have written about the impact of technology combined with liberalism and individualism. It's going to destroy the human race. And we see this very clearly with the things that Harris himself proposes, because we'll see later in the debate, he proposes AI, he proposes like this kind of immortality. We'll one day discover immortality, so why have babies? So he doesn't recognize how horrifying that sounds to normal people.
The opposite end of all this. Yes, modernity is affecting Muslims, unfortunately, but we're on the opposite end in terms of these stats. Numerous ethnographic studies of Muslim countries prove this. Muslims get married more, they get married younger, they have far lower levels of premarital and extramarital sex, they have lower divorce rates, and due to all of this, they have higher quality marriages, love, and romance. This is because of the rules in Islamic law that specify gender separation, hijab and modesty, restrictions on fornication and adultery, patriarchy and gender roles, family involvement in marriage, and so forth. These are rules the liberal human rights regime considers backwards and misogynistic, but these are the same exact rules that save Muslim marriages from the destruction that Western society is suffering from. So Harris can give this abstract discussion of objective good versus evil, but marriage and love is something that humans all value. And I'm citing stats, I'm citing studies that everyone can agree with and everyone feels viscerally, because that's human nature.
Thank you very much. We'll kick it over to Harris for his 5-minute rebuttal as well.
Right, so
Okay.
everyone understand that, like, Islam is saying that no, your personal happiness or personal pleasure is not the only important thing. There's these other values, like the value of caring for someone as a spouse romantically, in a marriage, in a halal marriage before God, and reproducing, continuing the human race, giving birth to more Muslims, so that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam will be proud of his ummah, the size of his ummah, larger than any other ummah, any other peoples on Yawm al-Qiyamah, on the Day of Judgment. This is what the Prophet ﷺ has said. Do you want to make the Prophet proud? Do you want to make the Prophet happy? Of course, we love the Prophet ﷺ more than we love ourselves. So if you want anything that I can do to make the Prophet ﷺ happy, I want to do that. And he's telling me what is going to make him proud and make him happy. So this is a huge encouragement for Muslims to have more children and to take care of more children. It's more responsibility, It's more burden. Anyone who has children knows it's not a walk in the park. You have to sacrifice many of the things that you want to do, your career, your goals, your ambitions for whatever, whether it's corporate related, education related, whatever the modern capitalist world tells us we need to have. You have to sacrifice that for having children. But Muslims do it because it's this such a high value. What was the point that I wanted to make with that? Yeah, so you have to sacrifice your personal dreams and ambitions for those children, but you also gain a lot of benefit from children as well. Yeah, it's not a walk in the park, but you love your children. You feel emotions by having children that you will never experience if you remain childless in your life. So, I mean, it's sad. I'm not trying to dump on people who can't have children because for whatever biological reason or whatever reason, some people can't have children. And may Allah grant everyone the joy and the love to experience of having children. If you can't, then we make dua for you. But I do blame those who are not having children because of selfish reasons, selfish desires. No, I don't want to have children because it's a burden. No, I don't want to have children because it's, a responsibility. This is just a delusion. You're missing out on a major experience, a major human experience that all people value. Not just Muslims, all people value it. Islam just values it in a very specific and beautiful way and creates the system that is most conducive to raising strong, amazing Muslim children. So that beauty is lost if you have this kind of individualistic mindset that the modern world promotes. And this is, I forgot to mention that at the beginning of this marriage section, I said specifically, I'm talking to the audience directly. Meaning I'm talking to Muslims and non-Muslims. You need to appreciate the value of marriage and romance and love with the opposite sex in pair bonding relationships. This is a value that all humans recognize universally. If we want to talk about objectivity, there are a few things that are as objective in the sense of as strongly, viscerally experienced by the human consciousness as love with the opposite sex. This is how we've been created. So reflect on your love life. I'm not advocating fornication, but just reflect. Don't you want to have someone to love and to hold your soulmate? Soulmate, is we don't have the same exact concept of soulmate. We do have some notion of soulmate. It's a separate topic. But the idea of having someone that you deeply love, that is universal. And Islam inculcates that through marriage. By banning premarital sex, just by that, and having a very strict punishment for it. If you get caught, 4 upright male witnesses see the penetrative act of premarital sex, zina, there are very severe consequences. So of lashing. So you're going to avoid that. You're going to avoid that behavior, and you're going to get married, lawful marriage, in a committed relationship. So that policy in and of itself prevents this individualistic malaise of the modern free West, where you have a certain segment of society who are monopolizing sex with their clubbing and their sex work and their Tinder-fueled garbage. That's a minority. And then you have a lot of people who are sexless, and they're deluded to thinking that they want to be players and whatever, and queens, and following in that hedonistic lifestyle. But they're not having sex themselves. They're just at home by themselves. So this is like a dystopia it's like a horror show. It's a literal horror show. Let me show you something else that I think is relevant. Again, like the whole strategy to appeal to the audience. Here's another example. This video has gone viral. It's on YouTube. Philadelphia, Kensington Avenue. I'll play a part of it, but I don't want to get a copyright strike. So go and look at it yourself. And it is just so sad. And I wanted to just play this in part of the debate and kind of mock Harris with it. Like, here, like, watch this. Like, oh, this is in Philadelphia in the US. Oh, look at all these people enjoying human rights. Oh, look at the prosperity. Look at the equality that everyone is enjoying. It's just amazing. Oh, that guy is enjoying human rights. That guy is enjoying equality. Oh, there's a feminist. I think I saw a few woke feminists there. That's amazing. This is so beautiful. Such progress. Free choice. Individual liberty. Unrestricted. Look at the technology. Oh, so amazing. The most advanced nation in the world in terms of technology. People are just loving life. So you can go watch. It's like 14 minutes just driving through Philadelphia. And I don't mean to mock these people. This is sad. This is very depressing. And I don't want this. No one wants this for humanity. Muslims certainly don't want this for humanity. But what is creating this? Did the Sharia create this? Did Islamic law? Did obedience to God Almighty, sami'na wa ata'na, obeying God, did implementing the hudud? Okay, take this minority, this like small part of Islamic law, which are the hudud, the corporal punishment, capital punishment. Did the implication or application of hudud cause anything like this? This level of decay, social decay, human decay. Allah has created human beings in this amazing, beautiful form, and has given us so much nobility. As Adam, our father, alayhi salam, was given all of this nobility, and his children, the descendants of Adam, were given all of this nobility and beauty in our physical forms and our spiritual forms. But we turn ourselves into this. We degrade ourselves into this. I mean, you can physically see it. Spiritually is there too. There's a connection between the material world and the spiritual world. Islam is in complete clarity on this issue, that what the higher metaphysical truths, the higher spiritual truths are connected and reflected in the dunya. Dunya, of course, comes from adna, what's lower, what's nearer. What's lower and what's nearer, which is the physical world around us that we experience with our senses. But that dunya reflects the higher truths, the higher metaphysical truths of reality, the existence of God, Allah, as the creator and the only one who is worthy of worship, the only one without partners that we direct our love and dedication and devotion to is Allah, the creator. That's the highest truth. There's no truth higher than that. But the entire dunya, the entire world, represents and reflects that one truth. And these are called ayat, signs from Allah. And when you go against Allah, when you go against these truths, then it will manifest in decay, in ugliness, in this very sad situation. But we have to be accurate about what is the cause of this kind of decay. What is the cause of these kinds of drugs that are being used? Heroin, fentanyl, crack cocaine, all of these hard drugs, methamphetamines, the breakdown of family, the psychological problems. Yeah, there is an epidemic of mental health. What is causing mental health? Well, have you thought about what it means to destroy family and destroy marriage, take people away from God, take people away from the truth of revelation? Have you just thought for 2 seconds about what kind of effect that has on the mind?
on your mental health. It's going to destroy you. It's going to destroy humanity. That's what you've unleashed, Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill and Immanuel Kant and David Hume. All of your brilliant Enlightenment thoughts, thinking that you're going to create all this progress for humanity through technology. Well, look at the results. Just a mere 200 years later, go to the streets of Philadelphia, go to the streets of New York City, go to the streets of Washington, D.C., Los Angeles. Look at the fruits of your brilliant minds. Look at the result of your genius. That you think you know more than God. You think you know better than your Creator, that you reject. Look at the fruits. But no, people like Harris, the descendants, the intellectual descendants of these psychopath, evil people, they don't want to acknowledge the fruits. They don't want to acknowledge what has been created by their philosophies. They just want to talk about Islam. Oh, Islam has slavery, or Islam allows slavery and considers it permissible in certain circumstances. That's all they want to talk about. This is why I'm calling him a con artist, playing a con game.
If someone claimed that he's all-wise and knows about the past and the future and always has the right answer, you would expect him to give you an absolutely complete and true statement every time he utters a sentence. This is a claim of the Quran as well. That's a perfect expectation, and Allah claims to be just that. Is he all-knowing, as it is said in the Quran, chapter 31, verse 34, or in the Bukhari, 318? He already knows what's going to happen later today, tomorrow, and a million years into the future. If he does, then why does he change his statements all the time, or at least completes them, implying his first statement was either incomplete or unclear, which is against his claim of it being a clear book, as Quran chapter 5 verse 15. For example, Allah, which is Muhammad, says in Quran chapter 4 verse 95, not equal are those believers remaining at home and the mujahideen who strive and fight in the cause of Allah with their wealth and their lives. Haqiqatjou, this is actually for you. Not equal are those believers remaining at home and the mujahideen who strive and fight. Allah had given his absolutely true statement for all times, and everyone who hadn't been able to join jihad.
It's like a very stupid understanding of morality. As I mentioned, each kind of moral command has a certain context, has certain kinds of conditions. So when Allah commands to fight in the Quran, that doesn't mean Muslims are constantly fighting and constantly killing and constantly engaged in jihad and ghazawat and all of this. Okay, that's a very mentally handicapped understanding of morality in general. There are conditions, right? And even in the life of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, sometimes he was fighting, sometimes he was not. Sometimes the ummah was in Mecca, they weren't fighting. When they were in Medina, they were fighting. Other times, it's just condition based. Okay, this is important to understand about all morality, but this is just a cartoon caricature that Harris wants to present, but it's a straw man.
For right or wrong reason would have been condemned to eternal hellfire or at least social humiliation. But luckily, by sheer coincidence, a blind man happened to be sitting there who overhears Muhammad dictating this verse to his scribe, and he says, but, oh Prophet, what about me? If I was capable, then I would have joined the jihad. Then this is so comical. Muhammad pretends, I'm getting another revelation, and adds the phrase, other than the disabled. This whole story is written in Tirmidhi 3033. Now, what kind of an all-knowing entity, when giving his final word for all times, forgets such a detail? This is not an isolated incident. There's another hilarious story from the 7th century.
This is, again, he has a problem with asbab al-nuzul, the conditions of revelation. And he's saying, oh, okay, well, this seems so convenient. Oh, what a convenient... This kind of argument is, again, argument in bad faith. You are trying to raise these points that it's not like a logical argument. It's not like a logical point that you're making. All that he's saying, oh, how convenient that revelation came at this time. You know, you can say that about anything. You can say that about any aspect of Islam and any aspect of any religion. Okay, you can always project bad intentions or project dishonesty, project hypocrisy. You can always make these kinds of projections and insinuate and convey. And this is actually a big strategy of a lot of Christian missionary work, because these Christian missionaries, the previous generations. They poured through hadith and they poured through the Quran, and they wanted to raise these kinds of doubts, but it's like a very low level of just implication, like, oh, how convenient that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam had so many wives. How convenient that the rules of Allah allow that. How convenient. Like, this is, you can say that about anything that anyone does, and that doesn't constitute a moral argument. You can't scrutinize. You can scrutinize the content of the moral principle. Like, you can say having multiple wives is immoral. Polygyny is immoral. It's barbaric, or whatever these people will say. Fine, we can evaluate that and we can have a conversation or a debate on that point. But that's not what Haris is saying. He's saying, oh, how convenient that he's like a liar. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is a liar, and he's saying things that will benefit him. Okay, what's your proof of that? What is the proof? You're just begging the question that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is a liar. You've begged the question. Begging the question means you've assumed what you want to prove. You've assumed what you want to conclude. Like a premise of your argument is found buried, your conclusion is buried in one of the premises. So his conclusion is that Islam is false. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is a liar. He's a false prophet. That's the conclusion. But he assumes it with this kind of statement, the implication, like, oh, how convenient. The Prophet ﷺ is clearly lying for his own benefit. He's taking, multiple wives, or, oh, he's saying, like, this kind of revelation came at this time with the asbab al-nuzul, the conditions of revelation. This is a low IQ argument. It's actually a fallacy, because it's begging the question. It's begging the question. Evaluate the content, the principle, the moral principle, and we can have a debate about that. But there's no way that I can refute this kind of, oh, okay, how convenient. I can't refute that, because your whole starting premise is that he's a liar. All I can say is that no, he's not a liar. There's nothing that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, or Jesus Christ, or Abraham, or Moses, or Ganesha did that can't be questioned in the same kind of way, in bad faith. So, like, for example, I criticize, Muslim Skeptic criticizes, our scholarly team with Mufti Abdullah Mullah, may Allah bless and preserve him. He's writing all these amazing articles on Hinduism. But what Mufti Abdullah is doing is he's saying, like, hey, look at this Hindu god and look at what this Hindu god is depicted as doing in the Hindu scripture. And isn't that crazy? Isn't that shocking? Or isn't that immoral? And you can evaluate that. But that's not what Haris is doing with these kind of, oh, it's so convenient. This is an argumentative fallacy, and it's just eye-rolling type of arguments. You're arguing in bad faith. It's begging the question. And you're also just plagiarizing all of these Christian missionaries from 50 years ago, 75 years ago. And their arguments on this level have not advanced. It's just the same thing.
Those guys were having a lot of fun in the desert. For example, when Allah was explaining in Quran 2, chapter 2, verse 187, how you should fast in the month of Ramadan, he tries to be poetic and didn't realize how much confusion it would create later on. He said, eat until the white thread becomes distinguishable from the black thread. So those geniuses over there started putting white and black threads on their legs, and they would eat until it's bright enough that they could tell them apart. Allah was like, Jesus. And then he added the word al-fajr, meaning dawn. Now, this story is also written in Bukhari 4511. Did the all-knowing God not know this? You would be forgiven if a man makes that statement, because yes, he might not have anticipated it, but an all-knowing God must have known this. These are very basics. Allah was making even a moderately skilled author like Haqiqatjou would probably not make that mistake, because we know when we write something, we anticipate how the other side might interpret it or how they will counteract it. This happens in our case all the time, because we don't claim that we know everything. We write a solution, we do our best, and when a situation arises, we adapt and change accordingly. But the claim of all the knowledge doesn't have this luxury. This all-knowing God is either a cunning liar or not so wise, as he says in Quran 109:6. For you is your religion, for me is mine. If you took it on face value, you'd be like, okay, that's a reasonable.
All right, before he gets into that, again, this is a stupid argument when he's talking about the different circumstances of revelation. A lot of these atheists, they think that they understand what wisdom is, and they think that they have all these arbitrary standards of how God should have revealed revelation. How should Allah have revealed the Quran? Why did he have this verse and then that verse, and then why is this abrogated? Why is that mansukh? So on and so forth. The way that Allah decides to reveal his final revelation is beyond your rationality, you as a low IQ person. But he's not. It's not going to be up to your standards, because certain things might even be beyond rationality or beyond human understanding itself. Like why, for example, the prayers for Maghrib prayer are 3 rakat, and Fajr are only 2, Dhuhr is 4, Asr is 4. Why? Why those specific numbers? Is that something that we could find rational reasons for, or like practical reasons for, or pragmatic reasons for? No, there are certain things that are not within the domain of practical reason. Any kind of law is like that, actually. Like why are let's say traffic lights? Why does green mean go and red mean stop? Is there a reason for it? Is there a practical reason for it? Is it arbitrary? Now, I'm not saying that anything that God does, that Allah does, is arbitrary, because we don't disrespect Allah or we don't say such things about Allah. But there are certain aspects of any legal system that are not, there's not necessarily a practical reason for them. But the point that I'm trying to make beyond that is that certain things are not rationally scrutable about certain details. Like, why was this verse revealed at this particular time as opposed to this verse? You can speculate all day. You can speculate for an entire lifetime. But what does that actually add? Like, why would you even bother with that kind of speculation when it's not something that you can reach a conclusion for? Now, I can give general wisdoms why Allah revealed, like, why, you can ask, why didn't Allah reveal just a textbook of life, like a manual for life, and just put it on a mountain somewhere, or put it on like some satellite and broadcast it throughout the world? And why didn't God do this, and why didn't God do that? And these kinds of questions are endless. Like, you can, again, speculate and come up with reasons why one is better than the other. And someone who's clever, like some of these clever atheists, they've gotten pretty good at that, where they will just cite like, oh, it would have been better if God had done this, but since he didn't do that, that means God is stupid, which means God doesn't exist. This is, again, a low IQ kind of argument, because you can bring these kinds of reasons for anything. You can point out a negative aspect for anything, but then that can be responded to, and you can bring out a fuller picture, and you can say that, for example, with Revelation, that God that Allah is revealing the Quran in the midst of people's lives, and so certain verses are coming down when they're the most relevant to the first community of believing Muslims with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And so that will affect them, that will impact them to a much greater degree, that will have a much deeper spiritual and moral and sociological impact on them, the early community, which will be that much stronger to be able to propagate the religion and to strongly stick to the religion, to live by it and implement it, which will reverberate through the centuries and through the millennia. And you have this Muslim empire, this Muslim community, this ummah that has
brought so much good to the entire globe, to the entire world, to the entire human history, that's even acknowledged by non-Muslims. And this is the wisdom of revelation, the Quran coming in this specific kind of way. So these are wisdoms that people can reflect on. If you don't care about truth, you don't care about deeper spiritual meaning, deeper beauty, then you're not going, that's a choice that you can make, but it means spiritual death. It means you won't be able to see the wisdom. And you make a fool of yourself, as Harris has done.
Offer, but when they came to power, everyone had to either convert to Islam or be exiled. In the Quran, chapter 2, verse 62, Allah in his all wisdom says, Jews, Christians, and Sapiens can go to heaven, need not to worry. But when Muhammad realizes he can achieve a lot more, he abrogates it and says in the Quran 385, as only Muslims can go to Jannah, non-Muslims will be the losers. Moreover, how many other verses there are where not only ordinary people, but learned scholars of Islam disagree with each other, but they don't have the luxury of a prophet running around who could instantly get a text message from Allah, like in the case of a blind man, who could tell us, oh, no, this is not what I meant, this is what I meant. And Allah knew this problem. This is why in Quran chapter 5, verse 19, he said, I am sending you another prophet, so you don't complain, where is our prophet? Well, I'm still complaining. Where's our prophet, Allah? Well, we need another prophet too, because there is so much confusion in understanding Allah's verses, like how much is too much, wife beating, for example.
Yeah, there's no confusion. The Islamic tradition has been preserved. There's no other religion that has preserved its the texts, like the original revealed texts, the original revelation. There's no other religion like Islam. Judaism, so many distortions have come into their text. So many problems have come into their interpretation of their text with rabbinic Judaism, Orthodox rabbinic Judaism. That's actually a video that's coming out, inshallah, with Genius of Islam, episode 3. You'll learn a lot of things about Judaism in that video, and Hinduism and Christianity. But Islamic texts, the Quran, the preservation of the Quran, the preservation of Hadith, it's nothing like anything else. No other religion. Hinduism, like Hindus don't even know who are the authors of some of their texts, some of their sacred scriptures. They don't even know the author. They can't even pinpoint a specific date or a specific century. Like, oh, within these few centuries, the text might have been written by someone. We don't know. We have some guesses, but we can't tell for sure. Islam is not like this. Everything has been carbon dated, or radio carbon dated. Everything has manuscripts have been dated to within very close to the Prophet ﷺ's life. And this is academically recognized. That level of preservation, even though some of these modernists and some of these Christian apologists will try to poke holes and will try to say, oh, see, there's a problem here, or there's a problem here. All nonsense arguments, all garbage. They're not consistent in their standards, because if you want to try to poke holes or raise objections to the preservation of the Islamic texts and revelation, apply that same standard to your religious books. Apply that same standard to your Bible, the New Testament or the Old Testament, and it's going to be very apparent that there's no comparison. There's no competition, actually. So, okay, here's a super chat from Hikmah. How did Harris make it this far to even write a book? LOL. His book is just so much taken from people like Richard Dawkins and other new atheists. Like, it's not hard to write a book against Islam, because he's taking material from what has already been written. That's pretty much it. Okay, so I need to actually go pray. I have to pray Dhuhr. But I will be back very soon, inshallah. So keep talking in the chat and I'll be right back, inshallah.
Thank you very much for that 5-minute rebuttal. We'll kick it over to Daniel for his 5-minute rebuttal as well.
Yeah, so Harris, it looks like you're gish galloping. You're just giving all of
Sorry, my mic was muted. I'm back. Bismillah, let's get started.
these random points. Like, can you just specify something that you want me to respond to? It seems like you're just rambling. You know, the topic of the debate is Sharia and human rights, and you're just bringing all these different theological issues. So try to focus.
From Sharia.
Don't interrupt me. You have specific questions I gave you clearly that you can respond to on human rights, but you're just bringing up all of these random topics. So on the issue of family, look, I'm bringing objective arguments, unless you want to say that family is not valuable or marriage is not valuable, okay? But otherwise, family and marriage and love, these are valuable things. Objectively, all humans agree. Is living in a strong, stable family with mother, father, grandparents, uncles, and aunts a human right? The vast majority of human beings throughout history and today have lived in these extended families, and countless studies show the psychological and sociological benefits of living in strong, stable kinship groups. Other studies show that not having family or living in broken families is associated with higher crime, higher depression, higher drug use, higher suicide rate, higher mental health problems, and so forth. Again, it's easy to understand how emphasis on individual liberty and equality above all else is antithetical to objective family value. Family often requires you to sacrifice your own personal desires for the benefit of kith and kin. Taking care of children or taking care of the elderly are significant burdens. If you constantly tell people that maximum freedom is the most important thing above all else, it's no surprise that people will choose self-interest over family again and again. And eventually the institution of family will die off, which presumably you think is a bad thing, Harris. You might have even heard this anecdotally from friends who say bluntly, I have my own dreams and ambitions, I can't waste time on children or my parents. This is the anti-family sentiment that has spread like cancer in the modern world, and it's because of prioritizing individual liberty. And all the stats, again, prove it. Just look at average household size, for example, according to Pew, North America and Europe have the smallest average household sizes, whereas the Muslim world has double the household sizes of the West. Pew research also shows that living alone is more common in wealthier countries, especially North America and Western Europe. Fertility rates are plummeting throughout the modern world. UN report shows that in Europe, the fertility rate is below replacement, only 1.6 child per woman. The same thing in North America, below replacement levels, but Muslim world, it's double or triple those fertility rates. This another metric that represents the death of family is the rise of single parent households. According to Pew, in the US, about 1 in 4 children are in single parent households. In the UK, 1 in 5, and these numbers have dramatically increased over the past 50 years. What this means is that even the very few children that are being born in the developed world live with a single parent, usually the mom, and she of course has to work to make ends meet. So this is not even the nuclear family. Forget about extended family. Even the nuclear family has been destroyed in the modern West. What this means is that realistically a high percent of children in the West don't have any family to speak of. No father, no siblings, no grandparents, no cousins surrounding them. Now I can list for you a bunch of studies that demonstrate that children raised in these single parent households are at increased risk of dropping out of school, increased risk of being incarcerated, doing drugs. Other studies show children from single family households have double the risk of mental health problems. They're more likely to be abused, more likely to commit suicide, and on and on. And this makes sense from a biological and psychological standpoint. For tens of thousands of years, humans have lived in large families with their own flesh and blood. When you strip that all away, like in the modern human rights West, what's that going to do to people psychologically? What is it going to do to them sociologically? Again, we see Muslims at the opposite end of the spectrum with all of these stats, and this is because of the rules in Islamic law, rules that specify parental rights, known as birr al-walidain, being good to parents, emphasis by the Prophet, peace be upon him, on fertility and having big families, emphasis on kinship rights and duties known as silat al-rahim, emphasis on getting married young, emphasis on taking care of elderly family members, not just dumping him in a nursing home, as is increasingly common throughout the West. And also the patriarchal family structure, that is also very important.
So one thing about dumping people in nursing homes, I don't think that actually anyone wants to put their parent in a nursing home. I don't think that people inherently they want that, but it's been made to seem acceptable to sacrifice your relationship with your mom and dad for the sake of your career, for the sake of pursuing your dreams, for the sake of making money, your personal pleasure. That has been made acceptable because of liberalism, and that's enough for many people to decide that, look, I love you, mom and dad, but it's time for you to, be institutionalized. That's sad, but look at what Islam encourages, and this is another reason why Muslims have more children, is because parents can expect that their children will actually take care of them in old age, inshallah. That's the expectation. Like, that's the moral standard. If you don't do that, it's aib. It's something that is very scandalous is not the right word, but it just makes you look like a very bad child. And that kind of social pressure is a good thing, because it means that parents will want to have more children, and be connected to their children, love their children in a way that you can't really love your child if you expect them to dump you and institutionalize you later in life. So there's this incentive to have children, and it's just a beautiful thing. Like, what's more beautiful than the parent-child relationship, and especially when it's with an elderly parent and a younger child taking care of the parent. That's all beautiful. And even when it comes to parents raising children, and there's no expectation that, okay, you're 18 years old, now you have to be on your own. Finally, I get my freedom back. The 18-year-old is out of the house. That's something that I was shocked to see, actually, with growing up. Like, I had non-Muslim friends growing up, like in grade school, and they were telling me that when I'm 18, I have to be out of the house. It's like, your parents are going to kick you out of your house? It's like, well, it's not my house. Once I'm 18, I have to find my own place. Either I go to college, I go to the military, I go to, I'm homeless. There's no other option than that. I can't stay. My parents say, get out. So I had a hard time understanding that. And now that I'm a parent, it's even harder to understand. I never want to kick my children out of my house. I want them to live with me forever, if possible. I want them to always be with me. Maybe not in the same room, but next door. Or in Egypt, it's actually cool. And my wife is Egyptian, and the way that they have their homes built is that each family builds like a new story, like a new level of the house. So you'll have a 3-story or 3-level house, and the patriarch, like the father, the original father, lives on maybe the top floor or the bottom floor, and then another level is his son, one of his sons and his wife. The next level up is another son and his wife, and everyone stays together, right in the same building, right in the same home. And that's so beautiful. Like, that's so wholesome, and you feel the world is such a lonely place, and it's such a harsh place. Life is difficult. It's a world full of tests and challenges, and God has given us, Allah, our Creator, has given us all of these means to deal with that and to live beautifully and live happily despite these kinds of challenges that exist. And it's our response to those challenges, our response to the hardship, that determines what kind of person we are, if we are good people or not. But with family, life is so much harder if you don't have your family. Life is so much more lonely if you don't. This is not something that friends can replace. You can surround yourself with all of these friends, even the best friends, but it's not going to have the same kind of sweetness of your own family, your own flesh and blood. Which is also not to say that sometimes your family can be jerks. Sometimes your family can be downright evil. Everyone has family members that they don't like, or they actually are problematic people. But that's part of the challenge. But on the whole, family and relying on your family is really crucial and really critical for the happiness of your life. Like, happiness, again, when I say happiness and Haris says happiness, we don't mean the same thing. Happiness for these atheist materialists is like, if you're eating a delicious steak and drinking a glass of wine and then sleeping with a prostitute, that happiness that you experience is the same as holding your child in your arms and kissing the hand of your father or your mother, your elderly parents. The happiness that I'm talking about is a metaphysical happiness. It's a deeper spiritual happiness, a real happiness that even if you're not religious per se,
you have experienced, or you know what I'm talking about when I talk about that happiness. It's not the same. It can't be replaced with, steak dinners, drinking wines, going to your sex robot or your masturbation machine and popping some antidepressants. You might experience all that dopamine, but that's not true happiness. There's a real difference. And everyone knows it.
And so these are some of the rules that the liberal human rights regime considers contrary to personal freedom and human rights, but these are the exact same rules that preserve the important human institution of the family. Don't you think families are objectively good, Haris? Then explain why human rights are destroying them. Explain that.
We are going to kick it over to the 5-minute response from Harris. And I want to remind you, our guests are linked in the description, folks. Go ahead, Harris.
All right. So let's see how he responds. He doesn't answer us any question, by the way. By the way, this is my right hand. So people aren't confused. This is my right hand. The image is mirrored. The camera is mirrored. Some people in the chat are scandalized, but it's actually my right hand.
Right. So you've obviously got a script that you're stuck to, and this is why we have to talk when the actual discussion starts. But so far, you haven't responded to any of my responses because you haven't spoken anything. You haven't said anything about Sharia. Don't interrupt. You haven't said anything about Sharia. I've spoken about your claim is Sharia is objective, and I've laid the argument against how it is not objective. And
no, you haven't. What argument? What was the argument? Like, we couldn't understand what the argument, like this kind of mishmash of Euthyphro and I don't know what objectivity versus personal faith. Like, there was no like, these atheists also don't know what an argument is. I mean, some atheists do, obviously. They've studied philosophy or logic and rhetoric. But Harris, these Murtadeen, these ex-Muslims, they don't even know what an argument is. This came up in the APUS debate. Like, they think argument means like two people shouting at each other. That's an argument. But no, argument has a definition. You have premises and a conclusion. The premises have to logically support the conclusion, and then you can determine if an argument is valid, is it sound. These are technical terms, and these are things that are important in Islam too. We have mantiq. Mantiq is a very important Islamic field, and it's used by all of the Islamic scholars, all of the ulama of history, the ulama of fiqh, the ulama of aqidah, the ulama of tafsir, of hadith, the muhaddithin. They all heavily use logic and reason and deduction. And it's just, genius after genius after genius in our tradition of the level of minds that you have in the Islamic tradition and our ulama. It's just unmatched, really. I mean, if I had the choice between Albert Einstein and Imam Ash-Shafi'i, all else being equal, okay, obviously one is a kafir, one is wali of Allah, alim of Allah, I would still go with Imam Ash-Shafi'i because of the level of brilliance, the level of insight. Give me Imam Ahmad, give me Imam Abu Hanifa, Imam Malik, give me Shaykh al-Islam, Ibn Taymiyyah. Even though, Ibn Taymiyyah, rahimahullah, wrote against the logicians, the ones who use mantiq, and he has critiques. He has critiques of Greek logic, but Greek logic is not the only type of logic. The Greek system, the Aristotelian or the Platonic models. There are different kinds of logic. So, he has his critiques. Others have their counter critiques. This is all genius and intellectual argumentation, real argumentation with premises and a conclusion and ratiocination, deduction, induction. All of this is just brilliant that we have in our tradition, and we're proud of our tradition as Muslims. But this guy, he left all that to become a enlightened, liberal, free thinker, and we're seeing the result. Right on this face, or this picture is pretty good.
haven't said anything yet. So let's just keep digging further into Sharia. And the problems that you're pointing out, some are valid, some are not valid. But either way, you make a mistake claiming that Sharia is somehow the solution. And this is what I'm exposing right now. Sharia is not a solution. So let's talk about the elephant in the room. I'm talking about slavery, which you are a massive proponent of. As I said earlier, not all Muslims have turned off their compassion switch, and they go out of their ways to make excuses, such as how Islam promoted compassion, that it set in motion the world where slavery will eventually be abolished. Yes, it's a completely fabricated claim. I agree with you on that. But at least I can understand that they're trying to keep their humanity intact. In fact, this is the same claim modern-day Judeo-Christian apologists make as well. But you, Haqiqatjou, don't take that approach, because once you have lost all compassion and humanity, it's easier to become a literalist, because Quran literally advocates cruel practices like slavery. I wouldn't go into the mainstream slavery, the idea of treating human beings as commodity. That's just okay for you, yeah? I'm particularly troubled by sex slavery. Islam and Sharia literally allow you to go to a neighboring village, kill their men, and take their women as sex slaves, who would clean your house at day and do other things at night. Does this not send shivers down your spine? Is this a solution that you were just offering about what human rights, what the core family is destroyed or something, and this is the alternative that you're offering? Maybe it does to James and every other sane person listening to this, but look how cool you are, Haqiqatjou, with the possibility. You might be getting turned on by this practice. Quran allows this in multiple places, such as chapter 4, verse 24, 25, chapter 23, verse 6, 24, 31, and many more. How could this not be wicked and cruel? Ordinary Muslims are troubled by this, and I inquired further. If I can't make you feel for other humans that you intend to take as sex slaves, let's reverse the roles. Let's imagine I and my soldiers raid your village, kill you and your male members, and then take your daughters, wives, even mothers as sex slaves. Your women would not just have to deal with the fact that their husbands and sons and fathers have been murdered, but also the same night they have to deal with having sex with the killers of their fathers and sons and husbands and brothers. Would you be okay with that, Haqiqatjou? Now, can you answer that one? Maybe you can't feel that for other women who are not related to you, but surely, even as a sadist like yourself, could feel that for your female family members. If not, then I can only hope that other men who supposedly follow you don't think like you. Some Muslims...
Why do people who bring up this concubine argument always emphasize the plight of the women? The men have been killed in this hypothetical. Are we not going to shed any tears for all the men who have died? You're just concerned about the women who are going to be enslaved, but what about the guys that died?
Say, well, you don't have to rape them, as though any woman would like to sleep with the very people who have murdered their fathers, brothers, sons, and husbands. This is not some far-fetched case. This is exactly what happened with Rehana bint Zayd, whose husband was killed by Muhammad's men after the massacre of Banu Qurayza. She refused to marry Muhammad out of respect for her dead husband, but eventually married Muhammad after she got sick of being the slave girl of Muhammad. Moreover, the infamous story of...
Right, this is all nonsense that he said about the wife of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. If you want to watch a video that just debunks everything he just said, then here I recommend this video from EF Dawah. EF Dawah, slanders about the Prophet's marriage sallallahu alaihi wasallam with Safiya radiyallahu anha. Watch this. It's like less than 10 minutes. If you are confused about what Harris said, this is a good video to watch, inshallah.
Of Safiya. When her father, brother, and husband were killed, Safiya was taken as a slave girl, and Muhammad slept with her on the very first night. This was so outrageous that even one of the servants of Muhammad stood guard at the tent. When asked by Muhammad, "Hey, what are you doing here, boy?" "Oh, messenger of God, this young woman had just been married, and you killed her father, husband, and brother. So I did not trust her not to harm you." The Prophet laughed and said, "Good." If we film this, imagined it in flesh, every sane, Muslim or not, every sane person would be outraged by this behavior. This will be how an ultimate villain behaves. Yet, this is the man all you guys practically worship. There's so many such stories. Let's look at this one. Once Abu Sa'd says, after the battle of Banu al-Mustalik, we came across some captive women. We asked the Prophet if we should drop our load, by load I mean semen, in or we pull out. The Prophet says, do what you want. Allah controls the pregnancy. Bukhari chapter 4138. These captive women were living, breathing human beings. Imagine my soldiers come to me and ask me, "Oh, General Sultan, whether we should pull out or drop the load in the sisters of so-and-so we have just killed." And you're worried about the falling fertility rate? This also reminds me when Stalin was told about the mass-scale rapes of the German women at the hands of the Red Army. Stalin simply said, "They've been through a lot, let them enjoy." This is literally what Muhammad did. In another instance, a guy by the name of Salama says he captured the prettiest girl in Arabia. When he took her back to Abu Bakr, he gave her to him as a gift. Sahih Muslim 1755. Slavery is horrible, but sex slavery is even worse. And this merciful prophet and his Sharia enabled it. There's so many other stories like this, but I can't pick them all in 5 minutes.
Yeah, so I explained this. Someone in the comments I just see saying, "Oh, I find so much of this extremely disturbing." Like, this, do you find war disturbing? Like when you read about all of the battles of history, all of the wars of history, even according to like American history, when they're teaching American history is very bloody. Even by their own, like these are the winners, America, that's telling its story, like standard in grade school. You had the founding forefathers, these very noble, enlightened men who wanted freedom from the tyranny of King George III. And they, there's the Revolutionary War and the War of 1812 and this and this. It's like war after war after war. Basically 90%, I think it's literally like very close to 90% or more of America's history has been America engaged in war. But even according to like the national consciousness, this kind of patriotic consciousness, war is good. War is in the sense that it's necessary. It's something that you have to engage in for right and truth and justice and freedom and equality to rise to the top. Right? For the good guys to win. Isn't this the premise of every single Marvel movie? Every single Marvel movie or every single superhero movie or literally every single war movie, it's all glorifying war and violence. But that's just seen as normal. But that involves killing and death and brutality and shedding of blood, bombing people, especially modern warfare. It's extremely, extremely bloody and violent. But you don't bat an eyelash at that. You don't bat an eyelash at any of that, and even though it's very horrifying. So just reflect on that when you think about these heroes, whether they're fictional or actual historical figures. They're engaged in killing and murder. I mean, killing and violence, but it's seen as justified. It's seen as taking someone's life is justified. So if that's one level, then what about other things that might be justified as well? Other actions that are actually less violent than killing. Less violent than killing, which includes, having a concubine, having sexual relations as a necessary aspect of war. And this is what, I argue in the next 30 minutes or so. But just logically, if you think about that and compare, what is so special about sex and that kind of relationship? Like, Muslims aren't Victorian Christians. Okay? We don't have that same kind of view of sexual relations as being inherently dirty. We don't have that view. We are created by God. Allah has created human beings with certain capacities, and one of those capacities is to have sexual relations, and part of it is for reproduction, and part of it is actually for pleasure. There's nothing shameful about it when it's done in the permissible ways, and there are certain ways that's permissible and certain ways that's impermissible. One of the ways that's permissible is with milk yamin, those that your right hands possess, the concubines, and there's nothing shameful about that. There's nothing shameful about that for the reasons that I outline, for the reasons that I explained. This is something that's necessary. It's something that leads to a lot of good outcomes. And if you, your mind is just like, oh my God, it goes against freedom and equality and all of these liberal principles, or it's just like, it's not something that you're familiar with and it's foreign, and therefore you have this kind of reaction. Okay, well, there are a lot of things that you might not be familiar with that other people, 99% of people, had no problem with. Just like you have no problem with slaughtering in war, You have no problem with that. In fact, you glorify it. You watch movies about it. You read books about it. You have songs singing about it. You're just familiar with that, and you're not familiar with another aspect of war and conquest and these things that existed for 99% of human history. So, yeah, logically, and then sex, right? Sex. These liberals are so like sex is worse. This is the implication of what Harris is saying. That, and he actually explicitly says this later, like being a slave is worse than being killed. That makes no sense according to utilitarianism, according to maximizing pleasure. Because if you're still alive, then you still have a possibility of gaining more pleasure. Your overall utility still has a chance of going up as opposed to dying, especially dying painfully, like through nuclear warfare or through bombs or chemical warfare. So even according to utilitarianism, you should prefer to be a slave as opposed to just being wiped out, let alone your entire people be wiped out. So it's logically incoherent from that aspect, but from another aspect, being a sex slave, on the liberal mindset, they often criticize Muslims and say, oh, Muslims are so, or Christians as well, Christians and Muslims, you're so prudish, you're just a bunch of prudes. You have to be free, just have sex and enjoy life and don't worry about getting married. You can just sleep with anyone. It's just a beautiful, sex is just like any other bodily function. Why do you have all this taboo around sex? Just, be a hippie. Smoke some weed and, hook up. Drink a beer, hook up, just enjoy life. Sex is just another bodily function, like eating food. Like eating a hamburger. Eating a taco. Smoke some weed, eat the taco, have sex. It's all just life, man. This is the liberal mindset. So if sex is just like eating a hamburger, according to you liberal, free-thinking, woke people, then sex slavery just means like forcing someone to eat a hamburger. So tell me, like, what's so significant? You're forcing someone to eat a hamburger or to eat a taco. So, like, there's so many contradictions with your philosophy, your liberal philosophy.
We'll kick it over to Daniel for his 5-minute response as well.
Okay, so I'm going to address slavery and sex slavery, but let me just be explicit for the audience, since Harris doesn't seem to be getting it. I'm arguing that Sharia law is superior to human rights because Sharia rule preserves marriage and family. Okay? And human rights doesn't. It destroys marriage and family and community and the human race. That's the argument. So let's move on to slavery. The reality is, to win a war in the pre-modern period, it was all about manpower. The main factor in whether your people would live or die was numbers. So this meant that if you won a battle, you couldn't just let the captives go because they would just regroup and attack you again or join your enemies. So you only had two options. You either had to kill or enslave. Neither option is good, right? But that's just the nature of war. You always have to use violence against the other side. You either kill or enslave. So Harris, you want to criticize Islam and call Islam barbaric for having slavery, but imagine if I asked you this question. Do you support using weapons in war? Do you support using guns to shoot people or swords to stab people and kill people? Do you support that? Because all of that is violent. All of that is barbaric. Presumably you'd say, yeah, of course I support weapons and killing, because how else are you going to fight war and defend yourself? Well, that's exactly the point with slavery. In the pre-modern period, you couldn't have war without slavery any more than you could have war without weapons and killing. In other words, if killing people can sometimes be justified, then slavery can also sometimes be justified. And this is exactly what your friend, apostate prophet, accepted with open arms in our debate last year. Imagine in the future they invent a new technology for war where a laser shoots from space and can directly target any person in the world. And the technology is so precise that there are zero casualties other than the intended target. Then people in this future might look back at our time and say, look how barbaric those people in the 21st century were. Look how barbaric with their tanks and guns and bombs.
Would that make any sense? That's exactly what you're doing by criticizing Islam for slavery. You should just acknowledge that slavery could be completely justified in certain circumstances, which, by the way, are the circumstances people have lived in for 99% of human history. Now, if you want to argue that Islam requires enslaving people today, I would say that that is not correct. It depends on the imam. If you read fiqh, Islam.
So before we get into the modern period, I just don't understand how anyone can dispute this. Like, it's even like I'm using a purely utilitarian argument. It's a purely utilitarian argument. It can also be an evolutionary argument. It could also be like a cultural evolution argument, that if you believe in evolution and cultural evolution and evolutionary psychology, presumably Harris believes, well, actually he called it all riffraff. All of the academic references are just riffraff. But for those who are atheists or they're not religious, presumably they accept a utilitarian argument, an evolutionary psychology argument. Cultures are going to engage in behaviors that are adaptive, and what's most adaptive, what's going to be the kind of behavior that leads to the most good, or the most utility, or allows that community to survive over other communities, then those behaviors will propagate, and then you have this kind of cultural evolution explanation for why certain behaviors come into human nature over time, or human cultures over time. And taking slaves is one of those behaviors, is one of those things that, according to evolutionary psychology, conflict itself is inherent to human nature. I mentioned Jonathan Haidt, like having this kind of in-group versus out-group mentality. All human beings have it. And sometimes it can be a source of destruction or evil, and sometimes it's wholesome and necessary, and it depends on the situation. But like for example, racial in-group, like thinking that you're better you're better than someone because of the color of your skin or where you were born, that's evil, right? But having a loyalty to those who share your beliefs, having loyalty especially to those who believe in God, who believe in truth, who follow the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam. This is al-wala wal-bara. Al-wala means loyalty to the Muslims, to the loyalty to Allah, loyalty to His Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam, loyalty to the ummah, to the believers. This is important. It's valuable. It's praised. It's a sign of iman, of having true belief, and it's also something that's inbuilt. Okay, this kind of instinct. And bara, disassociation, and like we don't prefer, or we're not going to prefer those who disbelieve in Allah, disbelieve in His Messenger, or even worse, they fight against Allah, fight against His Messenger, defame Islam. We're not going to have a kind of affinity for those people, or we're not going to prioritize those people and put them as our role models or our spiritual role models, or people above us in terms of being our awliya, or our wali, in terms of walaya. So we're not going to do that. That's what bara means in a nutshell. But this is also something that is found within human nature. What was the point that I was making? In group, out group. Yeah, so even on a utilitarian basis, slavery is justified, because the consequences of not taking slaves is going to lead to less utility, less pleasure for more amount of people. That's the utilitarian argument, and I laid it out. But Harris can't acknowledge that. None of these atheists can. Actually, Apus acknowledged it. Apus, to his credit, he had to own the fact that on a utilitarian argument, slavery is actually justified historically. So in the past. But then what about present day, where we have all this technology? Then slavery is not justified, right? And so that's the argument that I addressed next.
Islamic jurisprudence, this is very clear. There's no requirement that people captured in war are enslaved. This is discussed in classical fiqh books. For example, Bidayat al-Mujtahid by Ibn Rushd in the 12th century. Go to Kitab al-Jihad, and he summarizes the position of the 4 Sunni schools of fiqh. The Imam has the option to pardon people and forego taking slaves in war. The Imam does not have the option to suspend, for example, hudud punishments for lashing, like lashing for fornicators, but taking slaves is one of those issues where the Imam can forego if it's in the best interest of the Muslim community. So in modern times, a hypothetical Imam could exercise this option and still be 100% consistent with the most strict understanding of traditional Islamic law. Now, Harris, since you seem to be ignorant about these details about...
So I'm trying to make the distinction between hudud, so had, to apply the had. The Imam doesn't have the prerogative to suspend the hudud and say that, okay, we're no longer going to lash the fornicator, we're no longer going to, cut the hand of the thief, we're no longer going to have these punishments, we're no longer going to collect zakat, we're no longer going to establish salah. These different aspects of the Sharia that he doesn't have the prerogative to suspend those things. But when it comes to taking slaves, when it comes to, for example, certain siyasi decisions in siyasa, meaning politics, like for example, who to have treaties with. Like, are you going to make a treaty with this country or that country, or go to war with them? The Imam has the decision. Like, he can make the decision to attack a country, to not attack a country. Sorry, I'm just plugging in my phone, which is dying here. Those are decisions that the Imam can make. He can decide to do so or to not do so, depending on different considerations that he has. So this is an important distinction to make between siyasa versus hudud. And overall, Sharia is so much more than just criminal punishments and corporal punishments. But these murtaddeen and these atheists, these liberals, this is all they want to talk about. This is all they want to focus on. They're giving this message to the world that Islam is just about slavery and sex slavery and wife beating, and this is all that Islam is about. This is why, this is another big reason that they're con men, because they're distracting people from all of the benefits of Islam, all of the beauty of Islam, and all of the things that Islam offers that are actually direct solutions to the evils of the modern world. All of the problems and the dysfunction and decay of the modern world are addressed so beautifully in Islam, because Islam is from the Creator. Islam is genius, brilliance from the Creator for the benefit of all of humanity. So you can't have a straight up argument. You can't have a straight up debate about that. You have to constantly derail into slavery, sex slavery, wife beating, because that's all you have is like this shock value type of gotcha type of argument where you confuse people and you distract them from these clear positives. So I don't think it's actually effective in debate to try to gloss over slavery, to gloss over wife beating, to gloss over hudud. Or jihad, like jihad al-talab. Don't gloss over those, but you have to have good responses. If you gloss over it, the non-Muslim thinks, okay, this is just another apologetic, excuse-making, cucking, which we'll talk about in a second. This is just, you're embarrassed by this aspect of your religion, so you're trying to circumvent it and avoid the topic. It's very clear, like people can sense that, and they're not going to take you seriously. It sounds like you're hiding something from them. You're not showing the real truth. Islam is just like every other false religion, and we don't want to be religious. We want to be free-thinking, liberal individualists. So this is why it's necessary, like I prepared with him, I prepared with Apos to talk about these topics. And I teach about these topics as well in Al-Asna Institute and elsewhere. Because you need to address it. Like, why? If Islam is so moral and it's truly the religion of God, the Creator, how could it have something as immoral as slavery?
How can this be a prophet of God, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Muhammad, when he has slaves himself? He eventually freed, but he had those slaves at one point. He had the concubine at some point. So isn't that, how can he be a prophet? How can he be the peak of morality? This is the shubha, this is the doubt that lingers in the mind of not only non-Muslims, but also Muslims, some Muslims. And you have to address it in a very clear, rational way, using argumentation that appeals to people's understanding and their level of understanding of morality, which nowadays is a utilitarian kind of morality. That you can make a historical argument, you can make a psychological argument, you can make a utilitarian argument, and then they'll have a hard time disputing that or refuting that. And for many it makes sense, like inshallah it makes sense for people, and then they get over it. They realize that Islam is a religion for every aspect of life, not just when you're sitting comfortably with your family, but sometimes life involves war. That's human nature. That's the way that God has created. Allah has created us as human beings in this dunya, on this earth. Sometimes there's war, sometimes there's conflict, sometimes there are battles, sometimes there are crimes, sometimes there's theft, sometimes there's depression, sometimes there's famine. Islam, the beauty of Islam, the genius of Islam is that it gives us guidance for all of these dimensions of life, the good and the bad, the easy and the difficult. This is the beauty of Islam. Other religions, they don't have this. They literally do not have this. So you have to appreciate Islam and recognize its divine origin, its divine nature. Christianity doesn't have this. You know, I don't want to create some kind of, make this a Christianity bashing session, but Christianity doesn't have many of these aspects of guidance about how to live life, because it's just the nature of Jesus, peace be upon him, alayhi salam, as a prophet. Like, he was not the final messenger, he is the Messiah. Jesus Christ is the Messiah. His time is coming in the future when he will return from heaven to once and for all kill the Antichrist, once and for all establish the kingdom of heaven on earth. That's coming. That's coming, inshallah. But his time on earth was limited because he wasn't the final prophet. So he wasn't married. So how are you going to get guidance for how to be married and the rules and regulations for marriage, the rights and responsibilities for marriage, all of these moral values that will dictate a healthy marriage according to God, when there is not an example of that, a divinely guided example of that, whose example has been preserved so that future generations can also implement it and learn it and practice it and imbibe it. Jesus was never married. He had no children. So how can you have and his teachings also, how much of it is dedicated to specific, tangible things about children, like raising children, inheritance, such a huge aspect of life. When you die, how are you transferring your wealth to the next generation? Can you just decide to do whatever you want with your wealth? Yes or no? Can you just say, I want to give all my wealth to this guy because I hate my kids. I'm giving all my wealth to my friend Bob. Can you decide that? Is that your right or is that your child's right? What amount of your inheritance is due to your children, to your parents, if they're still alive, to your spouse? What percentage of your inheritance? This is significant. And another thing that non-Muslim academic sociologists recognize is that the way that you have inheritance distributed has a huge effect on family structure and the way and society overall. Because if you are going to this actually happened in the Christian church. Like the Christian church tried to manipulate people's marriages because they outlawed what they considered incest. And one thing that they considered incest is cousin marriage. But not just first cousins. According to the Catholic Church, even if you're second cousin, you can't marry your second cousin. You can't marry your third cousin. You can't marry your fourth cousin. You can't marry your fifth cousin. And on, like up to the seventh cousin. They consider this incestuous, which is very extreme because almost all cultures accepted cousin marriage. Because when we say cousin marriage, it doesn't just mean first cousins. It means like with your second cousin, third cousin, fourth cousin. This is something that we find in most societies historically. But the Catholic Church, for one reason or another, said, no, we're not going to recognize these marriages anymore. As Catholicism spread in the Western Church spread throughout Europe in the 3rd, 4th, 5th centuries, up to the 8th century, they had basically had this entire policy of no cousin marriage throughout Europe, and they would penalize you basically because you'd be excommunicated from the church. And if you're excommunicated from the church, obviously your inheritance when you die will be confiscated. So that has a big effect where all this money is going to the church. All this money is going to the church because people have their personal private wealth, and for whatever reason they've been excommunicated or they've had some other violation, or they've been told that if you give your inheritance, all of your inheritance to the church, then God will forgive you, or whatever policy that was actually implemented by the church and disseminated by the church. All of that money goes to the church. It gets very powerful. But other things suffer because your children who could have benefited from your wealth, this generational wealth, they're going to be poorer. They're going to not have as much wealth. All of that work that you did to build up your wealth, your personal wealth, your children won't be able to benefit from that, or it'll be limited because of the inheritance policy. So anyway, long story short, this inheritance has a big effect on society. Who can give us guidance? You need God's genius. You need God's knowledge. You need God's knowledge to know the best distribution of inheritance for the benefit of society, the benefit of not just present society, but future generations, and what is going to happen in 1,000 years. No human being can predict that. No human being can calculate and take into account all the different factors for the correct distribution of inheritance. It's God only, the creator of human beings, who has that knowledge, the all-knowing creator, the all-powerful creator. So you have inheritance rules in the Quran, explicitly in Revelation. How do you distribute your inheritance? God has commanded it. That's also something that cannot be suspended by the Imam, by the way. It's required that you abide by that. And if you don't abide by what God has commanded in terms of distribution of wealth, then you're in disobedience to him, and it's a major sin, obviously. So we have to appreciate Islam. We have to appreciate Muslims. We have to appreciate the Sharia, this beautiful system that we haven't even gotten close to appreciating what we have in Islam. Some of us. I'm not talking about ulama and awliya who do appreciate it, but many of us, I'm talking about myself, have not appreciated the beauty and the amazingness of this ni'mah, this blessing of Islam. Islamic law, I'll do you a favor and steel man your argument for you. You could respond to me and say, well, Daniel, fine, slavery could be justified in the past, but now with modern technology, modern weapons, clearly slavery could never be justified. That means Islamic rules regarding slavery are not justifiable in our modern context, which means at least one aspect of Islamic law is obsolete, and if one aspect of Islamic law is obsolete due to modern technology, then why not all of Islamic law? This is actually the argument that a lot of Muslim liberal reformists make, but the response to this is simple. In the past, the low level of technology meant that in order to wield political power, war was necessary, which meant that slavery was necessary. The only difference today is there are bombs, nukes, fighter jets, drones, chemical and biological weapons. So now war is not about manpower. Basically, you have to believe that these new technologies are such a blessing, and we're better off because at the very least, no one needs slavery to defend themselves, right? We live in a world of nukes and drones and weapons of mass destruction, so slavery is no longer needed. So the question is this actually a better world? Well, the harms associated with modern technologies like nukes and drones and mass surveillance, and you can't go to the bathroom without security agencies constantly monitoring your every move and every communication, these harms are far, far greater than the harms that existed in Islamic slavery. Frankly, these modern technologies are more terrifying. We have to look at the whole package. Which is the better world? One with the constant threat of nukes, nuclear annihilation, and constant terrorizing of the world's poor people with trillion-dollar weapons programs? Let's ask the people of Nagasaki and Hiroshima, or the Vietnamese children with horrifying birth defects because of chemical weapons like Agent Orange. Let's ask the Palestinian and Syrian refugees or children who are being burned alive with white phosphorus. In light of these modern technological horrors, the practice of Islamic slavery actually seems a far better alternative in the context of war, even if it were practiced today.
Thank you very much. 5-minute response from Harris. Go ahead.
So, hopefully this argument is very clear. Like, even if, because I already made the point about the imam. So, an imam in modern times, maybe he doesn't want to implement taking of slaves, taking of concubines. That's his prerogative. Like, he can decide that in modern times. Like, if a situation arose where Muslims are fighting again and we're under the khilafah, legitimate khilafah, and we have this Islamic nation, war can break out, and then those practices of slavery, they're as relevant and as important as before, then the imam can decide of taking slaves or not, or whatever. He has the prerogative based on maslahah, based on what he thinks is best. And this is in line with the most orthodox interpretation of Islam. All of the fuqaha acknowledge this right. And look in the books of fiqh, usually under Kitab al-Jihad. Kitab al-Jihad or in Bab al-Jihad, you'll find exactly this point. So it's not like a modernist attempt to be apologetic. But, okay, fine. Put that point aside. Even on the most extreme interpretation, like this kind of stupid, ignorant interpretation that someone like Harris might have, that no, Islam is about taking slaves all the time and fighting jihad all the time. Okay, fine. We'll address even that argument. We will steelman your position and even argue against that and say that, okay, fine. The only reason slavery, taking slaves, is something that is necessary, morally necessary, because of the previous argument that I just gave. Like, it's a matter of life and death for your people. You'll be wiped out if you don't take slaves and sex slaves. But technology has gotten rid of that necessity, because now we have bombs. Wars are no longer about manpower, having the biggest army. Wars are no longer about having, the most men fighting for you. Now you can have one drone operator who is able to wipe out an entire village. One drone operator sitting 1,000 miles or 3,000 miles away. So it's no longer about manpower. It's just about this technology. But unlike, these liberal progressives, we have to recognize the harms of technology, the horrors of technology, the cost. What is the true cost of technology? Because that's the two options, right? You either have low-tech society with slavery as a necessary part of civilization, and 99% of civilization practiced all of these things, or you have high-tech, modern warfare with your B-2 bombers, etc. So which one do you choose? To make a rational choice and even a utilitarian choice,
a utilitarian materialistic choice, you have to weigh all of the harms, all of the cost. But these liberals are not willing to do that. These progressives are not willing to do that. They're not willing to look at the whole package. If you did look at the whole package, like just Google right now on your phone or on your laptop, Google Vietnam birth defects. Look at Google Images. I'm not going to show it because then this video could be taken down because they're so horrifying. Okay? Vietnam birth defects. Look at Iraq birth defects, Fallujah. Even actually these Google Images right now, it looks like a lot of them are these are not even the most horrifying pictures. Google might have like wiped or is censoring some of the pictures because it's just, this is what they did to children. Okay, using Agent Orange, using napalm, using these chemicals in war, that they just, showered the Vietnam jungle with these chemicals. And look at what they have done to humanity, to children. You're so concerned about women being enslaved, Harris, in war. Okay, fine. Talk about concubines, but also talk about the mothers of these children. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to look at, but look at birth defects from Fallujah, Iraq, just 15 years ago. America bombing using dirty weapons. Dirty meaning they have radioactive material in the armaments. So when they bomb the Iraqis, they're spreading this kind of radioactive nuclear waste. Like, imagine the kind of... Only an atheist can drop a nuclear weapon. Only an atheist human rights activist can drop a nuclear weapon on a person, or a nuclear waste, radioactive material. Only an atheist. I mean, Allahu Alam. Maybe that's too strong of a statement. Maybe, but it's a good question. Like, even mushrikeen, there hasn't been maybe, I don't know, maybe my statement is too strong, but the development of nuclear weapons, the development of chemical weapons, that is on the backs of the materialist, atheist liberals. That's a historical fact. They're the ones who are promoting science at all costs, progress at all costs. They're the ones who are promoting this unhinged, non-stop technological advance, no matter what the consequences. It's not Hindus, right? We have to be fair. We have to be fair about this. It's not Hindus. It's not pagan, tree worshippers. It's these liberals. They're the ones who developed these technologies. So we have to be fair about that. But people like Harris are not going to own up to it. They're not going to admit that they have this kind of blood on their hands.
Right. No, slavery wasn't abolished because of the modern day warfare. Slavery was, the reason that we don't have slavery is because the Enlightenment forced us to realize that owning other human beings is not a good idea. Now that is just the outcome of that. Anyway, I always used to wonder, how could people believe in...
That is not true. Many Enlightenment thinkers were pro-slavery. So you are factually incorrect. Man, these headphones. This book right here. This book, it's going to be mirrored. Liberalism, a Counter History. Okay. Domenico Lesordo. He's Italian philosopher. Read about it. Read about all of the liberal thinkers who were pro-slavery. Or they were pro, colonial domination. And what is essentially... enslaving a population of savages so that you can enlighten them, bring them to the light of reason. Read about the history, even American history. Like, you had the Civil War, right? And though people will disagree, was the Civil War, American Civil War, really about slavery, or was it about states' rights? You can have that kind of debate, but clearly there were many liberals, liberal in the sense of they were enlightened thinkers, enlightenment. They appreciated Enlightenment values, the importance of freedom, liberty. Right? Thomas Jefferson was a slave owner. Thomas Jefferson, the one who wrote the Declaration of Independence, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, these inalienable rights. He was a slave owner. And he had sex slaves too. He had sex slaves too. So what are you talking about, Harris? Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, these forefathers who established, the greatest free nation of history, they didn't have a problem with slavery. They were practicing slavery. They only started having the real history. I've been meaning to write this paper for so long, this essay, because I've done a lot of research on the question of slavery. But the real history of slavery needs to be understood, because the West, what is actually the reason for their opposition to slavery? These Enlightenment thinkers who were practicing slavery, they were practicing colonialism. What was the real reason that they had a problem with slavery? And I'll give you a hint. It was the fact that they wanted to one-up Muslims. Like, they wanted something against Muslims, especially North Africans. They had a problem with the fact that Muslims were enslaving whites at that time in the 19th century. And they were very frustrated by the pirates, the Barbary pirates, taking Europeans as slaves. Basically, the Muslims were capturing these Europeans who were coming into their territory in the Mediterranean Sea and close to the African coast. They were taking these European slaves. Sometimes they would ransom them back to Europe. But this became a huge frustration for Europeans, the advanced European race. So it was, I'm not going to give the whole argument here, but just to give you the summary in a nutshell, they basically they were losing that competition with Muslims. They were getting beaten at their own game, basically. And so they rage quit. That's the summary. Europe rage quit slavery because they were losing. They were losing to Muslims. And this has a very interesting there's a lot of historical evidence for this that I've researched. So one day, inshallah, this paper will be published, and we'll see. You can evaluate it. Maybe I'm way off base and I'm just talking nonsense, but you can evaluate it and we'll see, inshallah. This fight the ignorance. This brother says, Akhi Abu Khalid, is there a point in continuing to debate these people after you and others have so much content already exposing their shallowness? Yeah, I think there is a point. I think there is a point to debating Haris Sultan and others, and not just ex-Muslims. Like, I don't know if I want to debate any more ex-Muslims. I've already debated their top guys, and it's just disappointing with Haris especially. Like, it's like he didn't even see what Apos did and how Apos floundered. I was expecting him to actually bring arguments, bring statistics, bring something that to the table, but he was the same. He even made the same excuses. He called academic references riffraff. That's what Apos did too. They lose the debate. They flounder in the debate, and since they can't bring up their own references, even though they're sitting behind the computer googling like mad, they take the easy way out and say, "Oh, academic references are all trash." So they show how free-minded they are, right? But
there is a usefulness to debate. You have to just be selective in who you debate, I think. You have to be prepared for who you debate, and you have to have a high confidence that you will win the debate. And the way that you have confidence is that you prepare, you go and consult people who know better than you, such as ulama. You consult with knowledgeable people, and you get their nasiha. You basically do shura, you do mashwara to get the right, should I do this debate or not? Am I prepared to do this debate or not? I don't accept any debates without consultation. I consult a variety of people, and sometimes I consult one person, sometimes I consult other people, because I want to make sure, like, my own assessment of my own ability could be way off, right? I, might not be a good debater in that for that particular person. So I'm not going to just beat my chest and try to go and debate everyone. I want to make sure to debate people that I can debate at that time, right? And I have enough time to prepare for the debate. I have to make sure, because this is a big amana, right? People are watching, people are going to be influenced by it, and you don't want to be a source for people's misguidance. So it's a lot of pressure, and you want to talk to people and make the right choice. But there is a benefit, clearly. There's a benefit because and munadhara, debate is something in the Islamic intellectual history, in the Islamic tradition. Many examples of imams who would debate. Imam Abu Hanifa is known to debate. Imam Ahmad is known to debate. Imam Ash-Shafi'i even makes statements about debating with people and who you should debate and who you should not debate. So this is something that is known, but you have to just approach it with care and caution. And consultation is so critical. Don't be like just online person that causes fitna because you get involved in debates where you're not able to give a good performance, a strong performance. Like, that just causes more harm. And so I ask, Allah to forgive me for any mistakes that I make. I have made a lot of mistakes, and I'm human, so I ask Allah to forgive me for that, for debates and any mistakes that I make in them. But you have to take it seriously.
War and a certain idea and are always propagating it, but when it comes to doing it themselves, they don't do it. Whether that's George W. Bush or Trump or our very own Haqiqatjou. These guys are okay to propagate wars and revolutions, but when it comes to taking action, they run away. Trump made health excuses, and so did George W. Bush, but our friend Haqiqatjou also makes similar excuses to get out of it. Why?
Wait, what is this argument? I get a... Is he like in... what's the word? Is he part of the Australian army? Like, is he some kind of soldier? Is he like fighting for Australia? He's living there, right? Is he like participating in any of that? Maybe he is, and I'm not that familiar with Harris's entire life story or his back history. But he doesn't strike me as someone who has done military service, right? Why not? How does your critique right here not apply to you, Harris?
Why does he not go to Afghanistan or Syria to fight for ISIS or Taliban? If you say, well, they're not truly Islamic, then go there. It's definitely much closer to Muhammad or your true Islam than America is. But no, I'm keen to see what excuses you make this time. Haqiqatjou likes to present himself as not like any other apologist. He says
this Afghanistan argument is so stupid. It is so dumb, and this is the thing that atheists need to realize, or whoever that's in these chat, like in the chat right now, or on my Facebook comments. You guys are supposed to be free thinkers, right? Then how come you all have the same comment? You all have the same, move to Afghanistan, move to Afghanistan, move to Afghanistan. Literally, I'm talking about thousands of comments on my social media from you trolls. you're supposed to be free thinkers. How can you not understand? And this was the whole Botswana argument that I responded to him with, is like, look, why are you have people who are dying to get into the US from these countries in Africa, South America. They're risking their lives, but they're coming from human rights countries, human rights abiding democracies. So why is that? And Harris, in his stupidity, acknowledged that, well, it's probably for economic reasons. Yeah, no, you don't. No, duh. That's why. They're coming for economic reasons. They're coming for safety reasons. They're coming for these kinds of reasons, not because they necessarily see a problem with human rights, because the U.S. has human rights that they're trying to migrate to, and the countries that they're migrating from are also acceptors and ratifiers of the UN's human rights, UN Declaration of Human Rights. So it's not a question of values. It's not a question of legal system. It's a question of these other factors, like, is your life at risk? Are you going to be able to survive? The West, the imperial human rights West, colonial West, has created a system where all the wealth and safety is monopolized in one part of the world. And if you try to live in other parts of the world, you're in very clear danger. And that's the case for any advocate of Islam, of Sharia, any advocate of or opponent of this liberal human rights regime. Afghanistan has 20 years history of being bombed. 20-year history of military occupation. Like, Harris goes on to deny some of these things, as we'll see. But so suicide is haram in Islam. It's killing yourself, taking your children into a situation where there's a good chance that they'll die. So where in the world can Muslims move to and make hijrah to when every single part of the world is being dominated by this system? Everywhere is being dominated by this liberal, globalist system. That's what you have to ask. Okay? That's what you have to ask. Even in these human rights abiding countries, if you start advocating for Islam and for Sharia, you can be taken out. And Afghanistan is no different. The U.S. left in defeat from Afghanistan after 20 years of occupation, but they're still talking about wanting to pressure them and bomb them. And I want to move to a Muslim country. I want to move to a country that believes in God. How about that? A country where people can believe in God without worrying about being attacked, without worrying about their children being indoctrinated and made into atheists. Is there a country like that? They don't allow such countries to exist. They don't allow such societies to exist. That's the entire point, Harris. So let's hear what he says.
Says it as it is. He doesn't hold back. If Islam condones violence, he says, yes, so what? It is what it is. But when it comes to fighting the holy war or application of Sharia, he doesn't actually do anything. At least those jihadis who went to Syria to fight for ISIS were honest. Osama bin Laden, who gave up his life of luxury, was honest. They were literalist and honest. Haqiqatjou is only a literalist and honest as long as he is sitting in his nice suburban home in America watching Muslim apologists debate on 70-inch TVs. And so is the case with all these trolls whose following Haqiqatjou enjoys. They stay at home, probably enjoy welfare payments, but buy nice cars and enjoy shisha at night. Well,
who is like enjoying welfare payments and buying nice cars?
Life is good. Everything's sorted. But let's curse the West. Look what Prophet Muhammad said about people like Haqiqatjou. Not equal among the believers who sit and the mujahideen who fight for Allah. Tirmidhi 3033. Look what the Quran says. Fighting is enjoined upon you. While it is hard on you, it could be that you dislike something when it is good for you. Quran chapter 2 verse 216. This is directly for you, Haqiqatjou.
You're doing the same thing. You're sitting and you're advocating for human rights very poorly. You're not part of the Australian army. Why don't you go join the UN? Go join the UN, be part of peacekeeping, and, work for the UN to maintain peace around the world and uphold human rights around the world. Why don't you do that, Harris?
If you're a human rights activist, why don't you do that? You don't really believe in the cause? You think that Islam requires that Muslims constantly be engaged in jihad all the time, no matter what? This is, like I mentioned in the debate, this is an ISIS gloss or interpretation of what Islam is. It's not a true interpretation of Islam, and all of the scholarly books of fiqh from 500 years ago, 600 years ago, 700 years ago state this. And I gave you all the references. So your understanding of Islam is completely off base. And even by your own standards, you're not meeting those standards because you're not doing anything for human rights. You're not doing anything for the cause of maximum pleasure. Join the UN. Peacekeeping, Human Rights Task Force, join that. Why are you sitting in Australia in your little room there? I don't know what that is, a living room or what. Instead of sitting there, go and join the UN. Get off your behind.
I remember Apostate Prophet asked you the same question. Haqiqatjou, you simply said, well, I have my family here. How bloody convenient. So are you saying that those people who used to go to jihad would take their family?
Yeah, how bloody convenient to care about your family. The mind of an atheist.
With them? This is what Prophet Muhammad said about the family. The Prophet said, none of you will have faith till he loves me more than his father, his children, and all mankind. Bukhari 15.
He's also ignorant about this jihad point, because in the hadith there is an example of a man who went to the Prophet ﷺ and asked, about going to jihad, and the Prophet ﷺ asked if he has any parents, elderly parents, and he said, yes, my mother. And so the Prophet ﷺ said, no, take care of your mother. That's a clear part of the seerah. So an ignorant person like Haris doesn't know anything about Islam. That's I guess summarizes his problem, is he's ignorant.
So Haqiqatjou, you want to get into answering question? Answer this question: do you love your parents and your family more than you love the Prophet? So you got to pick up your love for you got to give up your love for nice, comfy beds, big TVs, halal cheeseburgers or kebabs maybe, and get off your backside and go set an example. Fight for what you believe in. You had the perfect opportunity to go to Syria or Afghanistan to fight for your cause, but you chose to sit in your nice house in America, whose economy runs on interest, and according to you guys, spilling the blood of innocent Muslims in Afghanistan and Iraq, being allies of Israel, like Jews. You are basically living and enjoying the perks of a country that is literally the enemy of Muslims like Afghanistan. It cannot...
So what I had wanted to say to his point here is that he's also living in a country that is bombing people. Presumably, like, he has a problem with that. He has a problem with people being bombed. He has a problem with people being genocided. He has a problem with these kinds of invasions. Presumably that's the case in Afghanistan, in Iraq. He never actually explicitly said that, but I'm just trying to argue in good faith. Like, I'm trying to steel man his position. Like, let's assume like he has a big problem with these kinds of atrocities that are committed by these superpowers. How does he feel about that? How does he feel about living in Australia while the government of that country is doing these things? And the fact of the matter is that it doesn't feel good. People hate it. Not only Muslims, non-Muslims in this country hate it. They hate the fact that their money that they pay in taxes are going to this monstrous beast that is committing atrocities around the world, subjugating people around the world. They hate it. And the problem is that that's how terrifying this beast is, how terrifying this monster is, because this is exactly the argument against liberalism. This is exactly the argument against human rights, because it's created this system that creates so much harm and so much suffering and so much of this like series of atrocities. Basically 200 years since the Enlightenment of one atrocity after another. This control grid where you literally cannot fly. Okay? How can you travel from one country to the next? If you're on a list, okay, think about this. If you are on a list, a secret list, no fly list, you cannot travel to wherever you want. You cannot move to wherever you want. The nation state system is what causes this problem. The nation state system is created to keep certain countries isolated in a system of abject dependence, in a system of abject reliance on the superpower. And arguments about this kind of global structural inequality is made by sociologists like Immanuel Wallerstein and others, world system theorists, who point out that this is a deliberate system to keep people locked away from each other, keep economies separate but dependent, in order to maintain a system of global dominance. Like, that's the explanation to the Botswana question. Why are all these human rights abiding democracies, why do they suffer from poverty and from all of these social problems? That's, I think, a very plausible explanation. And you can watch Genius of Islam episode 1, which talks more about this issue and elaborates it and illustrates it. But also, you can read a book, Confessions of an Economic Hitman. Confessions of an Economic Hitman, about how the superpowers use loans, IMF loans, and riba to keep these countries in the global south in a perpetual state of financial dependence. If you don't pay back your loans, you're going to get sanctioned and invaded, and the money plus interest is going to be taken from you by force, and your people are going to be enslaved, essentially, and your livelihoods are going to be destroyed, and your cultures are also going to be destroyed, because the IMF, when they are putting these kinds of policies on countries that they deal with, that they give loans to, it comes with a lot of cultural directives as well. They say that, okay, we'll give you the loan, like this $2 billion loan, $5 billion loan for your country in Africa or in Latin America or Central Europe or wherever. We'll give you the loan, but you need to have more LGBT programs. You need to have more feminist programs and marches, and we have to set up a gender and sexuality department at your top universities, and you need to have a the beauty of freedom and liberty program on the radio and on your TV stations. These are the strings that are attached to that $2 billion. So the countries take the $2 billion with interest. Inevitably, they won't be able to pay it back. And in return, their entire religion, culture is being invaded. And they're stuck in a situation of abject poverty, where they have to give up the rights to their resources, their natural resources, to these Western countries. This is what France is doing. This is what France is doing to many African countries. Mozambique, Mali. This is their strategy. This is how they dominate the whole world. We live in this system.
Be clearer than this. It's like Muslims are fighting the kuffars of Quraysh, and here you are saying, nah, I'm just going to sit in my house in Mecca. You are willing to run the risk of raising your children in this evil society that is more than likely going to corrupt your children. They might fall into the trap of the Western lifestyle, like going out, partying, drinking, having premarital sex, all the horrible things that you worry about. I actually know some modest Muslim families who leave Western countries. Just when the children are about to hit the ages of 10 or 11, they go back, citing their fears, just mentioned. Like they used to show in the cartoons, when you look at yourself in the mirror, don't you see a jackass? That's how I feel. You must feel like that at some point.
We have got another 5-minute response coming in from...
What is that cartoon reference? I get the Pikachu reference. Like, it's the Japanese cartoon character, right? Pikachu, Pokemon. I get that reference, but what is this other cartoon reference?
Daniel, thanks so much. The floor is all yours.
Okay, Haras is completely misrepresenting Islamic law. In Islamic law and the Sharia, there's no obligation at all times to fight jihad, and there's no obligation at all times to take slaves or sex slaves. This is a complete misrepresentation. Haras needs to study Islamic law and fiqh because he's clearly ignorant. He has this kind of George Bush understanding of Islam or Donald Trump understanding of Islam, where it's just about killing and murdering. This is like from intelligence agencies, basically. You think ISIS is Islam. Nowhere have I endorsed ISIS or said that, yeah, they're the true representation of Islam. You are simply misrepresenting, and so it's a complete straw man. All you're doing is straw man argument, and you can't even respond to any of the points that I made. I responded to your point about slavery, and now I'm going to respond to the point of sex slavery, but I just want to make one other point. Why don't you, Harris, you want me to get off my backside and go to Afghanistan while that country is being bombed and being threatened by the United States and just getting out of a 20-year brutal occupation with thousands of deaths and rapes? Why don't you tell your followers, Haris, all these followers that you have in Pakistan and India, all these Mortads like you, tell them to move to Botswana. Why don't you tell them to move to Botswana, tell them to move to Haiti, because Botswana and Haiti, they have LGBT rights, they have women's rights. Why are they in Muslim countries? You should tell them to move to Botswana and Haiti. And in fact, it would be a more favorable position than Muslims moving to Afghanistan, because if your followers move to Botswana, Pakistan wouldn't bomb Botswana, Pakistan wouldn't try to agitate in Botswana and try to get them to adopt Sharia or Islamic law. They would be able to live their free lives with human rights and LGBT rights and women's rights. Why don't you do that, Harris? Is it because you're a con man? Is it because you're dishonest? You're not telling your followers in none of your videos, hey guys, human rights are great. Move from a Muslim country like Pakistan or Bangladesh and go to Botswana and Haiti. You never say that. So you're a hypocrite. You are a con man. Now let me get to the point about sex slavery. A good book I recommend is Lawrence Keeley's War Before Civilization. He explains that pre-modern war was primarily about manpower. The side that had the largest army was usually going to win. And if you had too few people, this made you an easy target for a larger group to attack you and wipe you out. This meant that women were very valuable in pre-modern societies because your society's ability to reproduce and build up the population is limited by the number of fertile wombs you have. Keeley says, and I quote, although the loss of even a large percentage of males will have no direct influence on a group's demographic fortunes, the loss of or gain of fertile women can mean the difference between population decline and growth. This is why Keeley argues all pre-modern civilizations took sex slaves. Again, this was a necessary aspect of war. If you did not take concubines, you were at a major disadvantage militarily because you either take concubines or your people get wiped off the face of the earth. There is no third option. So given that stark reality, yes, taking sex slaves was not only morally justified, it was morally necessary. And really, that's enough for the argument, but it's worth noting that the Sharia's rules on concubines and slaves in general are the most humane out of any other civilization. Again, slavery is not supposed to be a fun time, but Islam explicitly gives slaves many rights. They can't be mutilated, they can't be killed, they can't be prostituted. For women, if she gives birth to her master's baby, the baby is free, and she also is freed automatically when her master dies. These rules ensured that captured slaves very quickly integrated within larger Islamic society, especially after 1 or 2 generations. Contrast this with other societies in history that maintain a permanent subjugated slave class based on race or ethnicity. Islamic slavery is not like that, and that's why we see, for example, the Mamluks in the Middle Ages, who were a ruling class of Muslim slaves and the descendants of slaves, some of whom even reached the level of sultans and emirs in the Muslim caliphate as slaves. So the argument is very simple, Harris, but you haven't responded to anything that I've said. All you're doing is gish galloping, bringing in everything except the kitchen sink, misrepresenting straw man, and I think the audience sees that. I have a very simple argument. Sharia preserves marriage and family and community and the human race overall, and I'm bringing statistics, objective statistics, that if you think that family and marriage is not valuable, then say that. Say that you don't think it's valuable, so we know. But otherwise, I'm bringing objective arguments, and you haven't responded to any of my questions.
Kick it over for a 5-minute response.
Yeah, he still hasn't responded to that. Like, I don't know if he just didn't understand the argument, but again, like from a utilitarian perspective, utilitarian morality, which presumably he and other atheists and liberals accept, you have to take slaves, sex slaves, when you conquer people in the pre-modern world especially. You have to do that. Otherwise, you are going to be at a significant disadvantage that will lead to your extermination, your people's extermination. That is, a lot of harm that's caused by you not taking sex slaves. So that's why it's a standard policy. That's a standard policy where you have wars in the pre-modern period. And Lawrence Keeley talks, actually, if you look at Lawrence Keeley, what other people are doing, non-Muslims are doing in wars is far more barbaric than anything that Islam allows. You have people in
in pre-modern wars who are cannibals, right? They will, I mean, they're cannibals in the sense that they will start eating the defeated tribe or the defeated people. They will eat the heart, or they will eat, you know, parts of their bodies, the dead corpses. Actually, this is we see the mushrikeen doing this in the Battle of Uhud. After the Battle of Uhud, also, you know, this also happened where the mushrikeen were eating parts of Hamza, radiallahu anhu, or biting at least his heart. So this is a practice that many of these mushrik people, pagan people, all these different tribes, they would even engage in cannibalism, torturing just for the sake of torture. Like, you've defeated the people, but you just want to torture the women and children, and you want to, you know, cause as much pain and suffering, this kind of brutality. Islam does not allow any of this. Like, it's explicitly prohibited. It's explicitly prohibited in Islam to just torture people for the sake of torturing them. You can't just mutilate bodies. You can't engage in these cannibalistic actions. All of this is prohibited in Islam. And according to the, you know, the majority opinion, you can't even attack any non-combatant. You can't attack any children. You can't attack any women, old men. You can't attack monks. You can't attack rabbis. You can't do that, according to Sharia. So this is, again, like just principles. War is inevitable. Islam is a realistic religion because it's grounded in reality and truth. War is inevitable. But how are you going to engage yourself in war? What kind of rules of conduct are you going to abide by in war? And certain things are justified morally and other things are not justified morally. Cannibalism is not justified. Torture for the sake of torture is not justified. Like what the US forces do all over the world, where the US thinks that the entire world is its playground. The entire world is its brothel. Their soldiers go and rape and kill and molest. These things are under the secular, democratic, liberal, enlightened West. These things are happening. I don't see Haris Sultan crying any tears about that. I don't see Haris Sultan even acknowledging it. Even when I bring it up in this debate, he's saying that, oh, these are isolated incidents. Like, I'm the sadist, but this is the cold-hearted response he has when I'm bringing up all of these atrocities and war crimes. Islam is very clear. Like, it's by statements of the Prophet ﷺ himself that are recorded. So you can't say that this is Muslims just inventing something for the sake of looking politically correct and enlightened. No, look at our books, look at our fiqh. We have these kinds of humanitarian rules, these rules of justice in war. But war is necessary. War is necessary, and in those situations, in the pre-modern period, slavery was necessary, morally necessary. You have to, otherwise you're risking annihilation. And sex slavery was necessary, otherwise you're risking annihilation. Come up with a counter argument. Explain to me what's the problem with this argument? Okay, Apus and Harris and other atheists, they want to take these selective clips from the debate and say, oh, he supports sex slavery, look at this barbarian, without actually putting the argument in its entirety to misrepresent basically what I've said. But put the whole clip, put the whole 5-minute segment so that people understand, and then provide an argument to counter it. Harris, obviously, he couldn't do that because he can't think. The poor guy can't think. Well, now you have time to sit and think about it, and you can make an argument and show why this is not a practice that was justified in the past, even though all of these people practiced it. All these civilizations, all these peoples practice it. You don't take the women of the conquered tribe. If you don't take them, what is going to happen to them? What is going to happen? They'll die, okay, or they'll be invaded by other people. Other people will come and take
all of these women and children and either kill them or enslave them. Or the women and children can be left, alone to fend for themselves. How long do you think they're going to last by themselves? Even in the modern period, if a lot of people make this argument, if today all the men disappeared in the world and only women and children were left, how long do you think that they would last? Even with all the technology that makes life so convenient and easy. Well, the power would go out pretty soon because the electric grid, it's men who are doing the job of maintaining the infrastructure of the country. So your power, your clean running water, your gas pipelines, all of this would be gone within a week, maximum a week, but probably way before that, maybe the first day, the first hour maybe, depending on where you live. So no electricity, no water, no transportation. You can't use your electric car, your nice little Tesla, to drive to the grocery store. You're not going to have gas for your nice minivan to drive to the grocery store, go to the restaurant. You can't use your phone because it's not charged to order Uber Eats, and who's going to even drive that Uber Eats to bring your meal? Netflix is gone, so oh my god, that's going to be a big problem. And what else? Like, how are you going to get your food? What about all of the agricultural industry, all the shipping, all the truck driving? All of that is men. They're all dead. So how long are you going to survive in the modern world as women when that happens? A day, 2 days? When is the food going to run out? And a lot of people make this argument nowadays because it's so obvious the answer. All of these strong, independent women, it doesn't matter how strong and independent women are. I'm not a misogynist, but let's be real. Let's be real about the facts. No matter how strong and independent you are, these women aren't doing these jobs. These jobs are 99% male dominated. Men are keeping society afloat all over the world. This is not like a Muslim, non-Muslim argument, because Muslim countries are the same exact thing. It's the men. Women, yeah, you're a strong career woman who can do an office job. You can do a white-collar job. But you can do many service jobs, but can you do the hard manual labor of just sustaining the infrastructure of a nation, of a city or a neighborhood? Can you do that? And I think we all know the answer to that. So now imagine 500 years in the past, 1,000 years in the past, 2,000 years in the past. What are those women going to do? The men have been killed in war. In battle, they've been killed. So what? Are they just going to... I can just imagine like a liberal mind thinking that, well, those women should be, just respected and be, given equal status in society, and they should just be living free. But this is nonsense. This is nonsense. You have to coerce. You have to coerce those women to integrate into your society, or you can just leave them to die. You can leave them to die. The imam, as I mentioned, can make that choice. He can say that we're not taking any concubines, we're not taking any slaves. The imam can choose that. He's basically sentencing them to death. He's sentencing them to death. So it's either death or you come with us against your will. And now we have to integrate you into our society. You see this over and over and over again in history. And even non-recorded history attests to this, because according to, again, evolutionary biologists or some of these historians, anthropologists, they look at DNA. They look at DNA and they see certain patterns in the DNA
when they analyze the chromosome of different peoples, and they can tell a very interesting historical picture of how people of the past, how population, this is population genetics, how populations differed over time. And you can see genocide literally in the DNA. You can see that in certain societies, because of this DNA record, there's no written record, there's no historical record, but the DNA shows that this society was, all the men were killed and only the women were preserved. And the conquering men kept them were mating with them exclusively. And the men of that conquered civilization was completely wiped out. So, and then the other point that I make about the difference between Islamic slavery and other types of slavery is that there was no permanent slave class. So you enter as a slave because your people were conquered. You were part of the people that were conquered. But your children are not necessarily going to be slaves. And your grandchildren are very unlikely that they'll be slaves. Your great-grandchildren are very unlikely to be slaves. They'll be equal members of society, most likely. This is very unique. This is another way that Islam is very unique compared to other civilizations, because other civilizations, the majority were ethno-nationalist. Like you're a specific ethnicity, like the Han Chinese, and you're just dominating other non-Han Chinese. And the women, yeah, you're taking the women as sex slaves, but they're always going to be sex slaves. And their children are always going to be sex slaves because that's their ethnicity. And if there are children, because sometimes they just killed any children that were born, or they forced abortions, right? And if you're mixed, like you're half Han Chinese and half these conquered women, then you're also slaves. You're not pure blood. So you have this permanent racial slavery that you find ubiquitously throughout these other pre-modern societies. But Islam says, no, this is not. We want to integrate. These people that are conquered, we want to integrate them as fast as possible. Why? Because Islam is this beautiful religion. Islam recognizes realities. Islam recognizes what is going to lead to human flourishing. We have to talk about these things, by the way. Like these murtads are emphasizing slavery and sex slavery, so we have to talk about it. If we don't talk about it, and we give these kind of apologetic responses, then it leads to more confusion. They're trying to create fitna. They're trying to create fitna in our times, just like others in the past. Zanadiqa, Murtadeen, Nasara, Yahud, they try to create fitna and confusions and shubuhat. So you have to respond to it in the proper way. That's why we're talking about it. And again, I ask Allah to forgive me for any kind of mistakes that I make in talking about these subjects.
From Harris Sultan, in case you didn't see it in the live chat, there is a poll, folks. Feel free to take that poll and go ahead, Harris.
It's funny that you say no obligation to join jihad. How convenient for you, yeah? But where is the longing to work for your God, work for your religion, to spread the word of Allah? Where is the longing for that? No. Yeah, that nice comfy couch is much better than why go for jihad in Afghanistan? You didn't praise ISIS, I know that, but you did praise Taliban. Why don't I move to Botswana or Haiti? Well, because human rights is not the only thing. It's just a part of the package. It's not the whole package. So there are so many other things that you want to get. Botswana and Haiti probably don't take refugees either. And why would you not want to go to a country where you can maximize pleasure and you live your life to its maximum?
So this response is incoherent. Like it's the whole package, right? So what else in this package? Like Botswana and Haiti and Lesotho and El Salvador, they don't have this whole package. Well, what is the whole package? You should know, right? Because you want to say that Muslim countries, they don't have the whole package either. But they're worse in your mind because they are Muslim. And their problems, all the problems of the Muslim world can be blamed on Islam. But all of these problems in these other countries in the global south, it's because of some other factor, some mysterious other factor that we don't know. Why don't you tell us? What is this? What else in this package is necessary? Because all that you human rights advocates and liberals and neocons, whatever flavor of liberal you are, all these woke social justice leftists, they're also part of the larger liberal umbrella, the philosophy of the Enlightenment, the godless materialist philosophy. They're all under the same umbrella. What is this mysterious other factor? If it's not human rights, the woke liberals and feminists are agitating that we need more women's rights. If you have women's rights like we have in the West, or that we advocate for in the West, then suddenly the whole world will flourish and there'll be prosperity and so forth. Okay, well, a lot of these countries do have women's rights. They do. They have female presidents. A lot of these countries have female presidents, prime ministers. They have very high, like over 50% voting. A lot of them have even, like a lot of Muslim countries actually have, and I'm not saying that this is a good thing, but they have more women graduating with degrees in science and math and STEM. They have more degrees than the men graduating. Or these woke LGBT activists. Oh, if only the world would just treat the LGBT better, then there would be so much progress and flourishing, and the Africa would be at the same level of France and Canada and the UK. Is this really your argument? See how ridiculous that sounds, but that's exactly what the US has been doing with their nation building. All of these NGOs that we laughed at and we heard about on the news over the past month. You had the Gender and Sexuality Department in Kabul University, and there was this clip of showing conceptual art and feminist art to these Afghan women, trying to teach them about conceptual art and LGBT and gender is just a social construct and trans ideology. Why are you teaching all of that? Why are you spending millions and billions of dollars on nation building just through NGOs? You're trying to change the culture because this is like some magic formula, right? That once Afghanistan starts doing these things and becoming a true liberal democracy, then it's going to be like Sweden. It's going to be like France. It's going to be like Canada. There's just so much prosperity. If only they would adopt these human rights, these liberal values. That's what they need. That's the problem, right? Their problem is they're stuck with Islam instead of liberal human rights. That's the magic formula. Just adopt that and you'll be great. But that's not the case, because look at all these other counterexamples. Look at all these other counterexamples where they've done exactly, they have all of those same values. People in Botswana and Haiti, okay, in terms of their government, if you say LGBT, we should respect LGBT, they'll say, they won't have a religious objection to it. Okay, maybe not Haiti, because I think they actually are not as pro-LGBT as some other countries. But just pick your country. Okay, there are plenty of these kinds of countries in the world. As 99%, 98% are endorsers of the UN Declaration of Human Rights. Many of them have accepted, or they have legalized homosexuality, and they have legalized gay marriage, and they're going down the same path, right, of liberalization. So, but they're not like suddenly jumping up in terms of their GDP. So why is the magic formula not working? Harris's response is to say, well, there's more to the package. Well, what is it? Tell us. He wasn't able to do that because this is a con game. It's a hoax.
So I think that was easy to respond. Didn't take that long. Anyway, now let's talk about the rights Sharia gives to women. I'm sure you have a script written for that too, because you knew I would bring that up. Needless to say that their statements were half of that of a man, meaning they're not equal. Quran 2:282. They get half of the inheritance compared to their male counterparts. Quran 4:11. Female captives can be used as sex slaves, but above all, the biggest setback for women, especially Muslim.
Inheritance is an easy point. Women get less inheritance. Why? Because they have less responsibility. Men are responsible for providing for their wives and their children. Women don't have that responsibility. God hasn't put the responsibility on them, on women, to provide financially for their children or for their spouse. So that justifies getting more inheritance. This is the holistic system of the Sharia. It makes complete sense.
Women is that their male counterparts can physically discipline them as Quran 434 instructs. Forget about how Muslims interpret this verse, but its true manifestation can be seen from one of your own videos, where once a Muslim, not an atheist, not an ex-Muslim, a Muslim who hadn't turned off his compassion switch, like you have told you, this is not how Muslims treat women like you do. And you replied to him by asking, don't you want a woman who obeys you? Yes, you need an obedient servant, not an equal life partner with whom you build a relationship of trust, love on the basis of equality. Yes, you have your own worldview of preserving family and marriage and fertility rate and all that. Is this how you want to do it? You know what? Probably better if human race goes extinct. You build it upon how much she obeys you. Cook me dinner. Okay, husband. Wash my clothes. Okay, husband. If you fear disobedience from her, you can beat her up as per the Quran. Societies that build upon concepts like human rights will outlaw this because they say human rights, not man's rights alone. My partner or wife will simply say, go cook your own food. And I'll be like, okay, honey. In your article, my sister, you would...
He doesn't realize how bad that looks, right? So I don't want to elaborate because I don't want to violate any community guidelines, but so I mean, what kind of relationship is that? Just think, you're married to someone. Yeah, a human relationship, like a human marriage that everyone has, but also Muslims, especially Muslims, is that it's a loving relationship with your wife. And true love means that you sacrifice and you give and take. So why can't I expect my wife to help me? I'm not telling her to cook me a dinner out of spite. I don't even have to tell her she's going to do it, because this is a partnership in the sense that we are dependent on each other. I mean, partnership is not the right word because that implies equals, but we're not equals. Like, the buck stops with me. I'm the man of the house, and that is because I have all these responsibilities, major responsibilities. It's very obvious. Like, I make this point all the time, that if we're sleeping at night and suddenly at 3 a.m. we hear a crash, someone's breaking through the window of our house, and my wife says, can you go and find out who is breaking in forcibly in our house? I would say, no, you do it. No, actually, I don't feel like it. You go do it. Why can't I? Where's my rights? You can't tell me what to do. I'm a strong, independent man. This is equality. You go check who the murderer that's coming and busting into our house. You go check that out. We're partners here. Who said I have to go do that? Right? No, obviously, I'm the man. I have to go and literally put my life on the line to protect my family. That's something that's natural. That's something that everyone recognizes. That's something that every man actually just naturally has the instinct to do, to protect his womenfolk, to protect his children. That's natural. Human nature. This is why patriarchy is natural. We keep saying this, but it falls on deaf ears. If you have this kind of equality marriage, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, Haris Sultan, you need to watch this and tell your wife, okay, I assume you're married, tell your wife that, yes, cook me dinner, and next time a guy breaks in, I'll step and intervene and protect you. Okay, be a real man, Haris. or better yet, imagine you and Apus are walking down the street, and then there's someone who's coming to attack you. Okay, don't you expect the man in the relationship to stand in front and protect you? Don't you expect APUS to come and stand there and defend you from this attacker, Harris? Right? So every now and then you need to cook a meal for APUS. Every now and then, you know, just cook a nice meal for your hero, APUS. I think that's really going to be the best for your relationship with him. And he's going to sacrifice for you, right? He's going to protect you from these attackers, from these mean Muslim debaters online. He'll protect you. So every now and then, cook him a nice, delicious meal. It's only fair.
We're talking about violence against women, and you said people who commit violence against women, you would only say that, don't leave them in a room with you. Which is a respectable position to take, but honest is it according to your worldview? Is it honest? Would you beat up the second caliph Umar bin Khattab, who beat up Abu Bakr's sister when she wouldn't stop crying? Aisha even forbade Umar's vagabond, what's his name? Anyway, whatever his name was, from entering her house. But he said, go in and bring me the daughter of Abu Quhafa. Hisham was his name. Went in and brought her out where Umar bin Khattab gave her a number of blows as recorded in Ibn Hisham, page 137 to 138. There are actually quite a few stories where Umar actually acted like a total tool. For example, once Umar saw a Persian slave girl wearing a scarf that belonged to Anas, and Umar gave her a number of blows, saying, don't assume the man is a free woman. Al-Albani, in his book, Al-Ghalil, volume 6, page 204, declared the narration as perfect. Once Ashad bin Qas went to stay at Umar's house, and he woke up in the middle of the night when he heard Umar beating the hell out of his wife. When he tried to stop Umar, guess what Umar said? Umar said, Prophet, peace be upon him, told me never ask a man when he's beating his wife. Sunan Ibn Majah, 1986. I want to know what would happen if you were left alone in the room with Umar. You like to say that you don't want to be left alone with those people, because I'm assuming that you're not going to sit down and play Monopoly with them. You're going to probably give them some of the taste of their own medicine. Or would you not? Or you might just worm your way out of it by saying, well, he was the enforcer of Allah's command, and so all's fair. Sure, if that's the way you want to go, I'll just leave it to the people to decide which world they would want to live in, because the society I live in ensures even a criminal doesn't get tortured to extract information.
You got it. We'll go to a 5-minute response from Daniel, then
The last point he made, like, even a criminal doesn't deserve to be tortured to extract information. Where is your objection, Harris, to the torture regime that has been created by these Western countries? The torture policies, like, you didn't read the leaked CIA memos about torture. You didn't read any of the leaked torture guides from the CIA, from these other intelligence agencies. They have a torture policy against Muslims. So your country, I don't see you making videos about that, Harris, or APUS, or any of you Mortads. Why aren't you making videos to defend or to, you know, I condemn ISIS. I condemn the bad example, or the people who are trying to hijack Islamic values. Why aren't you writing or saying anything against those who purportedly are hijacking your values, if they're hijacking your values? Because it seems like your values are the same as the values of the CIA, the values of the US military industrial complex. Your values are the same exact values as these colonizers for the past 200 years. And you haven't said anything to the contrary in this 3-hour debate. You couldn't even bring yourself to condemn the occupation of Afghanistan. We brought that up explicitly. That was your opportunity to make it clear that, no, I don't agree with any of this. I don't agree, and this was barbaric, and it's a blight on human rights. Like, if you were smart, you would try. I would have counter responses, but if you were smart, you would have said, I actually have a big problem with what the United States does, with what the UN does with their sanctions and with their interventions to dominate the world. I have a big problem with this application of human rights. But human rights itself is good. Human rights itself in its purest form is good and leads to prosperity. You could have made that argument. I would have countered by saying that, okay, if human rights purely in itself is good, then what about Haiti? What about El Salvador? What about Botswana? Like, I would take you down that line of reasoning. But at least you could have taken the first step to disassociate from this neo-colonial project. But you didn't even have the wherewithal to do that. That's how bad you were in this debate. Because I had prepared like all of these step by step, like planned it out in my mind and on paper, like my plan. Like he can say this or this. If he says this, I'll say this. If he says that, I'll say that or that. And then like everything is diagrammed and planned out, because that's how you prepare for a debate. You have to anticipate what your opponent will say. But you didn't even go down the first step. And that actually frustrated me because it prevented me from giving all these arguments. So, yeah. So it's kind of a bust in that sense. But now, that's why this analysis, post-debate analysis, like 5 hours, it's taking so long because I'm kind of bringing some of these points that you failed to get me to say, to respond. But if you said, human rights, pure human rights is all we need, then I would point to all these counterexamples where, okay, Haiti has had this secular constitution since 1805. Where is their prosperity? They're like one of the countries with the lowest GDP per capita in the world. So what other factors are relevant? And then you'd have to like complicate the story, and then I would say, well, why aren't these excuses that you're bringing for Haiti, why don't these apply to Muslim countries? For example. Or if you say human rights are pure and blah, 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 well, then look at even within the United States. Even within the United States, you have all this poverty, you have certain racial groups that are oppressed, like blacks, Hispanics, even though they're generations they've been in the United States, or Native Americans themselves. They're in a free democratic society with human rights, but they're suffering in abject poverty, all kinds of dysfunction. So even domestically, are you saying that the U.S. is not even applying human rights domestically? So those are the kinds of arguments that I was planning to make.
A couple of things, folks. Shortly, just a little bit here, we'll be going into the open dialogue. And also, just did a poll, interesting to see. We asked what people identify as. We had 41% identify as Muslim, then 36% atheist, other 11%, and then Christian was 10%, which we're excited about having that kind of variety of people. We do hope you feel welcome, no matter what walk of life you're from. And with that, go ahead, Daniel, the floor is all yours for 5 minutes.
Okay, again, Harris is just gish galloping. He's throwing everything out there. I'm going to actually respond with arguments. I'll just respond to this wife beating argument. Simple question, Harris. Do you believe women should be subject to laws? If you do believe that women should be subject to laws, then that means you believe women should be subject to all kinds of violence, including being beaten, jailed, even executed. That's what it means to be subject to the law. So there really is no difference between Islam on quote-unquote wife beating and human rights on this issue. Both Islam and human rights are in 100% agreement that women are accountable if they break the law, and that means Islam and human rights are in 100% agreement that women should be beaten. We only differ on who should do the beating. You say,
it's clear from the responses to the debate that these atheists did not understand this point. They did not grasp this idea that if you are accountable to the law, then you're liable for being physically coerced if you violate the law. And you can just imagine, like, if you are a woman that shoplifts, or you're a woman that commits assault, or you're a woman that, commits manslaughter because you're driving like a maniac through the city, then the police will come and they will subdue you against your will. And if they have to use violence, which sometimes they do, they will use brutal violence to subdue you and even kill you if they have to, because if you really resist arrest, or you pull out a weapon against them, or you try to attack them with a knife, they have the authority as police to shoot and kill you. They have to, right? If the law applies to women, then women are subject to all of this violence. So let me show you this picture. Can you see this? This is happening in Australia from 2 days ago, 1 day ago. If there's one picture that could depict Australia, it's these two police officers double pepper spraying a 70-year-old lady after violently throwing her to the ground. Okay, I don't know why they're doing this to her. Maybe she wasn't wearing her mask. But look, that's violence. This is an old lady, 70-year-old lady. So why is Harris not crying hot tears for this poor lady and the many others who are violently beaten, pepper sprayed, bones are broken, shoved into prisons? Do you know how many women are incarcerated in America alone? It's like 100,000, right? 100,000, I believe, is the prison population for women. It's the biggest prison population, female prison population. Now they're sending, okay, I don't want to get into that other topic of trans inmates with them and what that leads to. But these are women that are being coerced into a cage that they have to spend their time against their will, locked up. Any of them who are in solitary confinement, that's torture, right? According to the UN, I believe, or the Geneva Conventions even. I'm not sure about that. I have to fact check that. But solitary confinement is torture. So these women, some of them are being tortured. Does Islam allow a husband to do any of this? No. But where are Harris's hot tears? Okay, atheists, answer this. This is violence against women. But what you'll say is that no, it's justified because these women broke the law. These women did things that were contrary to our legal system, our system of morality. The same thing in Islam. Anyone who breaks the law, anyone who violates the law, how else are you going to maintain social order without laws? Anyone can just write laws. Anyone can just write, oh, law. These are all these beautiful laws that we have. Anyone can make up laws all you want. They have no meaning unless you enforce the law, unless you force people to obey the law. You're not going to get any order and social cohesion by just writing laws. You have to have enforcement of the laws. That's why police are necessary. That's why law enforcement is necessary. Everyone agrees to that. But Islam has a more robust, better, superior model because it says that there are so many aspects of order in society that are organic because humans naturally have these kinds of instincts not to harm others that are in the same in-group as them, not to harm their family members, not to harm people that they're pair bonded with, like your spouse, not to harm. You not only don't harm them, you benefit them. You are altruistic towards them through your spouse, your family, your community, your people in your society. This is very organic, and there are certain things that make that cohesion stronger, that make that cohesion more robust and this is all organic because human history, there hasn't been policemen in cars with guns where every time you have a problem, like someone commits an act of violence or violates the norms, you can get on your iPhone and call the police to get there in like 20 minutes to stop the crime. No, you had to have other mechanisms for preventing antisocial behavior or anti-pro-social behavior. So that this is what Islam accommodates and gives rules for this organic system. Okay? And it says that not all, well, here, I'll just play the rest of this so you can just hear me say the argument.
Only the state can punish women. Only the state should have a monopoly on all power and authority. Islam says, no, power should be distributed across kinship groups. And this means that the patriarch has authority to physically discipline members of his family, including his wives, if they violate important norms and values. Now let's ask women. If you violate the law, shouldn't you face consequences? And if you have to face consequences, who would you rather mete out those consequences? The cold iron fist of the bureaucratic, technocratic state, or the person who loves you the most in the whole world? The other important...
So if you violate the law, but Harris takes away that conditional, or these people, these conmen, they take away the condition of if you violate it. They just make it sound like, oh, you're just an innocent woman who is sitting around minding your own business, and then your husband comes and punches you. That's what they want to depict it as. But that's comparing apples and oranges, right? We're talking about people, if you violate the law, if you violate morality, certain aspects of morality and the moral order that we'll get into, then that's when there can be consequences.
difference is that with the technocratic state, there is no higher authority. If the authoritarian modern state wants to persecute a particular woman, she has no recourse beyond the authority of the state. But in Islam, the husband is not the highest authority. If he is unjust to his wife, or if he causes serious abuse, then the wife can take him to the Islamic court and get paid damages. Or she can complain to her extended family and make her case so that other patriarchs can intervene and actually punish her husband. This is an organic system, and we see similar systems in all traditional cultures, Native American culture, even Christianity, read the Bible, even Judaism, read the Bible. They all have these kinds of rules. Nowadays, they've kind of reformed all of that. Islam is the only religion that's really honest on this. Look, let me put it like this. Is it possible to run a corporation without the possibility of physical discipline? No, you have to give managers in these corporations the right to beat their employees. How do you beat your employees? Well, if the employee violates the norms of the workplace, they get fired. And if they do not voluntarily comply, security will be called to remove them by force. Managers have to have the right to beat their employees. If they didn't have the right, you couldn't have a hierarchical organization. Islam recognizes this about family. Patriarchy is hardwired into our DNA. Neurobiologists, psychologists, they all acknowledge this. Women are naturally hypergamous, which means they're attracted to men who are stronger than them and higher status than them. Men that they can be dependent on. Men that are authorities over them. If you take out the patriarchy, this actually significantly reduces female attraction to their husbands. And they have studies on this where they ask women if they are more attracted to the macho man patriarch or a man who is at their same level in terms of size, strength, and status. And all women, including the hardcore feminists, prefer the higher status male. So if you promote egalitarian marriage, such as in human rights, you basically are ensuring less attraction, and that means less stable marriages. And this is exactly why marriages in the modern West have collapsed, because they're egalitarian. Islam says, no, if you want a strong society, you have to have strong families. And if you want strong families, they have to be patriarchal. And if they're patriarchal, that means the man has authority. And if he has authority, that means he has the power to physically maintain order. This is all a coherent, holistic system, and it's backed and underwritten by human biology, human psychology, that is universal across all human societies. It's hardwired into us. That's why this is an objective argument, Harris. You can't really understand that. I hope your followers, these Christians who are listening, these Hindus that are listening, I hope they're following, because this stuff is in their books as well, in their cultures as well. They've reformed all that and threw it out because they're cucking to modernity, but Muslims are not going to do that. We don't need to change our religion because it's revealed from God, to the creator of human beings. The creator of human beings knows our psychology, knows our biology, and that's why he has revealed this Sharia for the benefit and flourishing of humanity. And all of the statistics are proving this. You can't even respond to a single one.
So they didn't understand the point about corporations. But it's not just corporations. Also, you have universities. You have these other kinds of institutions that are allowed to operate with authority in the secular world. But basically, a corporation, again, if there's a violation, so any organization, to be an organization, you have to have ground rules, you have to have guidelines, you have to have norms of behavior. Imagine, I'm an employee at a corporation, I can't just do whatever I want. I have to abide by the guidelines of that workplace. And everyone else in that workplace has to abide by the guidelines as well.
Otherwise, the corporation cannot function. There would be complete dysfunction. You wouldn't have a maintained, established organization of people working together mutually. That kind of cohesion and mutual cooperation cannot exist unless there are certain norms. And there has to also be a certain hierarchy, because there's going to be a disagreement. There are going to be disagreements between people in that corporation. Or in a university, you're a student or you're a professor. There's going to be disagreements, and sometimes you can work it out, but other times you can't work out disagreements. You need a higher authority to decide what is going to happen. And so the buck has to stop somewhere. Who is the highest authority? You have a hierarchy. All human organizations are like this. Governments are all like this. Any kind of institution is like this. You have to have a hierarchy, and you have to have certain norms of behavior. Family is also supposed to be like this. Family is also supposed to be like this. And it has been for thousands and thousands of years. But who does the buck stop with? That is the question. In the corporation, the buck stops with the CEO, but there are lower levels of managers in a hierarchy, and those managers are authorized. If someone, okay, so imagine you're in a meeting with your manager. Your manager says, I think we should run our ad campaign in November. You say, no, I think we should run our ad campaign in October. There's a disagreement. So then the manager says, well, I like your reasoning, Daniel. Okay, this is corporate diplomacy. I like your reasoning, but I think there will be some challenges in October, and there will be some opportunities in November. So how about we circle back and make a decision later this afternoon? We can touch base. This is all corporate speak. And so I say, okay, fine, but actually I really insist that we do this ad campaign in October because you're an idiot. You're actually a fool, and you are going to drive this company into the ground. I hate your stupid face. So this is a fantasy of anyone who's employed in a white-collar job. Just imagine telling your boss off, I don't like your ugly face. That's why we should have our ad campaign in October. So what is the manager going to do in that situation? Is the manager going to say, okay, Daniel, good meeting, bye? If he does that, his authority in the office is going to be undermined. He won't be able to manage anyone after that point, because I openly insulted him to his face, and he just walked away. He turned the other cheek. So he has to say, basically, this is very inappropriate behavior, Daniel. I didn't expect this from you. I think we need to have a meeting. This will definitely affect your performance review, and I have to consult HR about this, human resources. And I say, no, forget you, you ugly monkey. I'm tired of you. I'm tired of your stupid ideas. I'm tired of this nonsense. You know, go to hell. Something like that. So what is it going to do? It's like, okay, Daniel, you're fired. Just get out of here. I'm like, why should I go? I'm not going to leave. You get out of here. You get out of this office. Why are you the manager? You're an idiot. So then what is the manager going to do? He's going to say, Daniel, please calm down. Okay, I don't know why you're having this outburst right now. Okay, I know we had you work overtime without pay, but I don't understand why you're so upset about when we're having our ad campaign. I really think you need to settle down. Shut up! Shut your mouth, you ugly, ugly manager. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with the guy's looks, but so then what recourse does he have? What recourse does he have? He has to call someone, right? Security. He has to call security. So he says, we have a situation here in the office. We have a disgruntled employee. we have this employee that's going off the rails. Please hurry. And this private security that the corporation has hired to do their security work comes and sends a couple of big guys, you know, and they come and I say, who are these guys? I'm not going with them. You go. What are they going to do? They're going to grab me by force. And I try to like get out of their arms. Get off of me. Get off of me. Get out of my way. They're going to pull out the nightstick. They're going to pull out the taser. They're going to subdue me, right? They're going to actually do a lot of violence to me to pull me out. And then the police are going to come. They're going to charge me with assault. They're going to lock me up. That's what's going to happen. So these managers have the right to beat me. They have the right to beat their employees. This is what that means. It doesn't mean the manager can just arbitrarily decide I'm going to just beat whoever I want. That's not what it means. It means that the buck has to stop somewhere. Authority has to stop somewhere. And that authority means having the right to physically make things the way that they need to be. That's what authority means. And obviously there are people who abuse their authority. That's everywhere. Okay, if you're an employee at a corporation, you know what I'm talking about. People abuse their authority all the time. And governments, people in government positions, in the secular enlightened West, they abuse their positions all the time, but they have authority. No one says, oh, we have corruption, or oh, we have this bad boss. That means there should be no authority. No one ever says that. But the thing about liberals is they say that all authority should be only at the governmental level, at these universities, in these corporations. They're the only ones who should have the authority to mete out or to punish non-compliance physically. But Islam says, well, why? Why only them? The family is also an important unit, an important organization. And in fact, if you deprive authority from the patriarch in the marriage, if you deprive him of that authority, that means there won't be an organization. There won't be a family. Oops. There won't be any family if you take out the authority. And that's exactly one of the main attacks of liberals on liberal secularism on the family. This is one of the main reasons that they're destroying, or how they're destroying families, is they've taken the authority from the man, the husband. There's no patriarch. So that you can't have order, you can't have cohesion within the family unit. Now, of course, Islam envisions larger extended families, but even in the nuclear family, you can't have order. It will collapse. And that is exactly why you have these laws, like domestic violence laws. Because the buck doesn't stop. The husband literally can't do anything. The husband literally, in all of these countries, and increasingly in Muslim countries, because these feminist laws are being applied in the Muslim world as well, unfortunately. If your wife just imagine, like, instead of that employee, me, the disgruntled employee, imagine the disgruntled wife. The disgruntled wife who says, screw you, and no, I'm not going to do anything. Oh, you want me to, wash the children or prepare them for school or feed the children? No! Go to hell. Imagine a perfectly analogous situation, because you want an apples to apples comparison. How come the manager can maintain a well-functioning corporation and organization? He has the right to do that because he has this authority. He very rarely has to exercise it. In fact, most managers, even though having many employees, things will never get to that level. Things will never get to that level. And the same thing for Muslim families. It will never get to that level for the vast majority, 99.9%. Okay? It won't get to that level, but if it were to get to that level, then the buck stops with the husband, with the patriarch of the family. And why shouldn't it stop with him? In fact, it's more justified that it stops with him, because the manager of a corporation, he is, maybe he gives you your salary, or he's responsible for your salary, but not much after that. If you leave work, he doesn't care if you get hit by a bus or you get mugged or you have any problems. He's not responsible for that. But the husband is actually responsible for the wife's safety, for her well-being in terms of her income, nafaqah, her upkeep, her clothes, her health. He's responsible for many of these things. Her relations with her family. But according to the Western liberal system, he has no authority. He has all the responsibility, but none of the authority. How is that fair? How is that just? I mean, forget the fairness, or put aside for a second the fairness question, but look at the bigger issue as well of such families could not exist. The family cannot exist when there's no authority, because when there's no authority, there's no structure, and when there's no structure, there's no cohesion, and when there's no cohesion, there's no family. This is exactly why people don't want to have family. They don't want to get married. They're afraid to get married. Men, especially. They're afraid to get married. So are there abusers and abusive people? Yeah. Muslim and non-Muslim. And Muslims are arguably much less in terms of abuse. But that abuse exists in spades with the Western world. Men are abusing their wives. Okay, so what? That's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about. This is an apples to oranges comparison. The comparison is between who has the authority, who can maintain order and cohesion. This is all very clear and very logical. Just because you haven't heard this argument before, Harris, does not mean that it's wrong. Give an actual intellectual response instead of just repeating the same nonsense over and over again. No one takes you seriously because you don't respond. This whole community of murtaddeen, ex-Muslims, all of these critics of Islam, whether they're Christian, whether they're Hindu, no one's going to take you seriously because you don't respond to arguments. You just look for anything in Islam that contradicts this horrifying modern system of life that's destroying life. Anything in the Quran, anything in Hadith, you comb through all of our texts, all of our books, looking for any verse, any Hadith, and then you put it on the internet and you create 1,000 videos about it. That's your whole strategy, but when there's a response and an explanation and wisdom and actually beauty and goodness and everything that Islam offers, even in the things that you want to criticize the most, you can't respond. You're not conversant with it. You guys are losers. All of you critics of Islam are losers, and you don't have the intellectual high ground. You've never had it, but you definitely don't have it in these conversations. You're just trolls. And you don't have the same kind of approach to other religions, only Islam. Why is that, I wonder?
Go ahead, Harris, for 5 minutes.
All right. Okay. So let's just go through some of his points. He says, so would I want women to subject to law? Of course, I would want them to subject to law. If they commit a crime, they need to go to prison. But
okay, they commit a crime. They need to go to prison. How are they going to get into prison, Harris? How are they going to get into prison? Maybe the security will be called. Now imagine a female employee. She does the same thing that I did. She starts abusing the manager. She gets fired. Then the security comes. The big burly guy comes, and then she gets the message. Okay, I'll leave. I'm gone. And she walks out. There was the threat of force. There was the threat, the potential of force. No violence actually occurred at that point. Same thing in any organization, any university, and in families, in Muslim families. And any healthy family, not just Muslim, and even non-Muslims, families who abide by patriarchy. It's like, you know who's in charge here, right? You know who's responsible for the household, right? The patriarch, right? You recognize it. That's why things usually don't escalate to that level. And Islam's system is actually so perfect and beautiful. Like, look at this in the Quran. Here, we need to actually look at the verse that Harris is referring to. Is this visible? Okay. الرجال قوامون على النساء بما فضل الله بعضهم على بعض وبما أنفقوا من أموالهم. Men are in charge of women. I like in charge of. That's what qawam means. I don't like this translation. Hold on. I don't like this translation. Men are the caretakers of women. That sounds like men are like slaves. Like we're just the hired servants. We just take care of the women. They're the queens, they're the authorities, and we're just caretakers. We're taking care of their needs. Yeah, there's a connotation of qawam being one who is caring for, taking care of. Yeah, that's true. But qawama actually has the connotation of authority as well. It's a very encompassing word. This is part of the beauty of the Quran, of Revelation. This is Surah An-Nisa, chapter 4, ayah 34. So men are in charge of women. This is Sahih International Translation. Men are in charge of women by right of what Allah has given one over the other and what they spend for maintenance from their wealth. So righteous women are devoutly obedient, guarding in the husband's absence what Allah would have them guard. But those wives from whom you fear arrogance, nushuz is the word. You fear arrogance, and nushuz again is also a broader, all-encompassing term that goes beyond just arrogance. It means this kind, like imagine what I just showed you about the employee and how arrogant, he was arrogant, right? It's like more than that. It's like just rebellious, like abusive, like I'm trying to tear down what you stand for. Okay? It's a big threat to the family, right? It's a big threat to the order of the family. And so in the Quran, Allah says, first advise them. Okay, advise them, like just like the manager did, right? Just in the play that I did for you. So this is not really appropriate, and please stop. Let's talk this out. Let's work it out. Like, did you have a bad day? Something happen to you? How can we make this right? How can we make this better? Okay, this is what Allah is commanding. First, advise them. Then, if they persist, forsake them in bed. Basically, create a separation. Cool off period. Where we need to, cool off and approach things with calmer heads. So that's the second step. Again, brilliant. Third, strike them. Okay? Wadribuhunna, command form. Strike them. Yeah, because just like the manager, if she consists, she's persistent. You took the step of advising her. You took the step of having the separation, cooling off period. Like maybe we need some time alone to just cool off. But she still is like trying to be aggressive and tear you down and attack the marriage itself. Then, okay, so you have the authority in the same way that the manager has the authority. And this is, and also, there are guidelines in terms of what you can do in terms of wadribuhunna. You can't strike in a way that leaves a mark. Okay? And again, I have never heard of any, and the Prophet ﷺ actually said this. He said, the best of you don't hit. The best of you don't strike. You don't strike the face. You don't, there's all these rules. And again, it's not sugar-coated. This is what the books of fiqh describe in detail. But, and again, just like as rare as it is for the employee to start attacking the manager and defying him and resisting the security guards, that's the same thing in Islam. That's the same thing. Any organization. Or look at the university. A student is upset about his grades. He starts attacking the university professor. What can he do in that situation? What can the professor do? What can the dean of the university do? If students are just allowed to attack and defy and, not abide by the rules of what are required in that situation, in that institution, then the institution will dissolve. I don't know how else to say this. But, people who are blind, they're not going to understand this. They're going to continue to insist that, Islam encourages domestic violence. I think this is my attempt to explain this ayah of the Quran. And it's not just an ayah, there's also all this fiqh. All the scholars of Islam interpreted things in this way. And they limited the power of the husband to inflict harm in terms of permanent harm, damage. That's all, as I mentioned in the rest of this debate. So let's go back to that.
But then you extended it. Now this is, no, sorry, please don't interrupt. As painful as it was listening to you babble, but then, I kept my patience there. So, but you said you extended your 7th century mentality or your backward mentality, saying that, so that means they would be subject to beatings and tortured and even sentenced to death. Hello? Have you even heard what we're talking about human rights? Us human rights activists, we don't support sentence to death. We don't support torture, like the torture of Kinana and those men that...
No, you do support death. You do support death for women. It's actually more extreme than anything in Islam. In this conversation or this comparison, because if the woman, like those security guards, or the police, you call the police and she resists arrest, or she pulls out a knife, or she pulls out a gun, they're authorized to shoot and kill her. So that's death. Violence up to and including, what is the word? Lethal force. Up to and including lethal force. That's all A-OK in the liberal, free, feminist West.
That Prophet Muhammad said that go and drink camel urine. Like, we don't support that. Beating, we don't support that. So there is imprisonment, which is within reason. Yes, it's not ideal, but this is within reason. But at least...
Wait, why is it not ideal? If someone breaks the law, it's not ideal to have them face consequences of being in prison?
We don't support torture. Yes, I know that. If I beat a donkey, the donkey would probably be tamed. And this is the same mentality that you guys applied on human beings. A powerful person applies a force to scare them, intimidate them, and gets them under the thumb. Yes, we know that. It does work. It does work. But
all of us who are living in any country, we're under force or the threat of force. And as I've said in previous debates, because every single law that's on the books is an invitation to force and an invitation to violence. Because any law that you break, you are liable to be punished for that. And if you refuse to comply with police, you can be lethal force can be used against you. So even parking tickets, tax law. Look at the tax code. Look at all of these laws that are on the books that are filling the law school libraries. So many laws that we have to comply with as citizens of the United States or the West or Australia. We have all of these laws. If we violate any of them, police are authorized to use force against us, up to and including lethal force. Okay, and I made this same point with other mortads. I don't pay my parking fine. Like, I just parked in the wrong part of the street. I get a parking fine. That parking fine, I say $100. Forget this. I'm not paying no $100. Then the city municipality will give me additional fines for not paying on time. So that fine continues, the penalty continues to increase. because I haven't paid it. Then they will send, no, they won't send police at first. At first, the county is going to put a lien on my house. Or they could even garnish my wages. Okay, so my wages that I need to live, they can take that, right? If I have my own job or my own business, they can put other penalties on me to force me. This is all coercion. And then if I continue to refuse compliance, they'll send the sheriff. The sheriff will say, well, this house that you're living in, there's a lien on it. It's been foreclosed. Get out. Say, no, I'm not going to comply. Okay, well, the sheriff can then physically break down your door, grab you, take you to the police car for resisting, his orders. He's authorized to do that. And then if you continue to resist, he can tase you. If you continue to resist after being tased, he can shoot you. Shoot you dead. So all of these laws are an invitation or a liability on us as individuals. And there are many more laws in the secular enlightened West than are in Sharia, that are in the books of Sharia and fiqh. So that means there's much more violence or potential for violence against people. People today are brutalized, and they don't even realize it. Citizens of the modern world are brutalized by all of these laws. That they are abiding by these laws, like rats running through a maze. Like, oh, don't go here, don't touch this, you'll get electrocuted. Don't touch this, you'll get electrocuted. So they have to very cautiously weave through this maze of all these restrictions put on them. But after a while, the rat is running through the maze unconsciously, not realizing that he is caged and he's, facing death at every turn, and he doesn't even realize it. If you don't inject this, the government says, inject this into your body, and you don't do it, it's going to happen to you. I'll leave it at that.
Should it work? Because now we're not thinking about the powerful, we're thinking about the weak. This is why we're saying no, women should not be beaten. Now you say, okay, so who would you rather have them? So I've already said that we wouldn't be beating torture sentenced to death, to subject to law, meaning humane laws such as imprisonment, with a full chance of parole and rehabilitation, and not to seek vengeance. Only, so who would you want them to punish by? Well, the state or someone who loves them. I almost, I had to mute my mic when you said that. Who loves them? Like a husband loves you, baby. I love you, but you left your clothes outside and it rained again. Boom. That's what you mean, love. This is what you're saying. No, Dan.
So stupid. You didn't understand the argument. Again, apples and oranges comparison. Does the manager calling security care about you? Does the government, who's going to throw you in prison, care about you? You said that your people are subject to the law, but in all of your scenarios that you're bringing up, or you said women are subject to the law, the women are not breaking the laws. The women are not violating any moral requirement or any social value. They're not acting in an antisocial way. So this is just a caricature. It's a straw man.
As I said, this is not in accordance with our worldview of human rights. You said, what was the pathetic analogy that you gave? That was about what you could beat the employees. Okay, again, see, you have to work on your analogies as well, because you said beat the employees. And I was thinking, what? Which corporations are beating their employees? But then you were using that as a synonym for firing them. There's a huge difference between firing someone and physically beating them. Yes, if you drag someone again, that is a different action. It's not equivalent of beating. It's like, what is worse, coughing, pushing, shoving, or actually cutting off someone's hand or a full-on fist in someone's face. These things are very simple to understand, but you can't understand that because you can't get your mind out of the 7th century ideology.
Yeah, so he didn't understand the point. He's very confused. But he thinks that he got me. He thinks oh, I got you, Daniel. You didn't think your analogies are terrible.
A few other points that you made earlier, but I think we will probably open it up for back-to-back conversation. I think that would make it more interesting viewing for everyone.
You got it. We got one more 5-minute response. That's from Daniel, and then we'll go right into that open dialogue.
Wait, do I get more time because you have the 20-minute opening?
So it is true that you would get, given that Harris started and yield. Well, actually, one thing is he didn't take the full 20 minutes. He took 60.
Yeah, I did.
So you would get an extra minute. So what we can do, so if you go back, the recording of his opening statement, and if people really want to check, because I am keeping the time on every statement.
James, that's okay. James, that's okay.
Hold on a second.
Daniel,
I'm still talking. Hold on a second. I'm still talking. Hold on. So he did have one extra minute during that opening, and so you would get one extra minute added onto your 5-minute response if you'd like.
Sure, I'd like that, please.
So in other words, he asked for 20 minutes, but he only used 16 minutes in his opening. Does that make sense?
Yeah, just an extra minute. That's fine.
You got it.
Okay, thanks, James. Okay, so first of all, Harris is saying that the state doesn't torture and abuse people. Hello, didn't you hear all of that statements I made about colonialism? How the state is genociding people, torturing people, raping women. The state powers, the human rights nations that you're defending in this whole debate, Harris, have raped how many women, have imprisoned how many women, have tortured through solitary confinement and waterboarding how many women, okay? So you are a totalitarian because you only trust the state to have this kind of power. In Islam, men can't torture their wives. In Islam, men can't, according to the Sharia, men cannot, even physically hurt their wives in a permanent kind of way. And it's clear that you don't understand the employee-employer example, because in most cases, the employee, if the employer says, your manager says, do this, you are part of an organization, there's a hierarchy, and there's a relationship between the manager and the employee. So the manager says, we need to get this done, and everyone works together. There's no need to call security and physically remove, right, by force, and use a nightstick or a gun or a taser to remove employees. Similarly, in Islamic law,
another point that I want to add is that the employees, as part of that organization, understand that this potential for force. Like, if they don't consciously know it, it's in the back of their minds. They have to obey the employer, right? Or the university student knows that they have to get good grades, go to class, otherwise they'll get expelled, okay? And then they won't be able to get their degree, they won't be able to get their job, they're going to suffer in very tangible ways. So everyone has this. When you're part of an organization, you know in the back of your mind there are consequences for non-compliance. That's very obvious. That's very clear to you. And knowing that also makes you do what you need to do, like being a good employee. You don't necessarily resent your manager as long as he's a good manager. He's in his position, but he can enforce the rules. The dean, the university dean, he can enforce the rules. You understand that as a student that that's part of being part of an organization. And similarly in family, having children who know and wives who know that they're accountable and there are consequences, that makes them more cooperative, just unconsciously. And this is if you take that away, then you're basically undoing, like you're basically taking away that underlying factor, that unconscious factor, and that's why liberalism and feminism is an attack on family.
That kind of thing doesn't happen. It only happens rarely. As rare as it would be for these corporations to physically remove and taser their employees. So there's complete parallel here between because you have to have the ability to enforce structure and norms with any hierarchical organization. And Islam is just saying that families have that kind of authority, and the patriarch has that kind of authority. It's not unfettered authority, it's not unchecked authority, but he has that in the same way that many institutions, hierarchical institutions in the modern world West, human rights respecting West, they have those kinds of authorities and the right to beat people as well. The only difference is you think that only the state, only the totalitarian, bureaucratic, technocratic state should have those kinds of rights. So there's not really a substantive difference there, and we can talk about it more if you need more explanation. But look, I just want to emphasize, we have seen how the extremist liberal doctrine of individual liberty at all costs threatens marriage, family, community, but really this extremism threatens the very nature of humanity itself. Through the use of technology, modern liberal states now claim that people have the right to change their gender. If you don't want to be one gender, you can use technology to change it. Even children as young as 3 should have this option, according to the gender and sexuality experts who operate at the highest levels of academia in the Western world and government. But even beyond gender, people are now given the choice to change their species. Some people feel that they're not actually human, but they're actually cats or dogs deep down inside side. Nowadays, certain surgeries can be used to physically alter bodies to transition people to their desired appearance. This is what philosophers like Yuval Harari call transhumanism. But gender and species transition is just the tip of the iceberg. You think they're going to stop with gender transition for kindergartners? No, no, no. They're just getting started. Imagine this human rights argument. When babies are born with a certain set of genitalia that could negatively impact their gender identity later on. We need to make sure to genetically alter all fetuses so that everyone is born without any particular set of genitalia. That way, everyone can choose their gender more easily and seamlessly when they're older. That's in line with maximum liberty and maximum equality. Do you have a problem with forcibly altering fetuses to be born without genitalia? That means you're a transphobe. That means you're a bigot. That means you're against equality and human rights. Or imagine this argument. Men naturally have more testosterone, which makes them more prone to violence and rape. It also makes them physically bigger than women in stature. So we need to create a law which forces men to take treatments to decrease their testosterone. Ideally, babies can be genetically modified so that everyone is born with the same exact amount of testosterone. That way we can eliminate rape. We can eliminate domestic violence and also make men equal to women in terms of physical size and strength. You're not pro-rape, are you? You're not pro-domestic violence, are you? Then you better support these mandatory genetic modifications. Otherwise, you're violating equality and women's rights. All kinds of drugs and technologies can be used to fundamentally alter our psychologies, our genetics, our biology, all in the name of maximizing individual liberty and equality. And this is already happening. Just watch the news. There are no limits. This extremist liberal human rights ideology is set to destroy the human race itself. And Islam is the only religion and the only community that is pushing back and saying, no, we want to be human beings. We want to preserve our marriages, our families, our community, our humanity. We don't want this never-ending nightmare of human rights. No, thank you. We need to be clear here. This is not a debate about Sharia rejects freedom and equality versus human rights accepts them. This is really a debate about should we have restrictions on freedom and equality in order to preserve other important values versus no limits, freedom and equality extremism of Harris. That is what this debate is really about. Harris is selling you this extremism, and it's exactly like the child that only eats candy. That child is eventually going to die, just like these liberal societies are dying terrible deaths. But Sharia is the balanced meal, and that's why we need Sharia.
Liberal societies. These are the liberals. This is the death. These are societies that are dying from maximum liberty, maximum pleasure. This is the result of that. So.
You got it. And with that, we're going to jump into open conversation. Want to let you know several things, folks. In particular, our guests are linked in the description. So if you want to hear more from either Daniel or Harris, you certainly can by clicking on those links below. And that includes in the podcast as we put our guest links there as well in each podcast episode of the debate. Also, very exciting tonight, a good old Flat Earth versus Globe Earth debate, as well as next week, very exciting, a debate on biblical ethics as Dr. Josh and Skylar return. It's going to be amazing. So hit that subscribe button for many more debates to come. And with that, we're going to jump into open conversation. I trust you, gentlemen. You're professional. You guys are easygoing, and I think it's going to go well. So open dialogue. The floor is all yours, guys.
All right,
Yeah, so do you want to respond to any of my points? Do you want to respond to the Botswana question? Explain, what does human rights really offer, Harris?
What human rights offer, maximizing pleasure, reducing suffering, and well-being of humanity.
Maximizing pleasure, reducing suffering, and what of humanity? Sorry guys, I'm really slow.
Yeah, so do you want to respond to any of my points? Do you want to respond to the Botswana question? Explain, what does human rights really offer, Harris?
What human rights offer, maximizing pleasure, reducing suffering, and well-being of humanity.
Maximizing pleasure, reducing suffering, and the well-being of humanity. That's utilitarianism. Utilitarianism, consequentialism, basically are the same term, or they're synonymous. That's all his philosophy is. This is Jeremy Bentham's philosophy. Remember that guy whose corpse is in the glass?
No, you said maximizing pleasure, but that conflicts with the well-being of humanity.
No,
That's why I just okay. Do you value marriage? Do you value family?
I value family, yes.
Okay, then how are you not seeing the death of family in the world all over? I read all those stats.
Yeah,
so tell me.
Yeah, because some of your stats, I don't know. I haven't been able to verify that. I don't take your word for it. But what you're saying about family, which family are you talking about? One man having 4 families. The whatever family challenges that we could have in the Western world as a result of falling fertility rate. I also quoted Pew result, which said that
But you said it was a good thing.
As women, listen to that. As well, for different reasons though. But as Muslims get more and more advanced, more education, their level of income goes up, their fertility is also falling down. And also, as
it's a
for
bad
you
thing.
say,
One sec, just to let Harris finish, sir.
it has to be, there has to be a balance. Well, 2.2 would be a good balance. Every forecaster of the world's population says that we can't even keep growing indefinitely, and 10 billion might be the absolute critical, and we will start falling down after that.
How is 2.2, like, where did he get this number? Even if he got it from these people who are projecting things, how could that be like a good number for every society, in every situation, and every... How? Like, where's this number coming from?
So these things, these challenges will come. There's nothing absolute. That is our argument. There's nothing absolute. What you advocate for, Daniel, you say that this is absolute. This is how it is. This is how it's supposed to be. You made a point about slavery. You like the other one that you said, well, it's not obligatory to go jihad. So okay, this is comfortable for you. And owning slave is not obligatory either. But it wasn't abolished. It wasn't abolished by that. No person can defend, and to the best of my ability, and please, I would like to hear your response on that too. You actually were pro-slavery. You were saying that you could even bring back slavery. So why would you? How could any?
This is what that meme was from before, or this comment. He didn't understand anything. You're actually pro-slavery. It's like blowing his mind. How did you not know this from before? You talked to your friend Apus, and you talked to him about Daniel is pro-slavery. I'm going to like keep talking about that. People know that. I'm pro-slavery in the sense that, yeah, in certain situations it is morally required. Not the chattel slavery practiced by the enlightened West. Not the chattel slavery practiced by Thomas Jefferson. That's not the slavery that I'm a proponent of. Islamic slavery is different, and I explained that.
Anyone defend having slavery and owning other people? What about the families of those people? I mean, they're always going to live beneath the master's heel. So so whatever challenges that you have.
So you have all this concern about families, how they're treated with Islam through warfare, with slavery and so forth. What about all of the destruction to families by colonialism, by modern neocon warfare, by the invasions and occupations of Afghanistan and Iraq and Libya and Vietnam, the Vietnam War, all of these things you just want to sweep under the carpet? How about we talk about the millions of people that were killed because...
Like, it's always these kinds of unfair comparisons. Like, we're comparing slavery, like families that have been enslaved or women who have been enslaved and what has happened to their families under Islam in war situation, versus like a happy Western family living, you know, in the suburbs. Like, that's always the comparison. It's always uneven. No, compare the Islamic war situation and what war requires with that involves slavery versus the war situation of U.S. wars, UK wars, French wars, UN peacekeeping wars and destruction. Have that comparison. So you're comparing apples to apples and see which one is better, which one is pro-family in that war situation. This would be how an honest person thinks, to do an honest comparison. But these people are not honest. Either they're not honest or they're just very stupid.
Of forced famines because of British colonialism. The same British colonialism that was trying to spread human rights and civilization and enlightenment to the subcontinent. Your ancestors faced that kind of genocide and that kind of forced famine. And here, you don't want to stand by that? Tell us where you stand on colonialism, because you've avoided that question. You just want to talk about, oh, Muslims are barbaric because we practice slavery. I gave you the argument for why that was not only morally justified, it was morally necessary, and all of these other cultures practiced it, all of these other religions condoned it. I cited you Lawrence Keeley, an academic who explains exactly why you have to have it to survive, otherwise you're going to be wiped off the face of the earth. You haven't addressed any of these things. And I just want to ask you, when you say that, okay, fine, our fertility rates
I'm going to forget all your points, Stephen. If you're asking me these questions, I can respond very quickly. We can go back and forth very quickly. It's up to you.
Well,
more you talk, better it is for me.
Okay, then I'll keep talking. The fertility rate issue.
One more
So-
point to add on, because it's also a challenge for the audience to follow all the points. We'll give you
Okay,
one more,
sure.
Daniel, and then we'll kick it over to Harris right after.
Okay, sure. I don't want to monopolize. Sorry about that. But
worries.
just to say about about the fertility issue, you're saying that okay, look, this is happening. It's below replacement levels in most of these Western developed countries. That means the population is going to go extinct. Like this is literally an existential threat. So you say, okay, we need to get up to 2.2. What are you going to suggest to do that? What kind of policies? Because you have to have a policy that's not voluntary, because people are not voluntarily choosing to get married now. They're not voluntarily choosing to have families now. So what policy are you going to introduce? And that's going to limit people's individual freedom and individual choice, right? So give a suggestion.
Okay, that's very easy. I mean, let's start with the first one. You said that you want my position on colonialism, and as you said, my ancestors actually suffered at the hands of it. Now I'm wondering, which colonialism are you talking about? Arab colonialism or British colonialism? I'm assuming
Very
you
different.
would,
You want me to talk
Well,
and give
no,
you the difference?
No,
About what-
no. Well,
I'll do-
we know one belongs.
Okay, so I had like an entire thing ready to just rattle off on this issue because I knew this is like standard stuff. Like these people are so predictable on the difference between Muslim conquest versus European colonialism. So I'll just mention some points for the benefit of you guys who are watching at this point, this 6-hour stream. But I want to give you some value out of listening to this. So let me go to the notes on this. A lot of these notes actually I had from before, because again, it's like the same thing, same arguments, same nonsense. Like you. Okay, so a very good article, academic article that you can read by Robert Hoyland. He's a professor at NYU, I believe, in New York. But he has this article, Were the Muslim Arab Conquerors of the 7th Century Middle East Colonialists? So his paper here is very interesting, and he compares and contrasts Muslim conquest versus in the 7th century versus modern colonialism. And he makes like a good argument and makes a lot of distinction. His conclusion is that no, these are not the same phenomenon. These are not the same thing. And he makes a lot of points. So here is his conclusion. I'll read the quote. In my opinion, this integrative dimension of the Muslim Arab conquests does make them different from the European colonial enterprise, because the homeland of the Europeans was so far away from their colonies, and because fewer Europeans relocated to them, the culture of the Europeans was relatively little affected by that of those they conquered. Mostly the influence was one way, with the Europeans inflicting substantial changes upon the indigenous cultures that they ruled. In the Muslim Arab case, the influence was two-way, with the conquered population participating in a very substantial way in the new Islamic civilization that emerged in the wake of the Muslim Arab conquests. So there's a lot that you can read between the lines in terms of what he's saying. What he's saying is very positive for Muslims, and I don't even think he has gone, even from a purely academic standpoint, he could have gone much further in distinguishing Islamic civilization or Islamic conquest versus European colonialism. But even what he says here is showing a very big distinction. He's saying that the new Islamic civilization that emerged, because as the Muslims are expanding and conquering, Islam spread in many ways. Okay, Islam spread in many ways. Part of the way that it spread was through trade and trade routes. Part of the way that it spread was through these kinds of merchants. Part of how it spread was through invitation, like different places were invited to become Muslim, and they saw the beauty of Islam, or for whatever reason they came into Islam. But part of it was also conquest. So Persia was conquered, Egypt was conquered, a lot of North Africa was conquered, parts of the subcontinent were conquered, and so forth. But the difference between European colonialism, Hoyland mentions some differences, but when Muslims expanded into an area, they improved that area,
And they didn't keep the conquered people in a permanent state of racial subjugation. Like, okay, we conquered Persia. That means Persians are going to be second-class citizens to Arabs on the basis of race. They never had that policy because some of the Muslim conquerors were Persian as well. Salman al-Farisi, he was one of the conquerors who conquered Persia. He was one of the mujahideen. So there was no racial element to it, and it meant that people could convert and become Muslim. They were incentivized to convert and to become Muslim, to accept the truth, right? They weren't necessarily forced, but they were encouraged, highly incentivized, which in reality, that's what coercion is. Coercion is not necessarily a knife on your throat or a gun to your head. Sometimes coercion is that you create a policy that makes it much better or easier to comply. That's also conversion. Like, let's be honest. Like, let's be very transparent and philosophically and conceptually consistent. Okay, that's important to us as Muslims. So yes, it was coercive for the truth. We want people to come into Islam, to adopt the Sharia, to stop, this kind of fornication, to stop any kind of extramarital activity, to stop hatred of the poor, to stop injustice against the poor, to inculcate these family values, all these beautiful things in Islam, and most importantly, to stop idol worship, stop directing your worship to idols, to these pagan gods, and worship Allah alone, the creator of the universe. Leave these false religions, okay, and accept the truth. So we incentivize that. The Sharia incentivizes that. But as soon as you become Muslim, okay, then you have equal status with your conquerors. There's nothing like that in the pre-modern world. There's nothing like that in the modern world. When the US goes and bombs these countries and occupies these countries, they're in second class. The conquered people, the Iraqis, are second class citizens in their own country. What's the proof of this? US soldiers go around taking whatever they want, shooting whoever they want. And all of this has been documented. All of these war crimes have been documented. Every single one of these European colonial powers do these things. They just maintain their dominance, and they turn the places that they conquer into hellholes, into craters. That's what happens with European colonialism, or permanent slave class, permanent subjugated class. And they force these kinds of famines. And I had all of these stats that I wanted to share in the debate, but I didn't get to it. Okay, stats on colonial death. Like, this is just small sample. Modern Iraq war, estimates from 1 to 2 million deaths. 1 to 2 million people murdered in the past 17, 18 years. New York Times, the war on terror displaced 37 million Muslims, displacing them. Why are they displaced? Because you have created such a bad situation, such a living nightmare in these countries, that people have no choice but to leave. You think people like being refugees? You think people they enjoy having to leave the land of themselves and their forefathers and their ancestors? You think people like that? They want to come in boats to Europe? You think they want that? They want to be refugees? No, they're forced. Their lives were destroyed. Their countries were destroyed by this beautiful human rights world regime. Okay, 37 million Muslims displaced. With Muslim conquest, there are no refugees, historically. Okay? Because the places that Muslims went became centers of civilization, centers of the Muslim civilization. Baghdad, Basra, Shiraz, Samarkand, Al-Qahira, Masr, Egypt, Cairo, Damascus, Al-Quds, Philistine, Damascus, Istanbul. All of these places were conquered. All of these places were conquered by Muslims, coercively. Did they become hellholes? Were they destroyed? Did they create millions upon millions of refugees? Were millions genocided? No. Contrast this with other civilizations in pre-modernity and modernity. Islamic civilization was morally superior to all of them. There's no comparison. Give me an analog of Baghdad. Give me an analog of Samarkand. Give me an analog of Cairo in the past 200 years of European colonialism. Go ahead. Where is the center of civilization that was created, of Western civilization? No. And Robert Hoyland is pointing this out. It's like these European powers are ruling from afar. They just extract like this, vampire, extract all of the resources, destroy the lives of all these people. Okay? French occupation of Algeria, 8 million deaths. French occupation of Algeria. Belgian genocide of the Congolese, 1885 to 1908. 10 to 15 million people murdered by the enlightened European powers. Enlightened powers. British colonialism in the subcontinent. Estimates of 38 million. 38 million people. The forced famines. Go and Google forced famines. There's a Wikipedia article. Okay, 1943, Bangladesh, forced famine. 1.5 to 3 million people starved to death. This is your enlightened European West. Indian famine of 1899, 1 to 4.5 million estimated dead. Who is forcing these famines? They're secular Britain, enlightened Britain. This is not a Christian country anymore. This is enlightened, secular, democratic, human rights propounding Britain. Millions are being starved to death. Here, actually, I'll open the Wikipedia article since we're doing this. Yeah, 2 to 10 million, the Great Bengal Famine. 11 million, 0.8 million, 1837. 2 million, 1 million. Why can't we pin any of this on human rights and liberal democracy and freedom? Why? You want to talk about Arab conquests? Okay, well, let's talk about them. I'm not shy to talk about them because when we talk about them, everyone can see the reality. Everyone can see what is really the more enlightened civilization. Who are the real human beings and who are the monsters, the vampires, the tentacles across the world. Everyone can see.
Even more primitive society, and that brought slavery and sex slavery, whereas the other one brought other kind of suffering, but that didn't include slavery. So the British didn't enslave people of India. So thank you very much. We know that. But yes, I'm not.
Yeah, we just starved them to death. We just starved millions of them. We didn't enslave them. We did kind of enslave them because they didn't own anything that they produced. We took it from them by force. So, but it's not slavery because we didn't use the word slavery. But putting that aside, we just force famine them.
Pro-slavery. I don't care about slavery. Yes, we condemn slavery. This was the cause of suffering of an enormous amount of people, including my ancestors in India. So I don't understand why you put that on me as though, and you make an argument that, okay, they were going in the name of spreading enlightenment. The human rights, yes, the Enlightenment started post-Renaissance period, and then 18th century, you could go into the Industrial Revolution time. You could go from anywhere, but it took nearly 200 years to filter down to where we are. Even the postmodernism was actually a result of the catastrophic First and Second World War, despite of...
See, you can't make this argument. He can't say that, oh, well, we're just trying to get it right. The Enlightenment started 200 to 250 years ago. It's been progressive. We've been trying to get it right. And so they were wrong They were still advocating slavery, the early Enlightenment thinkers, but then eventually they realized that slavery is wrong, and then later women's rights came 100 years later, and then later another 100 years LGBT rights, the sexual revolution, now trans rights, drag queen story hour for children. That now we're getting it right. You know, it just takes time. That's the kind of argument he wants to make to disassociate or distance himself from these atrocities. But again, this is, you want to distance yourself from the atrocities, but you want to take all the credit. Because America wasn't built in the past 10 years. The British, the UK, France, Canada, Germany, Spain, they weren't built in the past 200 or the past 10 years. They were built over the past 250 years. And all of these genocidal policies are what led to where they are now in terms of this disproportionate wealth, where they control all of the world and they have all of the world's wealth and they terrorize the rest of the world by force and their nukes. So you have to take credit. Like, you can't propound the fruits of it without looking, and that's the analogy I made. Like, you want to show this sausage, this amazing delicious meal or steak, but you don't want to show how the cow was slaughtered. This is not fair. Like, this is not honest.
Having League of Nations, despite of having some understanding of Enlightenment, and despite of propagating human rights, but that was still not working. But that is our argument. These things evolve over time, and we are consequently getting better and better and better with each. We used to say with each 100 years, or probably a millennia back in further back we go. But now it seems like we're getting better and better with each passing decade. Yes, you raised some good points about.
Yeah, things are getting so much better. Everything is so much better. The progress, look at like the way that I think of these liberals, like, what world are they living in? Like what world are they imagining themselves to be living in? Like, is this the world that they think that they're living in? Let me bring this. Like, is this, they think they're living in this utopia? Or this? Is this where they're living? Is this what they imagine the world to be like? What world are they living in? Because I'm living in this world. This is the world that I'm living in. This is when I go down the street in the city that I live in, is one of the major cities. This is the kind of stuff I see. This is the progress.
This gender change and all of that. Yes, these things are problematic. We know that. But again, no one is running over and. But no. But that's overly simplification of human rights, because that's not all human rights says. And the
what human rights says. A big part of it.
What modernism is, which is scientific inquiry and reason, using reason to come up with better solutions. That is modernism. And now this is we're in postmodernism, and not all postmodernism is bad either. This is.
Like, how are people coming up with better solutions? What's the evidence of that? That people have even the ability to figure out what's the right way to run society at a fundamental level. Yeah, you have like policies that any government is going to have policies on a very high level. But if the basis of society and the building blocks of society are corrupt, and the psychology of people has been corrupted, then what solution can you derive from that using human reason? Human reason is very limited. Like, we're like ants. We're like ants. We don't understand the bigger picture. Only God, only Allah, our Creator, knows and is able to guide us, to tell us this is the correct way to form your marriages, your families, your societies. These are the rules that you have to implement. You might not understand the rule and how it can be beneficial for you, but that's okay. Just like the ant is not going to understand the rules. And ants also they have instincts. All animals have these instincts, and Allah is the one who has given them those instincts so that they can make their colonies and protect the queen, and you have different roles. Different ants have different roles. Some of them are worker ants, some of them are warrior ants. There are even ants that are just dedicated to guarding the entrance of the colony. Like, who has taught them that? Okay. If you are a pea-brain evolutionist, you'll say, oh, it was evolution. But enlightened people understand that that's impossible. It was God who created, Allah who has created the ant, the bee that dances. The bee is dancing with a certain kind of dance to inform the other bees where the honey is, or not the honey, where the flowers are, where the nectar is. With a dance, a bee. Who taught this bee? Who taught our bee bros how to dance in the right way to get that nectar? Subhanallah. Allahu Akbar. Allah is the one who is teaching them this. Allah is the one who has created them to do this. But does the bee know? Does the bee understand? We're like the same thing. We might not. We can just try with our finite intellect to grasp the wisdom of Allah, to grasp the wisdom of the Sharia. We try, like I try to do that. This part of pondering, tadabbur, tafakkur, on the ayat of Allah. I try with my tiny brain. I try to figure out what Allah, the beauty that Allah has revealed. I try, but ultimately, I'm like that ant. I'm like that bee. I'm not going to be able to grasp it, but I know my place. I'm a slave. I have to submit to my Creator. I have to worship my Creator. I have to be humble. I have to have that sense of awe, that reverence for my Lord. That's what I try to inculcate. Not this arrogant atheism. This arrogant, oh, we know everything and we'll figure it out. It's just going to be a matter of time. It's all going to be progress. This offensive, aggressive atheism, materialism, it's just so disgusting.
You can nitpick anything, just like I nitpick your slavery and sex slavery issue, wife beating, and then you try to make excuses. Unlike you, I am honest. Well, in some cases, maybe you are honest, but you're not entirely honest yet, even though they say you are the honest one. But we'll see. But I'm saying that there are some problems, and we know that these problems exist.
No, but the main problem is that you can't spread these values without total war.
No,
that's the whole point.
No.
So you have to say that that's necessary and that's justified. How are you going to get the people in Afghanistan to follow human rights? You're complaining constantly about Afghanistan. So how are those people going to accept human rights and democracy as you propose? I mean, the answer from the U.S. state is clear. They invaded and occupied for 20 years, brutal occupation. And now, even after they're gone, you have Anthony Blinken, the Secretary of State, saying we're going to agitate and we're going to pressure Afghanistan to start accepting LGBT rights and women's rights. And if they don't comply, we're going to, put the pressure on them. So this is all force, and it leads to suffering. You stand by all that or no? Answer.
I'll answer that to you, but
yes or no? You stand by it or no?
If you answer me,
it's an answer. You never answer.
But if you answer that, do you support Taliban or not? You said brutal occupation. You could argue about the way the war on terror was started, but after that,
you could argue. All you need to say, man, is that I don't agree with the war on terror. I don't agree with all this occupation. I don't agree with millions dead. But he never says that. He never makes a clear statement about that. That speaks to his moral character and the values that he is proposing.
America was not there. There was no Governor General of America there.
There was no America in Afghanistan?
There was no government that was directly American. The government itself was Afghan. The government was Afghan. Yes, you could laugh at them.
They're Afghan. They weren't agents of. Look at all of the leaks that were posted by the Washington Post. They were agents. Afghan government was an agent of the U.S. government. How can you deny that? This is so ridiculous.
You say it was brutal.
The guy is just...
And put a hand on your heart and say it was more brutal than the 90s Afghanistan, or even now when Afghanistan is going to be.
Yes, I did a whole video. I did a 45-minute video on all the rape, all the all of the rape and torture and murder. You had Australia. You're an Australian, right? So you had Australian special forces who were hunting farmers, Afghan horses, and cutting off their fingers. No, this is a pattern of abuse.
They were punished.
They stopped.
I'm the sadist. I'm the sadist. This is his reaction to murder, rape, child molestation on a systematic scale, which has been documented. It's been documented. Despite the efforts of the U.S. and the UN to cover up their crimes, it's been documented.
They stopped counting casualties. They stopped counting casualties in the number of innocent civilians that they were murdering in drone strikes and different night raids, all the weddings that they bombed, all the graduation ceremonies that they bombed. They stopped counting the innocent civilians. So this is a cover-up attempt by these countries, the coalition of countries that were attacking Afghanistan and occupying them for 20 years. But Harris has been living in a dream world, maybe that utopia that I showed you a picture of.
Punished.
Why were they even there?
punished.
You just said that there was no presence. Now you're saying they were punished or isolated. So there were soldiers there, right? So why are you...
Yeah, so soldiers that are punished, these are just token low-level people that are punished. Usually they're punished and then they're they're punished and then they're sorry guys, I'm blanking. They're pardoned. They're pardoned. So that happened with Donald Trump, actually. He pardoned a bunch of these soldiers that were going around indiscriminately shooting, gunning down innocent civilians. They later get pardoned. It's just to quiet the media outrage, where people might start wondering, oh, are we the baddies? Are we the bad guys? No. We punish them. We punish these people, these bad soldiers. They were way out of line. Even though it was our generals that told them to terrorize the population and to bring them to heel, these bad soldiers, naughty soldiers. SubhanAllah, if you don't laugh, you cry, right?
Because no, I'm not changing my story.
You said that there weren't anyone, there was no forces in Afghanistan, right?
I'm saying,
Were
no,
they
I didn't
in
say
there or not?
that. I said the
Well, sorry,
government. I said the
hold on one
government.
second.
I said the
Just so there's
government was
not
in
too much
Afghanistan.
overlap.
I said the government was in Pakistan. The government was given back to Afghan people, and it
Just
was
with
an
all these
attempt at
occupying
democracy.
soldiers.
Unfortunately, Islam got in the way, and it said, no, sorry, we want to live in the 7th century, and we want to be ruled by warlords, terror, intimidation, and fear, and executions, and barbarity, and democracy has no place in Afghanistan. You should be, everyone else, every sane person, not you, that would be an unexpected expectation from you. Not everyone would be happy in Afghanistan. We've seen the footages of people trying to escape Afghanistan. Why? Burqa sales have gone through the roof in Afghanistan. People are scared. Women came out. Women were beaten up. Just yesterday, there was a news story.
People are trying to escape El Salvador and Mexico. People are trying to
escape
all of these countries.
Let's let Harris finish his point. I promise we'll come right back to you.
Yeah, what other reasons? Why? What other why are you saying that people escaping human rights El Salvador, human rights Mexico, human rights Peru, democracies, they're escaping for other reasons? Okay, what other reasons? Economic reasons, right? So why is it when they're leaving their countries, it's based on economics, but when these Afghans want to leave Taliban-controlled Afghanistan, it's because of Sharia, it's because of Islam, it's because of the Taliban, not economic reasons. That's the contradiction. And the whole point, like, that's one level of questioning. The second level of questioning is that, well, why in the first place aren't these countries, these human rights countries, prospering? That's the Botswana question. Why aren't they prospering like the US? Why is there huge inequality, the structural inequality between the West and the rest? You haven't explained that. You keep deferring, or not deferring, but you keep avoiding that question.
Harris, if you want to make this last point, and then we'll kick it back over.
Yeah, because Daniel made all these points. So anyway, so yeah, people are escaping those. Yes, I know. If America says that everyone at the Lahore or Mumbai airport goes there, will go there, but no, we know that for a fact that they're leaving for different reasons. People are scared in Afghanistan for good reasons, because we know what Taliban have done. You said something about how would you we will go towards extinction, and how would you increase the fertility rate, and you offered a solution that you can only impose these policies by war. Like, I mean, you literally want to beat people up and invade a country and tell them to have sex and make more babies.
No, that's not what I said.
So what did you say? So I want to understand. I don't strong man. When you say that you have to
Islam has these policies, right? In the Sharia, you can't have premarital sex. You can't have extramarital sex. You have modesty. You have gender separation. You encourage Muslims to marry young and have children and be fertile. Those are all policies within the Sharia that, when people abide by them, there is higher fertility. You have stronger families. You have healthier societies because of that. That was the argument. It's not going to war.
No, but you implied that you asked me a question. How am I going to apply that in the
Yeah.
Western world where fertility rates are falling? So you
What
you
policy?
didn't say that.
What policy are you going to institute that will increase
What
fertility
policy?
rate?
Well, first of all, immigration is the one good policy, and we can always
Bringing in
get
Muslims
people
from other countries?
Well, there are a lot of Indian and Chinese too, so I would prefer them first. But no, Muslims
So that
are
means
fine
that
as well.
the
Muslims
people here are
Muslims
going to go
good people.
extinct.
Muslims are good people. No, that's not even the case. I mean, for example, Australia pumped up the fertility rate back in the early 2010s by giving out baby bonuses. So you'll get $10,000 check if you make more babies.
So you're
Okay, so I didn't respond to this in the live debate. I just was getting on another point. But he says baby bonuses. So governments in the West are where they're literally begging people to have babies. They're giving these incentives. So it can be like a baby bonus. Like for each baby, you get $5,000. Or tax breaks. Like you get less of your taxes. You have to give less taxes because you have more children. These kinds of incentives that are found in all of these Western countries for having children. But where are the governments getting the money for these bonuses? These countries have to increase the tax rate in order to fund the bonuses, right? So everyone's taxes in the country are increased by force. You have to pay the taxes, the increased tax rate, in order to fund the baby bonuses. So people's personal individual freedom is infringed upon, or increasingly infringed upon, because they have to pay more taxes. So more of your property is taken by force by the state, right? So what he has proposed is exactly my point, right? You have to limit the individual liberties of people, because there are people in the US and in these countries, they don't want babies and they don't care about other people having babies. They want to just be bachelors for the rest of their lives, no children. But I have to pay more taxes to fund other people's babies? Why? I don't want to do that. I want to keep my money as much as possible, and I want the government to focus its money on things that I support. I don't want my individual liberty infringed with these tax policies to fund babies. I don't agree with that. But what does the government say? The government says that, look, we have to have this tax policy to encourage childbirth and fertility, otherwise we're going to go extinct. So we have to limit your individual liberty in order to support the greater good, right? To support families, and that's the argument, right? So basically, that there's nothing that he could propose. Baby bonuses, immigration. I mean, that was laughable. bring immigrants into the country. Stupid suggestion by Harris, as you all recognize in the actual live debate. But even this baby bonus idea or taxation idea, it's still going to limit individual liberty. There's no way around it. You have to coerce people. Anytime you coerce people to abide by a policy, it's going to limit their individual liberty. And that's how all societies are, except Islam is honest about it. Islam is honest about its coercive nature. And it's also a better system because the policies within the Sharia are organic. Right? Islam, the Sharia encourages family because of all of those things I mentioned. Birr al-walidain, being good to your parents, taking care of your parents. Silatul rahim, maintaining family bonds and connections. You're not allowed in Islam to cut off your family member. Say, I don't like this uncle of mine, so I'm never going to talk to him again. He's dead to me. You can't say that in Islam. That's actually considered a major sin. Again, you can have abusive family members, and you deal with that. Your family deals with that. But just to cut them off entirely and say, you're dead to me, I'm not going to, maintain any of the rights that I owe you because you're a part of my family. There are rights and there's duties, as I mentioned before. This is what keeps families strong and integrated and stable. These are all policies within the Sharia, right? That maintain, it's organic. It's underwritten by human nature, by human psychology. Unlike a baby bonus that the government, the bureaucratic state, will dole out whenever it wants, arbitrarily sometimes too, because one year they have the policy, the next year they don't.
They have to modify it with these bureaucrats. It's an ugly system, but that's the kind of ugly system that you have to have when you've destroyed all organic institutions in society, other than having this Leviathan state dominating everyone. So Islam is superior. Islam is the solution. Islam is superior. I can, inshallah, we can talk all day. It's getting close to 7 hours. Like, I need to go make sure that I pray Asr. So I still have a little bit of time, but we can talk all day about this.
The policy of immigration relies on Islam, right? You haven't given a policy.
Not necessarily.
Because
Are
it's
Chinese
Islam's higher
Muslims?
fertility, or Chinese, or any of
Chinese?
these traditional
Or
societies.
Indians?
Yeah.
That's
You're relying
fine.
on
No, but-
Islam. So you've just deferred the argument. You haven't introduced a
No.
policy that will increase
Well, I have
the population,
baby bonus,
the fertility,
$10,000.
in the indigenous population. So you haven't
Baby
really
bonus.
introduced the problem
Ba-
that you're having is you can't introduce any policy because it will restrict
not-
individual freedom. That's why you're stuck.
Okay, so
That's
again,
exactly
let me
what
tell
you're
you. Let me go back to Pew again. Let me go back to Pew again, because as I said, it's got nothing to do with actual not wanting to make families or whatever. It might have some part to do with it, but it's got more to do with the improving economic standards. And this is why I said
I can
Muslim
see that.
birth rates are also going down.
I can see
Muslims'
that.
birth rates are also going down.
I
Yeah,
can
so
see
that's
it's a bad
good.
thing.
But-
It's a bad thing.
no,
It
but-
shows
but
exactly why development and modernization and human rights is a bad thing. That's my entire point.
So let's stop going to work. Let's stop making money. That's your solution, so we can just stay home and make more
No,
babies.
that's not.
It is just one of the side effects of that, and humanity will come up with a better solution. Who knows what humanity 2.0 might be like? Who knows? We might be actually making babies in labs, or maybe we might not even need to keep increasing our humanity, because we would be living 1,000 years longer. So we don't know.
Making babies in labs. That's his solution. So he perfectly demonstrated what I was saying about liberalism leading to transhumanism and the end of humanity. Okay? End motherhood. Just make babies in labs. Or maybe people will live 1,000 years. Okay? How? Through different kinds of drugs, different types of modifications genetically and in terms of their bodies, maybe cyborgs. This is the end he's proposing. Like, he's perfectly demonstrating exactly the argument here.
Know that these are the problems that will come even later, and we'll come up with newer solutions, and we would have more solutions.
If we survive.
You can't understand that because we will survive. Of course, we're not going anywhere. The
it's-
birth rate is still going up everywhere else.
No, you just said it's not going up. You said it's going down
No,
everywhere.
the global birth rate is still going up.
You just said it's going down.
2060. I said 2060 in my opening statement. I said by 2060 it would start falling down even for Muslims as well, and by the end of the century it would hit a critical mass of 10 billion, and then it would start going down.
Your stats are all wrong.
Yeah, so if it reaches a critical mass, let's say, taking his argument to its logical conclusion, it reaches a critical mass at some date in the future, and then it starts decreasing. If it starts decreasing, what's going to stop that plummet of people, of the population? What is going to stop that? And he acknowledged, like, oh, we'll figure something out. We'll figure something out. We just have to hope that this global disaster that we've created because of our liberal policies, we'll just figure it out at that point. So I think Harris is a procrastinator. He likes to procrastinate on all these issues like existential crisis, the extinction of the human race. We'll figure it out in 60 years and 70 years, when there's this crash where humanity is plummeting towards extinction. We'll figure something out. But my point being that when you figure something out, it will have to be by force. Like, the government will have to implement probably this brutal totalitarian regime to make sure people are reproducing, or they have babies in labs, or they have this like dystopian nightmare that they have to bring in to save the human race from extinction. But what got you to that point of complete dominance and coercion and force by this muscular surveillance state is these policies that you're advocating for today. So you've just kind of shifted the burden to the future.
Birth rates are going
they're
down.
right.
They're going down consistently, even in the Muslim world. The Muslim world, the fertility is going down. It's a bad thing, right?
Yeah.
And by 2060, what you actually cited was that Muslims. I didn't.
It's a bad thing. Like he tweeted this after the fact. He tweeted and he said it's an own goal. Like, what is he talking about? This picture. I acknowledge that, yeah, the birth rates are going down in the Muslim world too. That's the problem. Muslims influenced by feminism. Muslim women thinking, I don't need to get married. I'm a strong, independent Muslimah. with my turban hijab, I'm going to go get my degree and PhD. I'm a PhD. That's the problem. It's happening in the Muslim world too. So right now we have higher birth rates in the Muslim world, but it's plummeting. It's the same problem. We're getting below. Like Qatar here is below replacement levels. So this is not a good thing, Harris. How is this an own goal to point this out? But the cause of it is maximizing individual liberty. Because women are saying, I want to pursue my dreams. I want to pursue my goals. Even though their biology and their nature wants them to have children and be mothers. They're driven to that. But they've been brainwashed by the secular system.
Remember what you cited, but all of the fertility rates are going down consistently across the world, and it's because of human rights modernization. Islam is saying that family is important. That's why you have to restrict individual autonomy with these kinds of rules I mentioned in the Sharia. And that's for the benefit of humanity, because you're not going to go extinct. You're not going to have
so what should we have?
Replacement levels fertility, and you can't give
So Daniel, what should we have?
You can't show me
What
how
should we
human
have,
rights. Sharia, that's what you should have.
No. But what's the ideal? What's the ideal number for the planet we should have? Like 10 billion, 9 billion, 8 billion, maybe 4 billion, reducing the sizes of economy and our footprint. What would be the better one?
We should have strong, stable families that a child can be in a family surrounded by loving family members, his father, his wife, maybe a co-wife, cousins, aunts, uncles. All that's a beautiful, stable family, very high fertility. This is the beautiful example of family life that Islam promotes. What does human rights promote? Human rights promotes a child with his single mother just going to school and falling into drugs and mental health problems. That's what human rights offers the world. And we see that with the numbers, we see that with all the stats that I gave you, and you have no response to that.
I've given you a response. I've given you more nuanced response, and you're not understanding that, because these are the 21st century. That would be the latter part of the 21st century problem. Then we'll come up with a solution. What you're saying, you can't give me a reason. What you're saying, you're basing that.
One sec, just to hear from Harris.
You're basing that family life is important because it gives a higher fertility rate. Higher fertility rate means increasing population.
So he's just hyper focused on fertility, but he ignores the problem of household size, for example. Household size, that's a major problem too, because it leads to all kinds of problems statistically, demographically, as explained, but even on a personal level. I try to explain to him that, look, people are suffering. Humans are not meant to live these isolated lives, these institutionalized lives. What Islam offers is such a beautiful alternative, and what humanity deserves and what humanity will flourish under is that system, not these small households where people are being raised by strangers oftentimes. Might as well be a stranger, because parents can't really see their children. Parents have no influence on their children. Parents can't decide, I want my child not to accept these values. I want my child to accept these values. I want my child to grow up in this way, not that way. They have no control on any of that. There's no authority in the family, because you've destroyed patriarchy. You've destroyed the hierarchy within that system, abolishing the family for good. So this is... Harris is not conversant with any of this.
When I ask you what is the ideal population for the planet, you don't know that. You say, well, then you backtrack, and then you say, no.
How can you know that? How can anyone know the ideal population for the planet? How can anyone know that?
No. Human forecasters have actually said that over 10 billion people, the planet would not be able to handle it.
10 billion people, so what?
So
it's the same human forecasters, by the way, who have, the same bureaucrats who have allowed this to happen, right? These same economists and social policy think tanks, their policies and their genius has led to this. Okay, these are the people that Harris relies on.
Okay, so 10 billion. So what happens then after 10 billion? You guys would start, if he lets you have your way, you'd be like, no, we want to have the same family system and we want to make 20 babies still. So then we'll go from 10 billion to 15 billion. So
Islam is not like that. If there is a situation that requires overall maslaha, are you aware of this, Harris? Do you have any knowledge of Islam? There's something called community decision making. If there are pressing global challenges or there are pressing problems, the imams and the Sharia can accommodate that. It's called maslaha, it's called maqasid al-Sharia. These are things that are found in Islam. It's a very nuanced system that you have no appreciation of. That's why you're constantly strawmanning. Look, your future is people watching Netflix at home alone, masturbating and ordering Uber Eats. That's your vision of the future, Harris. And you haven't proposed a single thing consistent with human rights that actually counters that.
All right, let's get a chance.
You said you need muslaha. You said that your imams can sit down, and you really think that we're going to let the future of our world in the hands of imams? What makes you think that we don't have that? We have UN as well. We have the World Health Organization too. We have climate organizations too, who give good advices to scientists on good evidence, pretty much on the evidence that your imams are going to rely on. So we have that as well. We're also working on our solutions. We have problems. We're working on solutions for them. Immigration comes in, and then obviously we know that at some point in China and India, their population is going to start declining too after 2060. So that's going to start happening. We know that, but again, we only look at it from the consumerist point of view. That for economies to keep growing, we need that. But the absolute critical would be 2.2. Even if it goes down, and then the problem becomes that okay, we have an aging population, like is the case in Japan. So we know these problems exist, and that has got more to do with the fact that we have higher living standards. People, you could blame consumerism more than you want to blame human rights, because human rights is simply that we're talking about is improving the lives of people and reducing suffering. Unfortunately, you cannot understand that.
These are just platitudes. Everyone wants to improve the lives of people and reduce suffering. Every system claims to do this. Every system wants to do this. But the proof is in the pudding. You have to actually show and argue with evidence. How is that the case?
That the ideas that Prophet Muhammad promoted, those are conducive to the well-being of human, and it plays no part in reducing suffering. Maybe as collectively, but that is the same totalitarian ideology that you dare to call me extremist. I mean, you say that human rights people are extremists. Yes, right. I mean, obviously maybe we have different meanings.
You're talking about these international organizations, right? And they're planning. Yeah, let's talk about the plans of the World Economic Forum, where they released this position paper that they say by 2030 you will have no privacy, you will own nothing, and you will be happy. Like, this is their vision of 2030. Every individual living in a pod and eating some kind of bug-based meats because actual beef is bad for the environment and climate, supposedly.
Here's the World Economic Forum, if you weren't aware of this. There's their tweet. Welcome to 2030. I own nothing, I have no privacy, and life has never been better. World Economic Forum, this was back in 2016, and then they had their report, you'll own nothing. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. Like, they had an entire report, campaign.
So let's have that vision of the future, that vision of the future that the World Economic Forum and the UN and all these experts, that's the vision that you're promoting, Haris. That's what you want for the future of humanity, this dystopia. And Muslims are just saying, I'm just saying, no, we don't want that future. We don't want a future where all cultures are destroyed, all religions are destroyed. You're just living in a pod by yourself and you have no family, you have no connections. You're just sitting in front of Netflix and masturbating and eating bug-based meats. Muslims are just saying, we don't want that future for humanity, and you're not proposing anything that contradicts that.
We want 4 wives instead, and if my child turns out to be homosexual, he needs to be thrown off the rooftop, and that is what you're.
Imagine Haris with 4 wives. He asks one of them, "Can you make me dinner?" No. Goes to number 2. "Can you make me dinner?" No. Number 3. No. None of the 4 wives are gonna make him dinner, so that will be actually a very bad situation.
Proposing, which is obviously
very clear. There are rules that restrict individual liberty and full equality, because those are not the only values, and you can't propose anything. This was the balance question, and you haven't proposed anything.
They're not.
We'll go back to Harris for a couple of minutes.
They're not the acceptable positions by your standards. I may as well go and live in China then, because if I have to take totalitarian views for collective good, then I can take some of their totalitarian views as well. You talked about, you made fun of like, okay, we're going to be eating bugs or something, which kind of reminded me of are snails. I mean, let's just go back to Sharia for a little bit, right? So do you actually think Sharia is sacred? Do you think it's clear? Or it's open to interpretation? What do you think about Sharia? Like, I mean, you're defending Sharia, so let's just talk about Sharia. Is it clear or it's open to interpretation?
There are certain parts of it that are unequivocal. Qat'i is the actual term for that. And there are certain parts that are open to ijtihad, where scholars, ulama, can differ and they can use their reasoning based on Quran and hadith and qiyas, as well as ijma', to come to their conclusions.
So there are so for example in the Quran we get something like 100 to 150 rulings from the Quran. So everything else comes from hadiths and from traditions. That is basically, you said some parts are absolute and some parts are open to ijma. Well, I would say very few parts are confirmed and absolute. The other ones are open to interpretation, which means it's subjective. So when we make an argument for objective God, or sorry, objective morality, we're basically, you're saying you're only giving us some really basic rudimentary level of rulings that you say that they are absolute. Everything else, I mean, are you just telling us rape is bad, slavery? Sorry, slavery is fine in your worldview. Rape is bad, murder is bad, theft is bad. I mean, surely we could.
There's a lot of different directives, as I mentioned.
So you talked about eating eating bugs. So I mean, so that just kind of triggered my mind. Like, snails, are they halal or not? Because Sharia is a lot more complicated than that. Because dietary requirements is considered either it's halal or it's haram, and Sharia means Sharia is directly linked to your morality. So if you follow Sharia, you're moral. If you don't, you're immoral. Eating pig would be immoral because it's written in the Quran not to do it. But what about other things like, let's say, snail or a kangaroo? Do you think snail is halal?
So it will depend on which school of thought that you're following. Yeah, I mean, this is not. What is your point?
My point is that it is open to interpretation.
I said that. I acknowledge that. I acknowledge that.
Yeah. So you're trying to put on something to us. Then your system is not really.
No, but the values that I mentioned. Why are you talking way more than 2 minutes, James? Like, what's the balance here? He's just going on and on rambling. And
go ahead, Daniel. We'll give you several minutes.
So I brought family, marriage, romance, love. I didn't get to the points about community, but that's also valuable because people value their way of life, and Islam has brought together all of these different cultures under Islam, and they've preserved. Like, I'm Persian. Persia was conquered by Arabs, by Arab Muslims, and non-Arabs too, because the original Muslim community was ethnically diverse. But it was conquered by Islam 1400 years ago. Yet Persia has retained its language, it's retained its culture, it's retained many aspects of its literature. That's because Islam is compatible with people preserving certain aspects, not all, because idol worship, for example, is not preserved, that's not allowed, but preserving certain aspects of culture over hundreds of years, and I'm living proof of that. You have Muslims who are Nigerian, who are Malaysian, who are Uyghur, who are Turkish, Desi, Arab. All of these have maintained their ethnic and cultural traditions, but modernization leads to homogeneity, the extinction of languages, people who have completely been wiped off of the face of the earth, cultures that have been wiped off the face of the earth because of colonialism, because of this human rights regime, that even today you have languages that are going extinct because of colonialism. So Islam is something that preserves community as well. This is an objective value. Okay, you're talking about snails and kangaroos. I'm talking about things that are affecting billions of people on this earth right now objectively, and you can't address any of those points. How are you going to preserve community? Okay, Islam has certain kinds of rules and regulations that preserve community as part of the Sharia. But what do you have to offer? What does human rights offer? You haven't addressed that. And you haven't also addressed the fact that you're saying that people in Afghanistan are running to the airport, and you're blaming the Taliban, you're blaming Sharia because of that. But when you have people in El Salvador and Latin America who are literally risking their lives, the lives of their children, to migrate to the United States from these human rights hellholes, you don't blame that on human rights. You don't blame that on LGBT rights and women's rights that are respected and practiced throughout Latin America. Why, Haris, are they risking their lives to migrate to the U.S.? That's another question, the Botswana question that you haven't really addressed.
Well, I answered that before as well, that this is probably because one is because of the economic reasons. And
really?
I just wanted to read a super chat from Sister Asya. Jazakallah khaira for the super chat. She says, Alhamdulillah, I reverted to Islam this year, and the Alasna program helped me through my vulnerable start. Debates like this help me clear my distortion. So alhamdulillah, we're so happy to have you in the ummah. Sister Asya, may Allah bless you and strengthen your iman and our taqwa, and Allah bless you and your family. Ameen.
One is for human rights violation reasons. Yes, of course. No shit.
Go ahead, Harris. I want to give Harris a couple minutes too. Sure.
Weren't you the one who was quoting the GDPs of El Salvador and Botswana and United States? So of course, it's because of why everything has to be so binary with you.
No one in Afghanistan cares about economics.
Want to give you a couple minutes as well.
Yes, let's just go with that, Haqiqatjou. You made multiple points, and then you'll let me finish because there was another point as well before that. So this is very simple. Economic reasons, this actually shows us our longing for better lifestyle, and we would want to go to America, we would want to go to Europe, we would want to go to Australia, better countries, so we can improve our lives, we can buy bigger houses, we can have less children, Not 4 times 2, meaning 8. Not that many. We can give them good quality education, good food, good clothes. Everything.
4 times 2 equals 8. So having 4 wives and each one has 2 children. So I don't know why polygamy is such this big deal for these people. Like, Islam doesn't force you to have multiple wives. It's an option, and people who want that will have that. And also, 90% of human societies, according to ethnographers and anthropologists, 90% were polygamous. It's not, or polygynous, meaning one husband, multiple wives. This is ubiquitous throughout history. And Christianity decided against it around the 3rd century. And that has influenced people's attitudes around the world up to this day about polygyny. But it was something that was practiced. And just because a Muslim or a society is polygynous, that doesn't mean every man has multiple wives. No, usually in these polygynous societies, only like 5% of men will have multiple wives. Not everyone is, this Chad who can have multiple wives and provide for all of them. It's not easy, to have multiple wives. But some men can't afford it. Some men are alpha Chad guys who can have multiple wives, mashallah. But not everyone. So why do people have such a problem with polygyny? I just don't understand it.
I think this is human nature. We long for it, and that's the reason why we have. Yes, there might be consequence of falling birth rate. The same generation, same people from same community, when they go to Western countries, even they start having less kids as well. So that is a side effect of it. But that's just the way it is. But you think that what you replace it with, either take it all or you don't, then sorry, we can't take that, because Sharia doesn't just come with that. It does come. You laugh at kangaroos and snails, but there are so many other baggages that come with that too, such as homosexuals, the honor culture, wife beating, multiple wives, and not to mention really bad sense of fashion. Everything comes with it. So those are the things. What did you ask earlier about? You said something else earlier about before this Botswana problem.
About community?
You were asking me another question.
Yeah, how does this human rights regime preserve community, preserve family, preserve marriage, these objective values? Are these objectives? Do you think marriage is valuable?
Well, as I said, the only reason is that we look at for the next generation.
Yes or no? Is it valuable or not?
We look at, no, it's more complicated than that, because we look at
how
the next generation.
Marriage and romance and love?
No, romance and love might be, but not marriage, because marriage doesn't mean much. I mean, you can be a partner, you can be in a civil agreement with someone, and you can live without marriage for 10 years.
Those are declining.
No, they're not. Well,
they are.
No,
I cited all of the stats.
I don't trust your stats. Sorry, we'll have to.
You're having people who are permanently celibate, not having sex.
No, you're
1 out of 4 people, according to Pew, according to the stats I mentioned.
Okay.
Is sex valuable? Is sex valuable? Yes or no? Or is it complicated? Everything is complicated, right, Horace?
No. Well, yeah, because not everything is binary, though. Not everything is binary. Yes, sex is very valuable, and
then it's declining. It's declining under human rights. Human rights. All these nations people are becoming celibate permanently against their will.
Not because of human rights.
Yes.
Not because of human rights, but because of economic standards. I mean, we are becoming consumerism. You could talk about capitalism again. This is why I said it's complicated, because there's so many things. It's not
saying it's people are becoming permanently celibate because of economic reasons like capitalism. People are just more consumerist, but the whole point of consumerism is maximizing individual pleasure. Consumerism is a utilitarian philosophy. You want to make lives more convenient. You invent, the washing machine so that you don't have to hand wash things. You have a machine that does it for you. So you buy the latest washing machine, but now you have a programmable washing machine that goes on a schedule, and it has all these options to make things even more convenient. So you get that, and then next year you get a better one and a better one and a better one. That's what consumerism is. It's the same maximizing pleasure ideology. Harris is completely oblivious to all this. So I'm going to go and pray Asr now. Again, like I'm having this very long, you could say it's an indulgent kind of live stream, because people in the future, inshallah, down the line, next month, who want to see this debate and they want to see commentary, then there'll be timestamps. Inshallah, they can go and see more if they're interested. And so I want to provide that, and I'm pretty tired, but alhamdulillah, I think it's necessary to do this. So I'm just going to go pray Asr, and then I'll be back for the rest of this marathon. Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum. Back. Bismillah. Let's continue.
Binary. You say that, okay, if we just bring Sharia and Islamic values, all of a sudden people will be locked up inside houses and they'll be making babies and everything will be hunky-dory. No,
Yeah,
that is
Muslims
not
actually
as
like
simple
sex.
solution.
Muslims like
Well,
sex. We like to reproduce. Alhamdulillah. We're men,
right.
We're
Yeah.
actual men. We're not these kinds of soy
Right.
boys. Soy boy
Right, okay.
liberal human rights advocates. We're men.
Right,
We,
okay.
we like to
Well,
stay at our houses and have sex, actually, in marriages.
Well done, and
mashallah.
and I see and I see how you say that. What kind of man you are? You actually say that. Oh, don't you want a woman who is obedient? That is your definition of manhood.
Because we like
This is your
stable
definition of
marriages,
manhood.
like 99%
Yeah, because you
of
like to
other
keep-
human cultures. Like
You like
99%
to-
of
yeah,
other human cultures that you want to
primitive.
wipe out.
Primitive.
That you want to
Primitive
wipe out.
culture.
Yeah, wipe out the primitive people. Bomb them.
No, I'm not saying wipe out. I'm
genocide
not saying
them.
wipe- no,
yeah,
not people.
those primitive people.
No, I said cultures.
Dehumanize them.
Cultures.
Genocide those primitive people. Good job, Harris.
Cultures.
You're an amazing human rights advocate.
It's not going to
Those
work.
primitive
Haqiqatjou.
people.
It's not, Haqiqatjou, it's not going to work. I'm talking about the cultures being primitive. And when those people
those
come
primitive
out,
cultures,
when
wipe
they
them
step
out.
into the yes, so that's fine. Cultures, I don't care about that. But when they come out in the 21st century, they adopt modernism. When they come to the modern world, then that's good. Then everyone, whether they're from Botswana, or they're from El Salvador, or from India, or China, or Pakistan, wherever they go, Afghanistan, they go to America, or their own local countries become modern. That's fine, because then we're not going to expect 50% of our population to be obedient to us. Now, that's your definition of manhood. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
that's
you want
not my
everyone to
definition
be
of manhood.
obedient
And my
to the
manhood is still
totalitarian
intact.
state. You want everyone to be obedient to the totalitarian technocratic state. You want all power monopolized by the central authority who can shove you in your pod and issue you social credits with constant surveillance, the system that we see in China and that's being rolled out in the EU, in Europe, and now being considered in Canada and North America. This totalitarian system, that's what you want. That's consistent with human rights. That's what human rights ultimately leads to, right? So those primitive cultures, primitive Muslims, primitive Aboriginals, Native Americans, we need to wipe out their cultures, and they need to adopt this universal, homogeneic, get in your pod, eat the bug meat, eat your soy, forget about sex because it's not valuable, or family is not valuable. Yeah, that's the future that you're envisioning, Harris. It's not attractive to
Didn't
me.
you guys-
It's not attractive to me.
Didn't you guys?
I don't know
don't you
about
guys
your
complain
Hindu
that-
or Christian followers, but
Don't you-
I think they're
don't-
starting to realize that what you're offering is this con, this hoax, and it's
I
really,
can see.
really scary. Actually, this is the terror of the modern liberal state. It's devolving. It's destroying the human race.
Okay, I can see how my Hindus and Christian followers are like.
So I made this point about hypergamy a couple of times in the debate. So again, it's this preference that women have. So Harris is saying, oh, you prefer a society where the men are in charge and 50% of the population controls the other 50%. Some nonsense like this, right? He's referring to patriarchy. And I keep referring that it's human nature. Patriarchy is human nature. It's inbuilt, ingrained, hardwired into both men and women. And this has been proven in actual academic studies. So here is one that you can refer to if you're interested in this. Okay. Okay, Personality and Social Psychology, first published in 2018. Here's the reference. Benevolent sexism, that's what they call it, has detrimental effects on women, supposedly, yet women prefer men with benevolent sexist attitudes over those without. Okay, so they have to say that there are detrimental effects because academia is liberal. Okay, so what they mean by detrimental effects is there's no equality because of it's sexist. It's sexist, so of course it's bad. Okay, well, what are the detrimental effects? Please elaborate. But despite those detrimental effects, women prefer it. The predominant explanation for this paradox is that women respond to the superficially positive appearance of this benevolent sexism without being aware of its subtly harmful effects. Now, think about this from an evolutionary biology standpoint. How is it that women have developed this preference for benevolent sexism? If it's harmful, if it's detrimental, shouldn't evolution have culled out culled out this benevolent sexism because it's harmful. So if women have this genetic preference for the sexist men, it's going to harm them. So they're not going to be able to reproduce as much because they're sick, or they've been abused, or they've been harmed in such a way that they can't reproduce at the same rate as the strong, independent feminists who prefer the egalitarian men. Those egalitarian preferring women are going to reproduce more. Okay? Or they're going to be healthier, so their children are going to be healthier. There's going to be some adaptation, right? Because what does detrimental effect mean? It means there's something that physically has harmed you or psychologically has harmed you, that you're not in as good a position to reproduce or to take care of your children, because your children will need a loving, supportive mother in order to thrive, to grow, and reproduce themselves. So if you're psychologically damaged because of these detrimental effects of the abusive patriarch, then you're not going to be able to properly or be as good at raising your children as opposed to the egalitarian marriage, the amazing, feminist marriage where you're married to, someone like Harris. So explain that evolutionarily. But here's what they say. We propose an alternative explanation drawn from evolutionary and socio-cultural theories on mate preferences. Women find benevolent sexist men attractive because BS attitudes and behaviors signal that a man is willing to invest. Meaning a man that has this kind of sexist attitude is going to be more willing to invest in you as a woman. Going to be a stronger man to protect you from harm, to protect your children from harm, to get the resources necessary to provide for you and your children. So being sexist signals that, is what they're saying. He's willing to invest. 5 studies show that women prefer with these attitudes and behaviors, especially in mating contexts, because BS mates are perceived as willing to invest, protect, provide, and commit, as opposed to men that don't have this benevolent sexist attitude. The men who are they can't be sexist because they're weaker, or they're just not as interested in the opposite sex, or they're just, for whatever reason, women preferred BS men, despite also perceiving them as patronizing and undermining. These findings extend understanding of women's motives for endorsing BS and suggest that benevolent sexist men, despite having awareness of the harmful consequences. Do they really understand the harmful consequences? Because it seems like it's all positives here. Protect, provide, commit, all of these amazing things are important for a strong father, a strong husband, a supportive husband. And there's other studies. It's going to take too long if I just do live research here, and I didn't see the link. But there are other studies that show that women are very consciously going to select the macho man, even when they're feminists. So they'll say, I'm a feminist. They'll self-report that. And they'll still, in terms of what they're attracted to, it'll still be the macho, benevolent, sexist man. But it's benevolent. It's benevolent. What does benevolent mean? Benevolence mean? It means being merciful, being kind, being supportive, helping, being understanding. These are important values. And now we're getting into marriage advice to the brothers. Be benevolent, be merciful, be kind. This is exactly the example of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The sunnah is to be benevolent. But at the end of the day, you have to be qawwam. الرجال قوامون على النساء. You're the authority. You're the benevolent authority. You have to aspire to that. You're responsible for providing. You are responsible for protecting. And you're committed. You're locked in. You're going to be responsible, and you're going to do what you have to do. These are your duties. And you're a man, you have to live up to that. No excuses.
No excuses. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, you have to kind of sacrifice your own desires, your own pleasure, your own ambitions sometimes. But you are committed. You will do your job. And you will sacrifice for the sake of your wife or your wives and your children. You'll do that. But this is benevolence. But at the end of the day, you recognize that you're in charge. You have that authority, and you use it for the good of the family. This is a beautiful, beautiful, complete system. Who doesn't recognize this? And even the feminists, they betray their own feminism when they say that they prefer, just ask the most hardcore feminist. There's actually a funny tweet about this, or a funny meme about this, where women claim, these feminists, woke activists claim that they care about the impoverished, they care about weak, migrants, and they care about these poor people, but they don't marry them. They don't actually marry those men. They marry the guys who are stronger than them, higher social status than them, the 6 foot, 6 figures, 6-pack. Those are the guys that they're marrying, but they claim to have so much altruism and so much compassion for these other men who are suffering. Okay, then why aren't you marrying them? Marry them and take care of these men. But women don't do that. They're in fact repulsed by that. And it's something that they can't really help because it's inbuilt. Their hypergamy is inbuilt, is part of their nature. So if that's your nature, why are you fighting against nature? Don't you think that will lead to problems? Aren't those the real detrimental effects that you will suffer? Just confusion after confusion. But this article, you saw 5 different studies all show that women prefer the sexist men. Benevolent sexism. That's all that Islam advocates.
They're saying the Shahada and they're converting to Islam very quickly. So, you need to look up the meaning of that. Dream will never come true, Daniel, because people are leaving Islam, not joining Islam. The only way you can keep Islam going is, as you said, be a man, keep making babies. But you need to look up. No, you're not. You need to look up. You need to look up the meaning of totalitarian. I mean, you have totally.
What's the meaning?
What's the definition? I'm actually surprised. No, hang on a sec. I'm actually surprised. I'm actually surprised that you actually didn't use in defense of slavery. You didn't use the example of, well, modern day 9-to-5 job is slavery as well. You didn't use that because that's how you come up with these.
That kind of argument is too sophisticated for you, Harris. You can't even understand the basic argument.
You know he was so pathetic.
You couldn't even understand. I can't educate you on all these things, Harris. Respond to the argument that I gave, not another debate. Stop riding Apus's coattails. Just respond to the argument that I gave.
You knew it was so pathetic that you actually dropped that. You were so scared to actually use that. Yes, you were.
I'm so scared. I'm terrified of you, Harris. You're a towering intellect.
I can see. I can see that.
Let me have some questions now, Harris.
So I no, you haven't even let me. Okay, all right. Ask more questions because I actually forget because you go in so many different tangents that I actually forget about what you were asking me. And then you just start having a ramble.
You're an admirer of Richard Dawkins. You've called him your hero. You think he's this towering intellectual figure. He's actually praised your book. You've praised him. But he tweeted back in 2013 this tweet: all the world's Muslims have fewer Nobel Prizes than Trinity College, Cambridge. Okay. So what is this genius implying here? He's implying that Islam is so backwards and so uneducated that they have so few Nobel Prizes. So, Harris, explain to me, how many Nobel Prizes does Latin America have? How many Nobel Prizes does China and Sub-Saharan Africa have? How many Nobel Prizes does India have? And what's the discrepancy between the Nobel Prizes in the UK? Colonialism, right? Tell Doc.
So the whole point of bringing this up is that it's clearly, if you ask Richard Dawkins why Africa has this many Nobel Prizes fewer than this one college, Cambridge College, Trinity College, Oxford, it's going to be taken as raw, bare racism, right? Ask Richard Dawkins how many Nobel Prizes Latin America has. It's going to be taken as pure racism. But it's okay to say that about Muslims. It's okay to say that about Muslims. And then Harris concedes the entire point because he says, oh, it's because of colonialism. So Africa, it's because of colonialism that they don't have the same level of Nobel Prizes. Latin America, it's because of colonialism because they don't have the same number of Nobel Prizes. But for Muslims, it's because they're backwards, or what?
Hawkins.
No, I get it. Those countries are colonials. But the other point is that
Yeah, he gets it. It's for Muslims, it's also because of colonialism. So if all of these problems that you're pointing out are because of colonialism,
but
If it's
the world's
colonialism, then
technologies in the
educate
golden age of
Dawkins.
Islam.
Educate Dawkins, because
Yeah,
he's
but-
blaming
no,
Islam.
but-
You need to tell him
but
that, no,
even-
this is because of colonialism.
Even before Nobel Prizes became a thing, even before that, when there was no colonialism, when Islamic Caliphate was in full flow, it did not match the levels of scientific revolution that West enjoyed, or even the Islamic world enjoyed in the 9th and 10th centuries. And there was a whole scholarly work behind that, different opinions on that. Some people blame Genghis Khan, some people blame Al-Ghazali, whatever the reason was. But science or discovery in the Islamic world just went down. And unfortunately, it seems like, for example, when we just simply talk about evolution, we talk about evolution, and when the Muslim scholarly, when universities in Muslim countries, when they don't even acknowledge evolution, how are we ever going to make any progress in the fields of biology? You could argue about physics and chemistry, and we could hope
This
that.
is
But again,
another-
this would be linked.
like,
This
we
would
can
be.
talk-
again, like comparing the technology in the after the scientific revolution and the industrial revolution. Okay, fine. You want to say that those are good things and that they far surpassed anything that was seen in the Muslim world. Okay, fine. We'll concede that. But look at the whole picture. Like, what did that scientific revolution, look at that, what did that industrial revolution, what did that emphasis on materialistic, analytic reason above all else, what did that produce? Where did that lead? What was the result of that? Look at the whole picture and be honest about that. And then we can evaluate and blame or give credit to Islam or Europe, but it's all propaganda. This is all Western propaganda to bash Islam, but it's a selective picture of reality.
Let me finish my point, man. Come on. This would come to a point that as Muslim countries advance as well, they get better. We get better economy in countries like Pakistan or Turkey or Saudi Arabia is modernizing. Now the Saudi Arabia is modernizing. We're getting better university. UAE is modernizing, better university. Then yes, UAE has put a program. I'm happy for UAE, but that has also just come from modernism, not necessarily not by reading the Quran or bringing Sharia back. I mean, Muslim countries are throwing Sharia as well.
But you conceded that Islam had a golden age of science, right? So it's not Islam that's the problem. It's colonialism. That's
Islamic
the problem.
world. Islamic world had it. Islamic world had it. Not Islam caused it. It's like Christian world have.
So all the problems,
Yeah, I'm not gonna
all
give
the problems are blamed on Islam, and all of the positive things are blamed on everything except Islam. That's the way that you're going about it, right?
Well,
Where's
what
the
directly
principle?
comes from what directly comes from theology? It would be blamed on that. I mean, this
No, the
directly
theology
comes
is
from
very
the life of
clear.
Prophet.
Allah says
slavery,
to-
sex slavery, wife beating, these kind of things come directly from
responded
Islam.
to.
Yes,
Yeah, all
they're
responded
good
to.
people.
I responded
They're
to all
good
of
people.
those points.
Yeah,
You
how
haven't
you doing?
responded
Well,
to my
yeah,
point.
what
You're saying
people-
that
yeah, people
you're saying
judge.
you
People
acknowledge
judge
that
how
Islam is
people
not
respond to it.
anti-science.
I want to jump in. Just pardon my interruption, but do want to mention we're going to go in just a short bit. We're going to go into the Q&A, folks, and at the live chat at Modern Day Debate. If you type in at Modern Day Debate, that helps it make it clearer for me to see your question. We do have a lot though in terms of the Q&A questions already, so no guarantees that we'll get to it because we want to get our speakers out at a decent time. But go ahead, gentlemen. Want to give you a chance to wrap up
I think
the
I'll-
last
I think
discussion.
I think we should go to the questions as well, because I think we've only got 10-15 minutes left. But anyway, I kind of enjoyed this conversation. I think there's probably a lot more to talk about, and Haqiqatjou should. I don't know if you want. Maybe we can have a round two as well. But well, you think that
So I laughed, or I kind of exhaled at his comment there of having a second conversation, because Apos actually did the same thing in our debate. He, in the middle of the debate, after he realized he's getting spanked, he proposed, oh, well, maybe we should have a second conversation. They say this because they know how bad they did, how poorly they responded. So they want to save face. So they immediately want to propose, let's have another session. Let's immediately have another round. It's like when you are losing in a game of, I don't know, some sport or some board game, chess or whatever, or a video game, and then you realize midway through, oh, okay, I've been beaten really badly. Rematch. Let's have a rematch. So what are you saying?
you have given answers to slavery or wife beating or whatever these things, where you think in your mind, and this is what fascinates me, that you live in such a little bubble of your manhood that you think that whatever you've said, people are going to buy that No one is buying that other than your own choir boys. No one outside of that circle is buying that. This doesn't make any sense, Daniel. If you just
They are buying
just
it
wake
because
up a little
they're
bit.
part of those cultures too. The Christians and the Hindus and the Jews, they can look
No.
at their own cultures, they can look at their own traditions, they can look at their ways of life, and they'll find that there are a lot of
Traditions are
parallels,
bad.
a lot of parallels with Islam. And then they'll realize that, wow, it's the modern world that's destroying
Slavery.
our ways of life. It's modern world that's destroying our families, our marriages, and clearly this is not sustainable. That's what they're going to realize. You just saying slavery, wife beating, concubines. That's all your whole argument is, just putting out those words. You haven't addressed or been
Because it
conversant.
matters.
You
Because
haven't
it
been
matters.
conversant with any of the arguments or the points that I made, logically explaining, citing academics, citing
Riffraff.
You haven't. Yeah, it's all
Riffraff.
riffraff. Academia is riffraff. I try to be
Riffraff.
objective.
You're that's not objective. You didn't even answer my objective morality
scientific
question,
studies
which I
aren't-
just laid.
scientific studies
which I
aren't
did-
objective?
Well, I'm not going to take any
Scientific
scientific
studies?
study from you. I'm not going to
It's
take
not
any
from me.
scientific
It's
study from
published
you.
in Science.
Well,
It's published in
I-
Nature. Pew is Pew. You have a problem with Pew?
And your
How about the Global
and your
Social Survey? How about the
your-
Ethnographic Atlas? How about that? How about
your
the
interpretations.
World Value
I'm not
Survey?
going to
Are
take
those
your.
objective?
I'm not going to take your
Riffraff.
interpretations of them. I'm not going to take your
I just gave you
interpretations
the
of them, and
numbers.
also I don't trust. Well, no, you just gave me. I'm not aware of them. I
No,
can't. If I
I'll
can't
put
verify
all
that,
of
I'm
the
not going to comment on
citations.
that.
I'll
Well,
put
that's
all the
good. And then maybe we can
citations
have
in
around.
the video description after the debate,
Yeah.
so people can analyze
Right.
it for themselves.
And then, what we can do is you can actually send. So when you put it up, then we can debate on them, and then we see that how honest is your interpretation of that data, and how you're actually how you're twisting your worldview to fit that as a solution, and then I'll see, okay, how can I shift my worldview and fit according to that, and then come up with a solution. So this is.
That's the whole point of debate. You should have done that before. You should have looked at studies and academic references before and brought that to the debate and showed how those references support your claims about human rights. Harris, like, you don't even understand the concept of debate. That was the whole point of having a debate with a defined topic, Sharia and human rights. It's so that you refer to the studies. You haven't even referred to the UN. You haven't referred to the UN Declaration of Human Rights. So what are you even? Oh, poor guy.
It's actually very easy, I think, Daniel. You should know this. But anyway, so the reason why I bring up those loaded terms is because I know this is your Achilles heel. For us, it's harder to argue or reason with people who are these postmodernist Islamic scholars, because they also believe in this, constantly evolving morality, and they believe they're reasonable people because they haven't switched off the compassion switch. But you guys, it's so easy because, yes, I just have to throw sex slave at you. Like your prophet did that. Why would I want morality or family system from him when he did that? I'm sorry, I'll find someone else. I'll use my own brain to come up with another solution. So anyway, I think we should open up to.
So your problem is not with Islam. Your problem is not with the Prophet, peace be
Using his own brain, that's a very dangerous proposition.
upon him, practice sex slavery.
It is.
You find this throughout
It is.
all of these 99% of other societies and cultures. Read Lawrence Keeley, his book on
They're all bad.
modern warfare. Read all of that and see.
They're all ancient. I know that. They're all ancient. I know that. I don't
Yeah.
know.
So shouldn't morality be based on contextual factors?
Morality should be based on reason in light of constantly evolving situations
Okay,
around
yeah,
us.
exactly. There
And
were the
we
different
check that.
situation
This
and
is what we do.
circumstance in the past than today. Look,
No,
Allah
but
Prophet
that's not your
acknowledged
claim.
it.
That's not.
This is actually what I wanted to bring up at one point in the debate about evolving circumstances and how morality should shift, because Richard Dawkins actually makes a statement exactly to this effect. I'll read you the quote. This was the mild pedophilia thing. Yeah, this is what you're saying. Okay, so this is the Atlantic. Richard Dawkins defends mild pedophilia again and again. And it's very clear the kind of what's the pedophilia that he is defending. He's talking about how he himself was a victim of this teacher who was touching boys, 10-year-old boys. Referring to his early days at a boarding school in Salisbury, he recalled how one of the unnamed masters pulled me on his knees and put his hands inside my shorts. Okay, so this is, let's just take his word for it, whatever that means. Clearly, It's some inappropriate thing, disturbing thing, and then he says, I am very conscious that you can't condemn people of an earlier era by the standards of ours. You can't condemn people of an earlier era by the standards of ours. Okay. Just as we don't look back at the 18th and 19th centuries and condemn people for racism in the same way as we would condemn a modern person for racism, I look back a few decades to my childhood and see things like caning, like mild pedophilia, and can't find it in me to condemn it by the same standards as I or anyone would today. So actually, I do condemn people if they're racist in the past. I do condemn them. I do condemn, going around and touching little boys in the closet. I do condemn that as a Muslim. All Muslims condemn that and should condemn that. Richard Dawkins, no, he doesn't. But this is not the same point. Like, he's saying that morality evolves, and Harris says the same thing. Morality evolves. Like in his book, he talks about he doesn't use the word milieu. He uses the word I'm just blanking, but he also refers to like this constant change of morality. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that morality changes. It just depends. If you have a different context, then the rule will apply differently, like the pork eating example that I gave earlier. So when you're in a situation where there's war and you're engaged in this just war, then slavery will become relevant in certain circumstances. That's what I'm saying. It's not evolving morality. But this evolving morality, even Richard Dawkins, by his own standards, should not judge the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Prophet Muhammad. He shouldn't judge past Muslim communities. He shouldn't have this kind of negative moral argument against Muslims of the past in the Quran. Right? But all of his arguments are of that nature. Same with Harris.
Your claim, though, this morality is for all time. You change your position, Haqiqatjou. You were supposed to be literalist and honest.
Didn't I say that jihad? Didn't I say jihad? Didn't I say slavery? I said that certain aspects of Islamic law, are context dependent. They're based on ijtihad. They're based on maslaha maqasid, and certain are not. This is something that is acknowledged throughout Islamic tradition in fiqh and Sharia jurisprudence. It's all there. I haven't
certain rulings are always
anything or certain rulings in an open book.
Certain rulings have always been there. Certain rulings will always stay there, and those rulings are barbaric. Not. Yeah, but those rulings are barbaric, because this is what Baghdadi. You said Baghdadi said, why should I stop taking slaves? Because UNO or America tells me, which is a very valid point. Your Prophet allowed you to have sex slaves. So
I gave you the reasoning for that.
You gave the reason for other imams. I don't accept that. What if I'm a literalist? What if I follow just a
I gave you an argument. Remember, I said, let me steel man your argument, Harris. Okay, people who are watching, rewind the tape and watch that section. I steel manned your argument for you. You didn't even make that point. I made that point. And I explained why, even in that situation, the world would be a better place if instead of nukes, chemical warfare, biological warfare, constant mass surveillance from intelligence agencies, and warrantless wiretapping, all of this, on one hand, and a world that has slavery. Which one is better? And there's a lot to say about slavery being the better world. The world that's lower tech, but has slavery.
Not for the slave. No, not really. Not for the slave.
It's not great for the guy who's being nuked. It's not great for the guy that's being burned alive with chemical weapons, with biological weapons. It's not great for those victims of Agent Orange, those children born with these kinds of huge.
I would rather be nuked. I would rather be nuked than be a slave for someone for 20 years. I would rather be nuked than be enslaved for someone for 30 years.
Then be killed.
He'd rather be nuked than enslaved. This is similar to Apus saying that rapists shouldn't be lashed. Rapists need to be, gently rehabilitated in some kind of voluntary program because coercion is bad. Whatever nonsense he said. So this is Harris's moment. I'd rather be nuked. I'd rather be does he not know what a nuke is? Because not only would you be vaporized, so would your children, so would your loved ones, so would your whole, family and society, your community. They'd be all wiped. I'd rather be nuked.
By a nuclear weapon.
We must
Yeah,
jump
I'd rather
in.
be
You'd
killed
rather
than be
be
a
killed
slave.
than be a slave.
Point.
Okay.
We're at the
Then be
point
a
in which
slave,
we
yes.
jump
That's really
into
logical.
That's so
Q&A.
easy.
So,
That's very
gentlemen,
logical,
I
actually.
do
You
want
should get
to
that too.
transition. I do know that there are more points to be made. However, you may get to make them as we do have a lot of questions. So we're going to fire through these really fast. And I also want to encourage you, each of you, I'm okay with it sometimes where either of you will give a response to the other person. But I want to ask, because we have so many questions, and I really do want to get through them all for the audience as they've already put those questions in, is if you could try to do as few responses as possible. And I know it's going to be tempting because you're going to want to respond to as many, like probably all of the things that your opponent says, but that basically doubles the time of the Q&A rather than if we just have one person and you could say kind of let the audience try to kind of pin them to the wall. And so once in a while I'm okay with it, but I do want to keep it down to a minimum so we can get through people's questions. So jumping in, and want to remind you folks, our guests are linked in the description. So both Daniel and Harris are linked in the description down below in YouTube and at the podcast, as all of our debates end up on podcast within 24 hours of them being live. Mr. Monster with the first question says, truly Islam does not allow for free will. Daniel, I think that's for you.
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry.
They said, clearly Islam does not allow for free will.
No, the argument that I made is that individual liberty and the freedom to choose and equality, these are beautiful values that Islam acknowledges and respects. But Islam says that these are not the only values. There are other values that are important as well and deserve to be respected and preserved. There are other institutions that deserve to be respected and preserved. Institutions like marriage, family, community, and just human biology, humanity itself. That is something that is worth preserving. But in order to preserve those things, sometimes you have to put limits on free choice, on individual liberty. And this is why Islam is balanced. But if you have this human rights extremism where free choice and free will is everything, then that leads to really bad consequences. And the stats, the objective stats, prove how that ideology is destroying marriage, it's destroying family, it's destroying community, it's destroying all these other values. The value of truth, for example. Truth is an important value. Justice is an important value. But if happiness and free will are the only values, why not just put everyone on soma, like on these kinds of antidepressants that put people in a constant state of euphoria? Why not have that kind of future using technology? Because then you'll maximize happiness. And is that going to be the best world that we would live in, where everyone is doped up on soma, like in the novel Brave New World? Is that the future that we want? No, because happiness is not the only value.
We've got it in. We must jump to the next one. Thank you very much for your question. This one coming in from
So
Udahaf
I can't answer that?
Haqiqatjou. Well, I mean, if you like, it's going to double up the time of the Q&A if we have each of you respond to
How
a
much
question.
time do we have? How much time do we have?
We, well, let's see. If you include the fact that we cut early on a couple sections, have maybe about 30, I would say, about 38 minutes for the Q&A. So we've got to like cruise through these. And I got to say, folks, please, we have so many questions that at this point we can't guarantee that we'll get to read any new questions. So please know that no matter what way you submit the question, we have so many. I want to let you know there's no guarantee we can read it. So
I have to respond to this one because I think it's fair to have the other response as well.
Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. Just so do you understand though the idea that it will, like the audience has submitted a lot of questions they'd love to have heard. And so if you've already had about 2 hours of you guys going back and forth. And so I do kind of want to minimize these. If you really have to on this one on whether or not.
No, that's okay. Okay. Let's go with the next one then.
Udahaf Haqiqatjou says, under Sharia, Muhammad was allowed to marry Aisha when she was 6. Would this be allowed under your system, Daniel?
Oh, so 2 questions for me? We're not going to go back and forth?
Oh, some of them, a lot of them are going to be, we haven't like organized it so that it's alternating. Sometimes it's going to be several in a row for one person.
Daniel. Just answer it.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that many cultures practice to this day. And it's based on this biological reality. And you find many cultures where they're trying to maximize the fertility window of women because they want to have more children. And this is basically the way that evolutionary psychologists explain it. And I'm not promoting evolution, but these are people that you would respect, Harris, or other atheists. They say that it's actually to an evolutionary advantage to maximize the fertility window so you have as many children as possible, because women only have about 25 to 30 years of fertility. If they wait until they're 25 or 30 or 35 to get married and have kids or have sex, then that means they'll only have maybe 1, maximum 2 children. But this will allow extinction of the population and for the people to be wiped out. So this goes back to what Lawrence Keeley says, and this is why you find it in so many societies in the pre-modern period and even today, because it's biologically hardwired. And you have a discussion actually about whether marrying children who are pubescent, Okay, so around 10 years old, 9 years old. This is something that there's a dispute and a debate within psychology whether this is a psychological disorder. And your secular atheist psychologists say that no, it can't be considered a dysfunction because it is practiced in these societies. It's evolutionarily adaptive, so it's not actually causing any harm. And when we look at the girls and the women in these societies, there's nothing that is dysfunctional about them and problematic. What's interesting is that that is not considered marriage to 9-year-olds is not considered pedophilia. What is pedophilia are the practices of modern pedophiles who go into the closet and diddle little kids. That's abhorrent. That is an abomination. Islam does not promote that. Islam promotes marriage. It promotes family. It promotes these wholesome values, and other societies have practiced this as well. I mean, Richard Dawkins actually is on record speaking in multiple interviews where he actually defends mild pedophilia.
Let's move on to the next one. I hate to do that, but so many. We have a ton of questions, you guys, and so.
So according to Richard Dawkins' standards, like, what is the objection that Richard Dawkins would have? And he's tweeted about this, like, these trolls, like these atheist liberals, Christian trolls, Hindutva trolls, like especially Christians and Hindutva, they have no ground to stand on to criticize the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Christians, Jews, Zionists, they don't have any ground to stand on because these were all these things were practiced by their civilizations. Some of them are still practicing it today. It's in their religious texts. So how are you criticizing it? Atheists are trying to criticize the marriage of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And you have Richard Dawkins, the most prominent intellectual atheist in the world, and he defends mild pedophilia, something like a disgusting practice, and he says we can't condemn people of the past by our standards today, like this nonsense that I just quoted you. So also the study that I cited, I'll just put it on the screen here. Can you see this? Okay. Hebephilia as mental disorder, a historical, cross-cultural, sociological, cross-species, non-clinical, empirical, and evolutionary review. So this is pretty comprehensive. It's by Bruce Rind. Archives of Sexual Behavior, published in 2012. And this is a debate, like Blanchard et al. Make a claim that hebephilia is a genuine sexual preference, but then propose, without arguments or evidence, that it should be designated as a mental disorder. So hebephilia meaning attraction to pubescent girls, like 10 years old, 9 years old. This is hebephilia. They say it is like its own sexual preference, distinct from pedophilia. Pedophilia, like wanting to diddle little kids, that's a separate thing than hebephilia. And this whole paper is arguing that Blanchard, without argument or evidence, is saying that it's a mental disorder. So a series of letters to the editor criticized this proposal as a non sequitur. Blanchard, in rebuttal, reaffirmed his position, but without adequately addressing some central criticisms. In this article, we examine hebephilia as disorder in full detail. Unlike Blanchard et al., we discuss definitions of mental disorder, examine extensive evidence from a broad range of sources, and consider alternative, i.e. non-pathological explanations for it. We employed Wakefield's harmful dysfunction approach to disorder, which holds that a condition only counts as a disorder when it is a failure of a naturally selected mechanism to function as designed, which is harmful to the individual in the current environment. We also considered a harmful for others approach to disorder, examination of historical, cross-cultural, sociological, cross-species, non-clinical, empirical, and evolutionary evidence and perspectives indicated that hebephilic interest is an evolved capacity and hebephilic preference an expectable distributional variant, both of which were adaptively neutral or functional, not dysfunctional in earlier human environments. Hebephilia's conflict with modern society, its conflict with modern liberal society basically makes it an evolutionary mismatch, not a genuine disorder. Though it should not be classified as a disorder, it should be entered in the DSM-5's code section, corrected section, used for non-disordered conditions that create significant problems in present-day society. Yeah, because you have a completely different, you've reordered society into the modern dystopia that we live in.
So this is pretty clear, because when you're a materialist and you are a pure materialist based on the secular view of the world, you don't have any moral guidance coming from God. You don't accept any authority other than, empirical science. Then how are you going to decide if something is good or bad? You have to look at function versus dysfunction. Is something adaptive, non-adaptive, using evolutionary? And really, there is kind of a naturalistic fallacy or appeal to nature fallacy that happens with this kind of reasoning. This is like a deeper critique of psychology overall. But putting all of those philosophical considerations aside, we want to just take psychology at face value. They're looking at, is this actually a dysfunctional behavior for a 20-year-old, a 30-year-old, a 50-year-old to marry a 10-year-old, marry a 9-year-old, to marry an 11-year-old? And the answer is no. When you look at historically, when you look at sociologically, even societies today that practice that, it doesn't cause this kind of psychological harm. This is the paper, this is the evidence for that. And it's backed by other studies that they cite in their references. So, and evolutionarily, it's adaptive for the reasons that I mentioned because of the fertility window. And when we look at Aisha radiallahu anha, the mother of the believers, what dysfunction did she suffer from? She's considered one of the greatest scholars of the ummah, one of the most knowledgeable women of the ummah, transmitted the most hadith out of any woman of the ummah, taught so many of the Sahaba and the Tabi'een and the Tabi'een. And what was dysfunctional about her? Okay? As opposed to people who are victims of pedophilia. And, it's very sad, the kind of pedophilia that Richard Dawkins defends. Those people have lasting damage. Those people have lasting problems psychologically, sometimes physically, because they've been molested by people around them, by these teachers around them. They've been molested. That's pedophilia. That is abuse that Richard Dawkins defends. Marrying someone who is at a younger age than what your society, the average age of marriage happens, that doesn't necessarily make it dysfunctional or abusive or a psychological problem. So stop with the stupid arguments, Harris and everyone else. By the way, Ice Cold Juice, thank you so much, Jazakallah khair, for your super chat. Irfan Khan, Barakallahu Fikum, thank you for your super chat as well. All right, let's try to wrap it up.
That's fewer questions from the audience I can answer.
That's fine. I'm really sorry, guys, but these are really critical ones. So first of all, you said Islam doesn't allow, the Western way, like how there's pedophilia, etc. Yeah, Islam just legalizes pedophilia. Aisha, one could actually argue, she actually didn't even have kids, so maybe she was damaged internally because she was married at the age of 9. Haqiqatjou, everything. This is what happens when you become so dogmatic about one particular idea. Now, in this debate, it seems like he's overly concerned about the fertility rate. And he's talking about, fertility rate. So we have to maximize the fertility rate. Yes, from the moment a little girl has her first period, that's it. Let her turn her into a baby-making machine, as though this is her only purpose in life, to just make babies.
No, people's purpose in life is to worship God. That's our purpose, to worship our Creator and to serve Him and to serve His religion. That's our purpose. Male or female, there's no difference. How we serve God is different. There might be someone who serves God. He's a good Muslim. He worships Allah. He abides by the Sharia. And every day he wakes up, goes to the field, works on the farm. Every day he wakes up, he goes to the construction site. Every day he wakes up and does hard labor for 8 hours a day, 9 hours a day, 10 hours a day, makes his living. Then he comes home with his family, surrounded by people who love and respect him and respect his authority. And, that's his life. And you have women who also Their lives are taking care of children. Their lives are supporting their husbands. Their lives are serving their husbands. This is also serving God. This is also serving Allah, because serving your family is part of serving God. That's part of abiding by the Sharia. This is all beautiful. What's the problem, Harris? Having children is something that humans want. We biologically want to have children. Right? The West, this is a point that I didn't get to, but the West acknowledges the debauchery. He called it debauchery himself. You can go on YouTube and find videos of 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds giving dating advice. Dating advice. 8-year-olds, 4th grader, don't necessarily go into YouTube, but it's on YouTube, and you can search and find 4th grader gives dating advice. Dating. And, the parents are all giggling. Oh, our kids are dating. Boyfriend. Oh, his boyfriend. Her boyfriend. His girlfriend. Or maybe, his trans kindergartner boyfriend. That's all fine. That's all A-okay to get your child used to fornication at the age of 5 and 6. No problem with that. But, oh my God, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he married Aisha. Oh, you can't have marriage. There's no consistency in this nonsense. There's no consistency. And forget it if you're Christian or Hindu or Jewish. Your books all have this. Okay? Look at what the Talmud says about 3-year-olds. Go ahead and read the Talmud. Okay? Go ahead and read Christian practice. What was the age of, some of these saints and their wives? Look at the historical record. The saints of your tradition. Anyway.
Okay, you could argue that women fertility window narrows down from ages of 22, 23, maybe 25 to 35. Okay, so how many babies you want to make out of it? 20 babies that you need 20 years or something? 1 or 2 or 3, even 3 babies is well within. It's very possible. Yes, again, there are consumerism issues, but the solution that Daniel Haqiqatjou offers are beyond disgusting.
I'll give you a chance to respond, Daniel, and then we've got to go to the next one.
Short. Well, then I would need time to respond. He had his go.
The question was originally for him, so we usually give the person who the question was addressed to the last word on it. Otherwise, it's kind of like the audience is ganging up on them, and then you're ganging up on them as well after they respond.
Yeah, I don't think what Harris said, obviously this is something that's not practiced today. You have different values. I gave you the justification. I gave you the reasoning. And I showed you that this is something that is practiced pretty widely in the world, and even many cultures today, they practice it. Women actually naturally want to have children. Women and men want to reproduce. This is a natural biological function, and people have been doing it for all of human history. It's only human rights extremism that is destroying these cultures and these traditions and these practices. So I don't know what else I can say. I gave you the logical basis of it, and there's really nothing to say. Your idol, your hero, Dawkins, he defends mild pedophilia. He says that I can't find it.
That's bringing up something outside the top of the question. So I do want to go to this next one. James Calt Zero says that. Okay, so this is a two-part.
He doesn't. You remember that clip or that article, right, guys?
They said, all Dan needs to do is convince us that slavery being legal is better than slavery being illegal, that people should be killed for leaving Islam, that non-Muslims should have lower legal rights, that marital rape should be legal, that intercourse with 9-year-olds should be legal, should be easy. I'll give you a chance to respond to that.
What's the question?
Some of these are just comments, or you could say objections.
I didn't understand what's the objection. It sounded like a long list.
It should be.
We'll go to the next one then.
I responded to every single one of those points: slavery, sex slavery.
You think in your mind you've given good justification, but you actually haven't.
We must go to the next one. The Super Destroyer says, "What book on Islamic?" You've talked for 2 hours. We must go to the next one. What book on Islamic jurisprudence has Harris read? It seems he got his education of Islamic law from watching Fox News.
No, I've read all the Sahih Sitta books. I've read the Quran. I've read. Yeah, I know. I'm coming to that. I haven't read the actual books of fiqh, But I've read some pamphlets here and there. I've read some pamphlets here and there, which is that's fine. I'm only turned off. I'm only turned off when I read the Quran, when I look at amputation as a solution for to save the world from theft, or to keep the society going and to keep the war economy going. We need to own slaves. I'm sorry, I've got better things to do. I'd read a book on evolution or how the universe came about. I'd rather study that. But
why?
yeah,
Then start a channel on evolution. Start a channel on science and physics. See if you do better on that. Why are you in a debate on Sharia when you admit you can lie, Harris, according to your morality or lack thereof, according to an atheistic worldview. You can just lie. Say, yeah, I've read so many books of fiqh, but you're actually honest in this one instance and admit that you haven't read any, but you're in a debate on Sharia. Is that smart?
I've read some objections. I've looked into it, but I'm sorry, it's not very impressive.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Apostate Prophet says, should Islam be enforced upon the disbelievers?
Yeah, Islam. Wait, you said apostate prophet? Apos?
It's apostate prophet.
Okay,
I don't know
Apos.
what the other word means, but
Apos. We discussed this in our debate. Go and rewatch the tape. We talked about universalism. Liberalism is a universalist ideology. It believes in imposing human rights and this kind of LGBT rights extremism on the entire planet, and it does through colonialism, through occupation, through sanctions, forced famine. That is the universalism of liberalism and human rights being imposed on the entire globe. Islam is also universalist. It also believes that Islam should spread. And I've talked about this in our debate. People can go back and watch that, which you acknowledge you lost that. So, yeah, Islam is universalist. So what? All of these other belief systems, including human rights liberalism, are universalist as well. And they employ coercion in the same way that Islam has coercion, but Islam is the truth.
This is the deception of liberalism. Like every other system of life is coercive. Every other religion is coercive, but liberalism, no. Human rights, no, it's not coercive. It's so brilliant and wonderful that people freely choose it. This is the myth. This is the lie that they're constantly saying. All these other value systems you have to impose by force. Otherwise people won't accept it. But liberalism, it's just so brilliant. Just, close your eyes to the history of 200 years of brutal repression and forced famine and killing political dissenters, genociding anyone who resisted freedom and democracy. Just don't watch the news about Iraq. Don't watch the news about Afghanistan. Ignore all of that. Everyone is just running to accept liberalism and freedom. Like this, such a delusional idea that these people promote constantly.
Let's go to the next one. Wolf says to both speakers, what are your thoughts on the new government the Taliban is attempting to set up in Afghanistan? We can start with you, Harris, if you want to go. We haven't heard from you.
Well, this is obviously atrocious, and all the people who are leaving Afghanistan in such numbers, and Pakistan is overflooded with refugees from Afghanistan, from the very same Afghans who think that Pakistan helped install Taliban into Afghanistan. They don't like Pakistan, but they're still going to Pakistan because they think it is far better than what Afghanistan is going to be. So I think the huge number of and the people who have stayed behind are the only ones who are not resourceful enough. We saw when Taliban took over Kabul, we saw how every road, every
super chat
was leading to the airport. So that alone says it all. All of a sudden, these people who are buying burqas, they have realized, hang on, maybe I should wear a burqa. Purely out of fear and intimidation that Haqiqatjou talks so much about. And then he said that the world is imposing human rights on us. Yes, they're both universalists if you want to say. But one is saying have some compassion, and the other one is saying no, we're going to chop your hands, we're going to throw people off rooftops, we're going to stone adulterers to death. So the world is apart.
Daniel, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, the Taliban, they're another government. Insofar as they want to implement Sharia, I think that's great. I really hope that they will implement the Sharia, and I hope that they will not be attacked and sanctioned and pressured by the U.S. And in these brutal kinds of ways where all countries that try to implement Islam are sanctioned and pressured. But I have a question related to this, because Harris mentioned people leaving Afghanistan.
I highly recommend we don't do it, just because we have so many questions from the audience that they really want to hear you guys respond to.
Look, Harris, if you were offered, imagine 50K in Australia. If there were a country that was offering you 10 times as much, right? 10 times as much, 500K, would you get on the next flight to that country?
No, probably not.
No, 500K, 10 times your salary, 50 times your salary.
No, because if I have my family here, I'm happy here.
You can move your family first class with that kind of paycheck.
Yeah, but maybe I still have. Yeah, okay, maybe if you make the whole family as well, then maybe the case. But
okay.
Well, why?
So 50 times would be 2.5 million in salary.
Right? That's the proposition. Would Harris move to another country if you were making 50 times? Because that's the discrepancy in GDP per capita between the poorest countries, like Afghanistan. Compare Afghanistan's GDP per capita versus the U.S. It's maybe even more than 50 times the difference. So Harris would also be on that plane, right? For economic reasons. Even Australia, if that were the case, like imagine this other country, China, somehow invents nuclear fusion and their GDP per capita goes astronomical. And Harris, for some reason, they want some kind of taskmaster for the Uyghur camps, okay, and the camps that they're using in China. They want Harris to come. They want a brutal person like him to come to their China concentration camps, and they offer him $2.5 million USD, 50 times. So is Harris going to get on the next flight? And eventually he admits that he would.
Hang on. Whoa. I gotta finish this point. Why are you laughing as though you've actually made a slam dunk argument? You haven't proven anything. So you've actually proven my point. It's a massive own goal, Daniel, because these people who are trying to go to America, they're single males. Women have been giving their children away. Just take my child away. So they're not like going entire family for economic reasons. Yes, if it was for economic reasons, you could say, okay, it's for economic reasons. But these people are not leaving for economic reasons. These people are leaving out of fear for Taliban and the suffering they're going to bring to people. Now you
Let's go to the next one.
How does he know
This
that?
one coming in from Apostate Prophet says, Daniel, Muhammad said the sun travels.
Wait,
Why are we taking all questions from Apostate Prophet? He already got his questions. Go to some other question. I don't need to answer questions from that loser. Like, he's not relevant.
We answer them in the order they came in.
Be
so
careful if you get you, because after this debate,
There are
we're
questions
going to
from
lose.
Harris. Where are the questions from Muslims for Harris?
Listen, we take them in the order that they come in. If you want to make sure
Yeah,
that
I
it's
want a
done that
balanced
particular way, you have to let us.
Q&A.
You have to let us.
Q&A where
This is the way
Harris
we've always
gets
done it.
asked.
Nobody's ever complained about it in 600 debates that I've moderated. So we're going to
He
do
always
this the way that we've always done
You're
it.
complaining
This one
about
comes in and
not
say,
enough questions, but this
they
is
said
two from the same person.
They said, listen, we take them in the order that they came in. If you didn't want that, you could let us know before the debate. So they said, Muhammad.
Yeah, so just the background. I had no clue that the Q&A could be hijacked in such a transparent way. So that's actually, fine. Modern day debates, like if this was your policy in the past, I'm not questioning that what you've done in your past 600 debates. That's fine, but it's a bad policy because you're allowing people to hijack the debate. So, I mean, it's my fault, partly, because I should have seen the Q&A and not just assumed, like look at these past Q&As that they've had and see the format. I did watch some of their other debates to make sure that was a good format. I didn't see the Q&A specifically, so that's my bad on my part because I didn't recognize that this is the format that they have. But maybe this is not the best format for a Q&A. I just assumed that he's had moderated 600 debates. I've had many speaking engagements, and there's Q&A after those engagements. And never have I had a Q&A session where it's just one person who can just monopolize and ask whatever question, not even related to the topic, not even related to anything that was discussed, just grill the speaker on whatever he wants. I've never been a part of any Q&A session like that.
Muhammad said the sun travels to a resting place at sunset and prostrates to the throne of Allah, where it asks for permission to rise again. Do you agree with Muhammad?
The Quran says this, the Hadith say this, and yes, of course, I agree. And this is not related to the debate. This is something that's irrelevant to the question of Sharia and human rights. If you want to talk about Islam and science and interpretation of the Quran and conflicts with modern science, I'm happy to do that and talk with a reasonable person about this topic. But this is not relevant to the debate.
Look
I don't understand the
at
moderation
Harris
of things.
grinning.
You're supposed to ask relevant questions about the debate. This is something completely irrelevant.
This one coming in from
Embarrassing, that's why I
Secular
don't answer.
Pagan Mums. Thanks for your super sticker. And Grimlock says, I'm sad that I can't skip ahead in the debates. Apostate Prophet says, you guessed it. Here he is again. Daniel, the Quran says that the stars are missiles thrown. Let's see. I saw
So another thing,
Daniel.
like the thing about APUS as well is that all of these things have been responded to by Fareed, right? And Fareed responds. MashaAllah, brother Fareed has just dismantled all of these dumb points from APUS. And they're not even APUS's points. They're like stuff he took from others, like other Christian missionaries and new atheists. APUS is a hack. Like in every sense of the word, he's a hack loser. And all of these questions have been responded to. He can't like respond to those responses. He doesn't even understand the responses. Like his anyway.
Can I even, is it okay if I finish? Where do you think it's okay to just interrupt people? So my point, I was actually going to agree with you, Daniel. I was going to say, like, it is true that these aren't really related to the actual debate. So that is something that I want to be mindful of. Lindsay Marie says, Daniel, you really believe all Muslims don't have sex before marriage and don't sleep around on the partners?
Yeah, the stats show that. Muslims, read Stephen Fish, Are Muslims Unique? Read his book. Read the articles that I'll cite for you that show that Muslims have lower levels of premarital sex, lower levels of extramarital sex. This is something that is a sociological fact that non-Muslim academics have written about. You can look at also the World Values Survey from Engelhardt, and he also establishes the lower rate of premarital sex and support for premarital sex amongst Muslims. Now, a minority of Muslims are obviously having premarital and extramarital sex. The point is that it's at a much lower overall level than these other religions and these other modernized people.
This one coming in from, you guessed it, Apostate Prophet says, Daniel, do you prefer Islamic law or secularism? If you had the power, would you want to return the U.S. into an Islamic country? What would happen to the resistant, disbelieving men and women in this Islamic America?
So there's a lot of ways to spread Islam, right?
And this is the same question too.
Non-Muslims
like the same
in
question
America
from
and throughout
Apos,
the
because he
world
asked
to
about
look into Islam,
coercion.
investigate Islam, look at these arguments that I'm making, and have an open mind. Like you see this kind of con game and hoax that people like Harris and Apos are doing, where they're trying to, repeat the same talking points, but it's all based on lies. And when you actually understand how Islam and Sharia law, orthodox, strict Sharia law, is promoting family and marriage and community and results in flourishing of human life, all people, and how this has been the case for 1400 years, then people will be open and will want to accept Islam. This is my message to non-Muslims watching, and I do it with a very sincere and open heart.
This one coming in from Deathip says, Daniel, colonialism is soaked by non-Europeans as well, mostly by Asians, Chinese and Japanese, etc., and even sub-Saharan Africa, like Ida Amin.
Idi Amin.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Like that's proving my point. You have people conquering and being conquered throughout human history. This is why war and slavery and sex slavery are so ubiquitous throughout human history.
Currently committing vicious murders of families and children and posting them on the internet. What about those destroyed families?
No, I don't condone any kind of barbarism. There are many terrorist groups. Many of these terrorist groups are actually agents of different intelligence agencies, and they deliberately commit atrocities and post it online to make Islam look bad, to make sure. And this is something that all cultures and societies restrict, freedom of speech. And you can read the book by Stanley Fish. He's a philosopher that says there's no such thing as free speech, and it's a good thing too. And the idea is that to maintain social cohesion and social order, you have to have certain speech norms, and you have to limit speech in order to maintain those kinds of bonds and social cohesion. Otherwise, you're going to have chaos and destruction. And so all societies prohibit speech, and liberal societies and modern liberal human rights governments in the West are the most restrictive when it comes to speech, because they literally assassinate and have a history of assassinating people throughout the world that have spoken out against liberalism, against democracy. Look at the assassination of civil rights leaders in American history who were arguing for racial acceptance, such as Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. They were assassinated by the deep state because of their opposition to the secular world order and the racist neo-colonial world order. So this is something that all...
Wait,
let me answer the question. You're not getting any questions. You don't get to interrogate me along with Apos and all of these atheists. So let me just talk about
deep state, let's give him a chance to
historical facts about the assassination of Martin Luther King.
The guy is so ignorant. He doesn't know even basic history.
Malcolm X. And look at the colonial period, where you have Britain, you have France, you have the Netherlands, who are controlling colonies, and they are stamping out with brutal authority any opposition to colonial rule. They have to do this. They have to do this. Otherwise, liberalism won't be accepted. So this is the free speech of liberalism and human rights.
This next one, Leptoceratops says, Daniel, if a husband forces sex upon his wife against her will, is that wrong under Sharia?
So Islam comes with certain marital rights. Husbands have certain rights and duties. For example, the husband has to provide shelter. He has to provide clothing.
Talked about
he has
this
to provide
extensively.
Food. Doesn't matter. I can leave my husband to have no sex for months because I don't feel like it. I'm a strong, independent woman, and meanwhile the husband is working his tail off trying to provide for his family. But there's no obligation on his wife to reciprocate in any kind because she's a strong, independent feminist, and she has to have maximum choice and opportunity. But the poor devil, he has to work and provide for all of that with no compensation or anything in return.
Husband gives shelter, so he has a right to beat her up.
We have so many questions. We've got to go to the next one. I do have to remind you folks, like, we read them in the order they come in. I agree. We have almost all of these are for Daniel so far. We're not trying to do that on purpose. We just read them in the order they come in. Apostate Prophet says, Daniel, under Sharia, should homosexuals be executed if your own child...
Watch the debate I had with you, Apos. Watch
just
the debate
yes.
They said...
Just say, Daniel.
Watch the debate. Watch
the
debate. Look, he's asking... So this apostate prophet, I debated him already, and all of his questions we discussed in his debate, so he's just rehashing it. This is ridiculous. What kind of moderation is this?
Because the world wants to see more of that.
I can't purposely just exclude questions to favor a particular debater.
Why not? This is your channel. Why not?
Because I don't want to favor a particular debater. You're the first person out of 600 debates that we posted that's asked for this.
Have you ever had a previous debater come into the chat and try to overtake the Q&A? Have you ever had that situation in your 600 debates?
He's asking questions. If he wants to ask a lot of questions, I don't think that's unfair.
So don't tell me that it's unprecedented that I have a problem with this. When you have
it is unprecedented.
Well, it's unprecedented to have a previous debater come and hijack your chat.
it's not unfair
I
for him
took
to want
care-
to ask a
I
lot of
took
questions.
care of
We read them in the order that they come in.
So my
I
answer
mean, I
to
don't
the- my
understand. When I
answer to
actually try to
Apos-
respond to you, you try to speak over me. I'm just giving you a response. Am I like, do you not want people to hear my response because you know it's better than yours? So let's go to the next one. They said, Daniel, if your own child openly engaged in sexual interactions with the same sex, would you want your child to be executed in your ideal Islamic system?
If my own child, do I want my own children and family to be subject to the Sharia? Yes.
Gotcha. This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Yavuz, let me know if I pronounce this right. Iriza, thanks for your question or statement, says Islam is a universal religion of peace, love, tolerance, and justice. If you are reading this, you are invited to read the Quran and decide for yourself with an open mind. Don't just listen to haters. Next one, Silver LTC says Quran 98:6, quote, those who disbelieve in Allah and his messenger are the worst of all creatures, unquote, aka worse than rats. Any response?
That's
That was the
nothing.
previous question.
Daniel is awesome for that. Daniel's like, yeah, so what? They're worse.
That question was already asked. You're just repeating the question that was literally just asked.
This one coming in from, it's not the verbatim one, but it is true. It's on the same topic. This one from Apostate Prophet says, for Daniel, if he wants to force Islam execute apostates and enslave disbelievers, would it be okay to do the same to Muslims and Muslim converts? If not, why not? Please answer the question.
Would it be no? Why would I want people to be the people who stand for truth and justice and righteousness to be enslaved? Why? Like, just because you accept that warfare is necessary and slavery is necessary doesn't mean that you yourself are fine with being defeated in war. I can ask anyone that question. Like, do you think war is necessary? And then you say, yes, war is necessary. Okay, so you're fine with being defeated in war. You're fine with being blown up. You're fine with being droned. What's the logic of that? It doesn't make sense. Yes, sometimes war is necessary. I explained
Yeah, so Harris just nodded, yes, you're fine with that.
how sometimes slavery is necessary, sex slavery is necessary. Do I want that to happen to me? No, I don't want to die in a war. I don't want to be enslaved, obviously, but that's not some kind of hypocrisy. Like Apos, here, I'll talk about Apos. Like, he is just a con man. He has to lie, just like Harris, to his Hindutva audience, his Christian loser audience, who they are not able to actually think for themselves. They just follow this con man.
Conspiracy theories.
All of these points have been addressed. All of these points have been addressed in our debate I had with Apos, but he's such a crybaby loser that he has to hijack this debate.
All right,
and Harris is such a cuck that he allows Apos to hijack his stage and his spotlight. Doesn't that make you feel like a loser, Harris? Doesn't that make you feel like
you're driving the
that your big
wedge.
daddy Apos,
Your rhetorical skills are good.
your big daddy Apos is taking your spotlight? Are you setting fiddle to Apos, Harris?
Daniel,
Answer that question. Because you're not getting any questions from the audience. No one cares about.
It's a good question, right? I thought it was a great question.
All right,
exactly.
we must go.
Because my position is so sensible. People are like, whatever he says.
You have to
okay.
okay, well, if you ask Harris a good question, you
come
give him a
on,
chance to
Are
respond.
you,
Come
are you
on,
still a
Daniel.
schoolboy cuck, Harris?
Come on.
I'm wondering.
Okay, look, whatever kind of
Maybe we have
effects
to go to the next
you're
one.
imagining.
Harris got one question, right? He got one question. What books of fiqh have you read? And he was completely embarrassed by that. Like, he completely undermined himself by one question. Imagine if he had gotten more than one question.
I can go into that. No, hang on, I'm going to respond to that. Whatever is going through your mind and your manly man brain, that's fine with me. But my strategy was always to let you speak more. You defending slavery, sex slavery, we didn't even touch torture, because you would defend torture as well, wife beating, you've defended that. I don't have to say anything. Let the world see for itself, because right now your own fellow Muslims, they're actually like this. They're like, oh, geez, he did not say that, but you did say that. So this is why, that's perfectly fine. You know why people are not asking me any questions? Because my positions are very sensible. They're very rational. They're like, okay, that's fine. Your case, it's not so much.
You're just defending what everyone already has been indoctrinated with. So I actually have the...
So do you see that? The moderator laughed. I don't know why he was laughing at this. I don't know if he just was laughing at Harris's remark, or he's just laughing because of comments he's reading, or he's still thinking about the soy boy cuck thing.
They're very sensible. They're very rational. They're like, okay, that's fine. Your case, it's not so much.
You're just defending what everyone already has been indoctrinated with. So I actually have the larger task of bringing arguments, bringing evidence,
Like
citing
7th century old now.
1400
years old. 1400-year-old ideas have new ideas.
We've got so many questions. I hate to do this. The Super Destroyer says, Apos got go respond to Farid responds. Okay, and then Scrumph Yang says, Daniel, you haven't demonstrated how your stats relate to your arguments. Just throwing stats at someone and thinking you're won isn't how you win.
No, they are relevant. The stats were relevant to how family is dying out within the modernized human rights world. That's how it's relevant. How families are dying out, marriages are dying out, communities are dying out, and that is the human rights regime that is causing this kind of destruction. What other explanation is there when you have these highly modernized, highly secular states who are abiding by these human rights in the West, in the US, in Canada, in Europe, in Australia, and their marriages are dying out? They have no fertility because fertility rate is below replacement levels. So these are bad things. Everyone acknowledges objectively that these are very bad things. So what's causing that? What's causing that is this extremism of individual rights, individual liberty above all else. That was the argument, and all of the stats are perfectly relevant to that.
This one coming in from, thank you very much for your question. The Super Destroyer says, why is Harris Sultan running away from the debate topic?
Good question.
I don't know what you're talking about. No,
Oh, I guess he got two
some
questions.
of
Sorry, I thought he only got that one question, but apparently he had a second one.
Yeah, and he barely touched some of them, like wife beating, and then he said something like romance, and a wife beating husband giving shelter to women, and then therefore he has a right to beat up women. But by his own logic, then if state gives you shelter, then the state have a right to come and beat you up or something. So these are really
Yeah, the state does have the right to come beat you up. The state has the right to do a lot worse than beat you up, actually, Harris.
Pour down arguments by Daniel Haqiqatjou, which he and his cucks think that it's something very intelligent, and people will be like, yay, it's a shahada, let me say la ilaha illallah, because no one's going to say that. These are beaten down, embarrassing arguments, and I have to just highlight, my position is very, very simple on human rights. Yes, we build it on new evolving situation, we recognize new problem, thought some of the world's best mind put their minds to it, and then they come up with a solution. It's evolving morality. Things we will have new challenges later on in the century when if AI comes into existence, when humans don't die. What about the fertility argument then? If humans will live for up to 1,000 years, would you still need 2.2? No, you.
See, transhumanists, humanity 2.2 or 2.0. You know, what happens if we have AI? You know, cyborgs. You will own nothing and you'll be happy. This is exactly what he's advocating.
So I have answered all the points.
Notion Slave says Harris quotes verses without understanding a single one or how they fit together. Just sad. And Sharia says basic human relationships in marriages and family life. Harris is selfish and irrational. Jeez.
Oh, he's hurt. He's hurt. It's okay. Let him out. Let him say it.
I mean, you started your whole debate with calling me a sadist, calling me all kinds of
You
other
are a
things.
sadist. You are a sadist.
Yeah,
You
so
are a
don't
sadist.
laugh at other people making fun of you.
No, I'm saying let him say it.
Calling the
I'm
kettle
saying let him
black.
say
You
it.
did that in a
I'm
formal-
saying.
Well,
I'm not
to
complaining.
be fair,
No,
yeah,
no,
it's been brutal from
been-
both sides, to be fair.
it would've
So
been-
I'm not
it
trying to pick
would've-
out on anybody. But if you want to respond to the actual
fine.
question, I'll give you a chance.
I would respond. I would say no. Calling the kettle black would have been the case if I would have said, "Hey, James, why are you reading this? This is an attack on me." No, I'm saying no. Say the whole thing. It's fine. Let these people let it out. You, on the other hand, are a sadist. You have no problem in actually looking at the total punishment, some of the most brutal punishment, and you just shrug your shoulders and you say, "Yeah, well, it's just necessary. I would want it, but so well, that's what's got to happen." So you are a sadist. I mean, any sane person, and I still put my faith in humanity. And I know even most Muslims, because I've seen that. I've seen
Okay.
Pakistani society.
Would a statist have this?
Let's wrap this
But
up.
that's your kids. That belongs to your kids.
Pikachu.
Okay, you know what? So,
Don't you want to call me Pikachu again?
No, I don't
This
want
is Pikachu.
A lot of people have told
Would
you
a
that
sadist
before,
have
but yeah.
Pikachu right here?
It's
Pikachu
a-
endorses me.
We
Pikachu,
must
do
go
you
to
want
that.
Sharia? Yes, I want Sharia.
Apostate prophet says
You will
does
be thrown off the
Pikachu-
rooftop.
All right, we'll talk to Pikachu
Yes,
later.
I
Does,
want-
they say,
is
does
Harris
Daniel?
Khan
They
yes,
said,
he is.
Did he just imply that Pikachu is gay? I just noticed his comment. I was too busy during the debate playing with Pikachu doll. I didn't realize what Harris said. he just called Pikachu gay. Oh, guys, it's been a long live stream. So let's just wrap it up. I was waiting for him throughout the debate because this is, I didn't go and buy this. My children happened to have this stuffed animal, and I was like, wait, isn't that Pikachu? Isn't that stuffed animal what these guys are calling me all this time? So I was just waiting for him in the debate to call me Pikachu. He didn't do it, so I was like, well, I gotta use this at some point, and I busted out the Pikachu. I don't know why they think it's insulting. Like, I have never been insulted or felt any kind of... I've been called so many things. People are like literally going after my family, insulting my sister, calling her names, calling me all kinds of disgusting names. You think I'm going to be like riled up by calling me Pikachu? Isn't Pikachu like a good character? Like, I never was into Pokemon, even though as a child Pokemon was around. I was never into it, but I thought Pikachu was supposed to be a good guy, right?
Does Daniel believe that executing those who openly leave Islam will make humans happier? Does he think 21st century sociology and psychology agree?
Yeah, so every community punishes defectors. Every community punishes defectors, and this is part of preserving community. I mentioned the example of how liberals are the most brutal in terms of punishing defectors and apostates from liberalism. They have created this colonial controls people at an individual level,
Yeah,
and that's how
already talked
social
about this.
cohesion and all that has been wiped out in favor of this. Wiped out. Muslims would have been exterminated, basically, for most of Islam's history. So yes, race, as opposed to having a lower tech society, but practices Islamic slavery, that is preferable.
Knowledge. Human rights is an evolving, the world that we live in, and when we support human rights, this is an evolving situation. New problems will arise, and new solutions will be required. What Daniel Haqiqatjou is offering here is an old set of ideas for even an older world with older problems. Some of those problems don't even exist anymore. So that's the reason why it is.
Why are these new problems arising? The new problems are arising because of the destruction that has been wrought by the modern system.
by the technology that's been introduced in this careless, destructive way. That's why new problems are arising. Human beings were doing fine without liberalism, without human rights, liberalism, and democracy for thousands and thousands of years, right? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. Humans didn't have these problems. All of a sudden now there's all of these evolving problems, right? Reflect on why that is. Why are things devolving in such at a rapid pace that you need to have like all these solutions now? Humanity is stagnant for the most part because we have a human nature. We have a lot of things hardwired, or certain behaviors, certain instincts, certain intuitions. They're hardwired into us because that's how Allah has created us. And the Sharia is this timeless system from the time of the Prophet ﷺ to the end of time that will account for everything that we face, that humanity will face. But it's based on basic human nature that has been consistent for human history.
The way it is, and as my master apostate prophet says, stay away from Sharia, stay away from Islam.
If you'd like to respond, Daniel, you can. We do have more questions. I'd love to get through these questions, most of which would be for you, Daniel. And you could say that you'd be able to respond to them unopposed, because I do want to honor the questions that people put in. And so, Harris,
how many are we talking about?
Daniel, if you'd like to respond.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Harris, for being with us.
I'll make my closing statements after the questions then.
Well, they are linked in the description. So if you want to hear.
So Harris bailed. I mean, he could have stayed longer because, as far as I understood, it was late in Australia, like 10 p.m., 11 p.m., maybe around that time period. So or maybe it was later, I don't know. So he could have stayed, but it was just a ploy. Just have your guy, Apus, ask these questions, dominate the super chats. He probably dropped $50 or something to get all of those questions in, and then you can smirk and you can have your little facial expressions because you're so smart. So, okay. That is the longest live stream that I've ever done and probably will ever do, inshallah. And now I was going to challenge someone to a debate. Any guesses who I'm going to challenge? Okay. DH versus YQ. Huh. Interesting. DH versus YQ. You're getting close. It's actually a very close guess. Salah, thank you for your super chat. Jazakallah khair. Any other guesses for who? Who is this person that I want to challenge to debate? You might know this person, actually. You might know this person if you have you seen this video? Yasser Qadi's shocking agenda to reform Islam. Yasser Qadi's respected teacher, this blur right here, Sarah Tantawi, who was just absolutely bullying Yasser Qadi, slapping him left and right, teaching him about Sharia. Yasser Qadi learned a lot in this panel that he had with Sarah Tantawi. Who is Sarah Tantawi? She is a professor. She's written a book on Sharia. She is a PhD. She calls herself a scholar of Islam. She was also the co-founder of the Muslim Progressive Union, or the Progressive Muslim Union, actually. And that's a defunct organization, alhamdulillah. They had so much infighting. You know, these progressive Muslims are constantly ripping each other apart. So that went defunct pretty quickly with Sarah Tantawi at the helm. And, you know, Sarah Tantawi, she has a lot to say about this debate that I had with Harris. And she disagrees with a lot of what I said. Here, I was sent these tweets. This tweet thread. So let me put this on the screen. Okay. She just has a full critique, you know. I've watched 3-hour debate between Sultan, or she got through 1.5 hours. Obviously, I need a break and a salt bath and a saging of my soul before I can get through the rest. But some rebuttals to DH. Blah, 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 blah. You can go and read this. Oh, that's a long tweet thread. Okay. So Dr. Sarah Tantawi, scholar of Islam, PhD, teacher of Yasser Qadi. Okay, that's important. Teacher of Yasser Qadi, co-founder of the Progressive Muslim Union. She is clearly this brilliant genius of Islam, and she thinks I'm complete trash. Actually, she says I'm a dangerous person. I'm very dangerous. She uses this kind of CVE language, just like Harris, CVE, counter-extremism, to bully people, as you know, as these kinds of people do stuff like that. So she's so brilliant. Maybe I need to be taught a lesson. Maybe I need to learn something about Sharia. Sarah, I challenge you to a debate, and I expect to learn a lot from you. You know, you're teaching Yasser Qadi, so imagine a neophyte, neo-Khariji, neo-Madkhali stooge like me. I can learn a lot from a brilliant professor, published author like you. So why don't you take me up? Take me up on this debate. It should be very easy for you to humiliate me, absolutely humiliate me in a debate. And I've been meaning to debate a feminist academic, challenge some people, and they all kind of run away. Interpret it however you like. But I'm sure you're not going to run away, because you're so much smarter than me, and you're so much better informed than me about Sharia and feminism and women's rights and all of this. So come and debate me, and plus you'll do so much good, because if you refute me and embarrass me, imagine how much good that will do for the Muslim community that I'm sure you care so much about. So this should be a no-brainer, Sarah. Dr. Sarah, come on and debate. We'll get on a neutral platform. Everyone will get their chance to speak. I think this is a golden opportunity for me to really learn from a superior scholar and intellect. And clearly Yasser Qadi sees a lot in you and values your insight. So I want to be the recipient of so much knowledge that you have to impart. Please take up my offer, accept this debate offer, and you know, I think it'll be a very interesting time. Interesting discussion, inshallah. So that's my debate challenge. SubhanAllah. Almost 9-hour stream, marathon stream. I think this is what they do on Twitch, right? Gamers do this kind of streaming. But yeah, like I said before, I don't mean to be self-indulgent with this kind of long, drawn out. But there'll be timestamps, inshallah, at some point. And you can just, you want to see more about, you know, nushuz, you want to see more about jihad, you want to see more about any of these topics, you can go and see that and not spend time on 9 hours. Anyone who's interested, but I just wanted to go on record with this information. And I thank you for being patient with me. Jazakumullahu khairan for sticking as much as you have to this long slog. But I appreciate all of you and your support. Keep making those memes. Keep making the Muslim memes on this debate and in general. And also join Telegram, because that's where the exciting stuff happens. Follow Muslim Skeptic. And a plug for Al-Asna Institute. If you want like these kinds of arguments, you want to be able to debate, you want to know what an argument is, what a valid argument is, what a sound argument is, if you want to know more about women's rights in Islam, then join Alesna Institute. We have these courses that you can take and complete on your own schedule, on demand videos and lessons that you can take on your own schedule. So you can be a college student and do it. You can be a high school student and do it. You can be working 9 to 5 and do it if you want. And you know, it's a subscription, so you sign up, you have a subscription, and take these courses, inshallah. Okay, barakallahu feekum, and I will catch you inshallah on the next stream. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.